check one. Hello, 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 check one. Check one. Hello, 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 check one. 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 Hello, check one. Hello, check one. Hello, 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 check one. Check one. Hello, check one. Hello, hello, check one. Hello, check one. Hello, check one. Hello, 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 check one. Hello, 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 hello. Chick one. Hello, 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 hello. Chick one. Hello, 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 hello. Chick one. Hello, hello.
यूट्यूब ऑडियो आ रहा है ये नहीं दूसरा यूट्यूब ऑडियो आ रहा है ये नहीं दूसरा यूट्यूब ऑडियो आ रहा है ये नहीं दूसरा यूट्यूब ऑडियो आ रहा है ये नहीं दूसरा
Check, check. Hello. Check, check. Hello. Check, check. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Hello. check. Check. 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. हाँ 1 2 3. Hello, check. Hello, 1 2 3. Hello, check. Hello. Hello,
हाँ
check.
Disney Byju's Early Learn. Book a free class on Byju's one-on-one math. PNG, proud.
One, two. One, two. One, two.
there's strength and conditioning, there's nutrition, there's, various mental training, there's various verticals everywhere present. But what we've managed to do, I think, very well over the last few years is integrate that into each individual training session of each athlete. So different athletes are on different curves, where they are in the progression of their careers. And we started off with a lot of challenges. And I mean, every new thing has its own, level of skepticism that it's met with. Um, in terms of GSW, I really am the proudest of IIS. And we do a lot. We do a lot of teams. We did very well in our franchises. But the actually trying to nurture an athlete where you have 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, and then now seeing them um, at a stage now where they're competing in the youth and in some cases the seniors. I think that it's a very proud moment. I do believe that there needs to be several such places that gives the Indian athletes an option to be able to go and train somewhere what's best for them.
Thank you, and congrats and thanks for what you have done over these many years, and we hope to see more of GSW in this journey. Uday, the question for you is, you have been doing phenomenally good work. I personally always believe that the life of athletes have improved. The life of the fan hasn't improved much in this country because turning up in the stadium and watching a game, far better today, but a lot more is left to be desired. The question is, how do you look at the role of infrastructure in sports development, and how do you approach the interests of players, fans, and broadcasters while imagining infrastructure? Is left to be desired. The question is, how do you look at the role of infrastructure in sports development, and how do you approach the interests of players, fans, and broadcasters while imagining infrastructure? Is left to be desired. The question is, how do you look at the role of infrastructure in sports development, and how do you approach the interests of players, fans, and broadcasters while imagining infrastructure? Is left to be desired. The question is, how do you look at the role of infrastructure in sports development, and how do you approach the interests of players, fans, and broadcasters while imagining infrastructure? Is left to be desired. The question is, how do you
going over us and then trying to back over us so that we are dead, but we were not. So it was a great time for our team to come up with new ideas. And what we've done at Transstadia is we've catered for all the pieces that we wanted to make sure that the infrastructure becomes alive. So we don't plan to build a stadium. We plan to build a smart city center, and across that we kind of augment it with commercial and retail, hospitality, hotels, clubs, universities. So there is a lot of footfall over there. And when the event happens, we already have a community around it which will come watch the event. So we have about 10,000 club members today. So if I want to do an event, I mean, I have a 100% occupation at the stadium because they will come and they will watch it. And they'll not come and watch it at a free cost. They'll pay for it because
I'm sure you're a winner at our Sportstar races, about some outstanding work. And what I particularly liked was the work that you do which is an intersection of sports and societal issues. Congrats once again. I know we have been on panels before and asked you a lot of questions, but today I have a slightly different question for you. As a corporate, given that how much ever a corporate is interested in sports, funds are limited. Funds may be huge, but funds are limited. How do you allocate the funds available for sports between promotions, awards, recruitment, organizing sporting events and scholarships? What is the broad approach in terms of fund allocation for these various priorities?
Morning, everyone. So the intricate question, funds, and to ask about funds to an ex-athlete, it's a tough question to know what actually goes behind, but I've been now on the administration learning, huge learning. And so one thing maybe I can front, it remains in the background and it's very happy to be behind. Indian Oil has been doing promotion of sports and sports persons, investing huge amounts of funds. There is no particular amount that is allocated. It is just the passion from the top leader, and today it is our chairman, Vaidya sir, who is extremely passionate about sports, and therefore we're doing multiple things in sports. It's right from building up society to taking care of all the sports persons, and that is going on for decades. And that's how I got into Indian Oil as an athlete, and now I'm understanding how much a big role that Indian Oil has played in the last 3 decades and has stood right behind the athlete and given the best support in terms of everything in building up the support structure. And that's a new learning, and my chairman is asking me that how to do that. Let's go beyond the athlete and try to empower the other parts of sports science and putting in the support structure where it's actually needed, because at every decade it changes. So it's evolving. Manisha said that systems become stronger, so that they get more confidence coming in, and it becomes like how we discussed earlier with
have time, awards. The first award seems to be to you. Congrats on that. My question to you is, how does one manage between the dual priorities of one priority is to make India a sporting nation. Another priority is to make India a country of sporting champions. And the approaches to each of these priorities are different. In your experience, how does one manage these different priorities in terms of both planning and investments? And what is the approach to private-public partnerships in these priorities, which are quite different? Vineet, one sec, we can't hear you yet. Can somebody unmute Vineet, please? Yeah, Vineet. Yes, now you're audible. Yes.
So thanks, first of all, for the invitation, and my sincere apologies that I couldn't physically be present there due to some urgent issues. I couldn't travel today. Good morning to all the panelists and the audience. This is very important topic on how do we make India as a sporting nation, and also how do we create the sporting champions, and how do we integrate all these things with partnerships. And over the last few years, Odisha, we primarily believe in this model of partnerships. This comes from the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister that we need to do something for sports. For him, Shri Naveen Patnaik, sports means for youth, and youth is for the future. And therefore, we are investing a lot in the field of sports, and we realize that government alone cannot accomplish this great objective for the country, and therefore the model of partnerships. So we have these partnerships with the ministry, the Sports Authority of India. We have partnerships with the national federations, sports federations, partnerships with the corporates, partnerships with the sports management agencies, elite sports persons, some of them who have now become like coaches and have their own foundations to promote sports. So we look ourselves as kind of a broad system integrator who will bring together all of them and try to create an ecosystem where there is sporting excellence. And it's a fact that sports is a very costly affair. To get a medal at the international level, it's going to cost a few crores at least to prepare champions at that level. And therefore, that kind of money cannot come from corporates or other people who are there in the ecosystem. That kind of money has to come from the government, and therefore government fundamentally have to increase the amount of investment that we are doing in sports. If I just take the example of the Odisha, 5 years back our budget was 150 crores. Today it is almost reaching 1,500 crores. A 10 times increase in our budget. In terms of the infrastructure, because infrastructure is quite important to create the right facilities which will attract the kids towards sports, and also create the correct kind of a sports environment for them to excel as well. So in terms of the infrastructure alone, currently we are spending more than 2,500 crores in creating the infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure is top class, world class kind of facility. All of you would have seen the hockey stadium recently where we conducted the World Cup. So the Birsa Munda Hockey Stadium. So these kind of a very good quality infrastructure is also important, not only for the sports persons, but also for the fans to be attracted. Udit was mentioning about how the sports stadiums need a complete revamp. I completely agree on that. People today expect a lot of facilities in the stadium. So when we designed the Birsa Munda Hockey Stadium, we kept in mind primarily the experience of everybody involved, all the stakeholders, and one of the primary stakeholders is the audience. So therefore, the infrastructure, and not only about at the state level, we have to do right from the grassroots level. So if I take hockey as an example, Sundargarh district is our main hockey hub, and therefore in the Sundargarh district alone, we are having 20 hockey synthetic turfs. In Rourkela, which is one of our main hockey centers, we have 5 synthetic turfs in Rourkela city itself. So these kind of an investment in infrastructure at the state level, at the grassroots level, we are spending close to 1,000 crores on creating almost 90 indoor stadiums across the state in all the urban areas. So one, the investment in infrastructure is something that only the government can do it. That we are very clear. While there have been a good number of experiments like how the Trans Stadia has tried to do it, but may not be very replicated model in many of the states, many of the cities, and definitely not in non-metro cities. And therefore, the investment in sports in terms of the infrastructure has to come primarily from the governments. Second and most important thing is also the competitions. The reason why we are organizing so many big tournaments, whether it's international level in terms of the World Cups, we have done the Hockey World Cup twice, and so many other international tournaments we have organized. And national championships we organize regularly, state championships we do it. In everything, we try to see that there is a certain standards that are maintained. So again, this comes primarily from both the stakeholders, from the audience perspective, for them to come and really enjoy the high-class, top-class kind of sporting environment, and at the same time provide the facilities for the sports persons to get that kind of a competition. So therefore, competitions is another very important pillar. So again, in competitions also, it is not possible for the corporates can pitch in with some sponsorships, but big tournaments, again, the government has to invest primarily in conducting these competitions, because these involve multiple departments, multiple agencies who have to come together and organize, and only government can do it. But then, of course, we do it in partnership with the sports federations, we do it in partnership with the corporates, and therefore these partnerships are very important for us. Third is another important pillar, which is like creating very good quality coaching facilities. So this is where we believe our model of partnerships is very important, and it is working well and will give a lot of results in future. This is a model where we are saying that the coaching part, because that is where fundamentally governments have a limitations. If we look at the coach's job as a regular government job, then we are never going to create any great champions. And therefore, we need to create that coaching excellence, where there has to be flexibility in getting the right kind of coaches wherever they are available, from national or international, and also a lot of other support staff, which in a government system may not be able to appreciate. There's a long list of support staff and facilities, services that are required, whether it is nutrition, sports science, or mental health related issues, those sports psychology, all those things need a combined effort. So therefore, we have established a lot of high performance center in athletics, swimming, badminton, shooting, hockey, weightlifting. So here in this model of partnership, typically we invest in the infrastructure, we create the entire infrastructure, while a corporate partner on his own, like the Tatas or the JSW, or along with their own sports management agencies, they bring in that coaching part. So we take care of the infrastructure, the competitions related expenditure, and to some extent the athletes expenditure, everything. And the coaching part comes from the corporates and elite sports person and sports management agencies. So I think these all put together, we believe that in the long term is going to yield really a lot of good results. And once there is momentum in sports and there is a lot of champions created, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of sporting interest in the society, in the nation as such. So fundamentally, the two approaches that you're talking about, creating a sporting nation and creating the sporting champions, it's all basically the same thing. It's only a matter of time and integration on how we do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Maneet. And I think I can squeeze in one more question to all the panelists. Uh, Manisha, I'm given to understand that IIS brings together 23 corporate donors who collectively who are funding the operations of the Institute through CSR funding. Could you share with us the approach to raising funds through corporate donors? What do you do and how do they come on board? How invested are they?
Well, what we've done in IIS is again divided up the programs. So there are several different programs within sport, but also the sports science program, the strength and conditioning program, and we have tried to kind of match it with corporates who would be interested in that particular sport. So, for example, Kotak partners with us for wrestling, and the way it works is obviously um, they are investing in a very grassroots level. So while there are elite athletes there and they don't, no, none of the elite athletes train out of IIS full time. So you have to find corporates who do have the same long-term vision. And that sometimes is a challenge because everybody kind of really wants a medal very quickly, and that's very difficult to get. Um, so we've managed to have a really good mix. I think that what we've actually done, the corporates who are invested in IIS are frequent visitors of IIS. So they have a lot of their team building sessions there. They come through. The athlete's journey is very front and center of the whole process. So it's not so much, we're not really selling a medal, like the thought of a medal, but more the journey of an athlete and how you actually change an athlete's life. And a small example, actually, it's a very poignant example, would be someone like judo. Like judo is not a front and center sport in India. So that's what we managed to kind of get this good group of kids who out of which now is the girl. She came when she was 11. She's from a very small place in Manipur, and now is a cadet world champion. Now going into hopefully this year junior world championship. So that kind of journey, then you have IndusInd actually doing the judo program. So she, every time she flies in and out, we kind of highlight that whole journey. And they've seen her in IIS training. They've seen the whole group in IIS training. So I think that is where the big connect is to be part more of a journey rather than a destination. And we've managed to kind of get a good group of donors who are very, very invested emotionally more than monetarily. And we enjoy, kind of sharing the pain and the joys with them.
Fantastic. I think in these endeavors, matching of minds and philosophy is far more important. Ability to stay invested in the long run, because obviously you can't create a champion in 2 days. Udit, I'll come back to you about something we spoke earlier. I think lots of what you spoke resonated from how you build a multiplex, how do you build screens. So my question to you really was, you spoke about a different approach required for rural India, right? What is the single screen solution for rural India in terms of building infrastructure? How can we make sure infra exists in rural India, which is quite different in its approach and philosophy from how we build it for larger cities?
I think that it's a very interesting question, but the way that I would solve for this kind of a problem is to really put a common minimum blueprint for school education. Because the way that you can look at the schools in India, they have very varied infrastructure. And I think now that the government's budgets for education are increasing, their appetite for sport is increasing, and I think we've done a commendable job in terms of how she mentioned how SAI, Government of India, sports authorities, state governments have kind of really looked at investing in sport. I think the rural infrastructure should not just be standalone. It should be multi-oriented to the school over there, to the community over there. It can become a community center. If you see South Africa, when they did the FIFA World Cup, they, I think, put together about 10,000 pitches across South Africa with about 200,000 coaches to be developed across the country. And they made sure that those 10,000 pitches were designed for the community benefits, banquets, and also school education, plus academies, plus development. So I think that That's the simple solution to it. And I think that the budgeting can be done based on the demographics. So you don't have to spend 15 crores and 20 crores on every infrastructure. You can do it at 1, 3, 5, and that can be a solution. I think what we need to understand is that stadiums on their own are nothing. It's like your smartphone. If you have a smartphone and you don't have apps, it doesn't work. So you have to have a situation where you can build your own apps. You can also download other apps so others can also use that infrastructure. I think that's the simple analogy with which we can take it forward.
Perfect, and that's a lovely analogy, thanks. Manjusha, you've been an athlete, and I'm sure when you're an athlete, the opportunities in terms of support were very different from what they are today. And I think a lot of credit for opportunities created goes to public-private partnerships and some of the work you do. And you also interact with a lot of athletes. How aware are grassroots athletes about the possibilities that exist? Is there more work to be done to ensure that there's enough awareness so that a young athlete can dream of a better future and connect with some of these programs?
I think if you've seen over the last decade or so, if you talk about grassroots, the phenomenal connect that the government has done is through the Khelo India Games. And I've seen it, I've spoken to athletes, and it is phenomenal work. Today athletes feel so good, so empowered. They're getting funding directly from the center. They feel very much connected to the center. So I think that for me personally, as an athlete, I miss that, and so definitely it's a good step forward for the coming athletes. I've seen it with state level players also. They feel so connected with the center. It's not only the top level athletes that are being supported, it is right state level, and I'm sure that is how it will trickle below. The message will go through that if you do well at the state level, the center is watching you, they're going to fund you. It is going to go directly to your account. So I think that is one of the phenomenal facilities that the center has done. Also, like what Udit said, I also truly believe that sports and education should go hand in hand. I'm not saying that you give them basic education, and along with the work done at Indian Oil, and also the other social element of Indian Oil, I'm also happy to be connected to my dream project of Rice Sports School, where sports is the main subject, but there's also education implemented. It's just a seed right now, and with this PPP platform, we, even though I am in part of a PSU, but we dream of it that if we have hand-holding, it will grow into something that will give the state of UP the initiatives that it's taken forward. We hope to contribute in a very positive way. So I feel everything is going in the right way. The athlete feels empowered. There are a lot of stadiums being built, and there are a lot of these programs, stakeholders programs, where they're talking about how to actually get the program implementation. There's JSW and everyone. So when I think of the athlete today, I think the athlete will be very, very happy with the progress that it's being made. Of course, a lot more to do, but I think we all are in the right direction.
Fantastic. And in one of our earlier conclaves, all of you touched upon education and sports. And a topic we discussed was, while to a certain extent, sports as part of education exists, how do we create a parallel infrastructure where education is part of sports? And I'm happy to hear about the progress being made. Vinil, one question for you from Ayon Sen Gupta, our editor. He's very keen that I ask you this question. So I'll read out what Ayon has sent me. Odisha government has signed a pact with JSW, Tata, Reliance, Dalmia Bharat Group and Aditya Birla Group to promote development of sport. You touched upon this briefly in your opening remarks, but can you tell us the notion behind setting up these high-performance centers, how they're doing, and what is the vision for these high-performance centers going forward?
These high performance centers, as I was mentioning earlier, we are very clear where we have strength and where we have weaknesses, and what is the strength of the corporates that we need to leverage. Most of the corporates want to do a lot for these sports, but then there has to be an integration with government as well at some level, so that the overall ecosystem also develops well. So in our case, typically our high performance centers work in this model where the infrastructure is what we are building. Udit has rightly pointed out, when we are establishing the stadiums, we are hardly utilizing that. Kalinga Hockey Stadium, instead of conducting so many events, probably will not be able to utilize it more than 20-25 days in a year. So the remaining period, it should not go waste. So we need to, so that infrastructure we have already invested in, and we also maintain it well. So that infrastructure is only utilized for the coaching purposes. So if I take again hockey as an example, we have the partnership with the Tatas. So Odisha Naval Tata Hockey High Performance Center is established in the Kalinga Stadium. So we take care of the entire expenses, everything related to the infrastructure, related equipments, and the upkeep of the entire the stadium and related expenses. Tatas bring in the coaches, the entire coaching staff come from them. They take care of the food and nutrition of the students. They take care of the education as well. But when the teams are formed and teams go to different competitions, we take care of the expenses, because that's only related to travel and other logistics things, which we have funds, we take care of it. So this high performance center in Kalinga Hockey Stadium is a partnership between the Odisha government and the Tatas. And it is not only limited to the high performance center. We take hockey as again as an example, where the integration is not only at the topmost level, but also at the grassroots level. So what I mean to say is, we are having 25 grassroots centers, where again the synthetic turf, the related facilities, everything is invested by the state government. We take care of the security, housekeeping, and basic other related expenses as well. The Tatas bring in the coaches. So the coaches are not only there at the high performance center, but also at the grassroots center. So 25 hockey training centers we have established. So in each center, they have put in 2 coaches, a coach and the assistant coach. So they have put in 50 people at the grassroots level as well. So that so the idea now is that right from 6 years, 8 years onwards, our kids should play on the synthetic turf, learn the right techniques right from that age group level, and then go up till the high performance based on the talent. Similarly, for example, in swimming. So swimming, we are constructing a big indoor aquatic center, where the JSW Sports is our corporate partner there. So we have South African coaches, one of the leading Indian coaches. So the coaching program is defined. They run the coaching program from the infrastructure that we have created in the Kalinga Stadium. Again, here we are establishing 30 swimming training centers. So across the state. Some of it is our own swimming pools, which we have constructed or going to construct, and some are the partner agencies from PSUs or the private. The coaches again come from the JSW. So in these 30 places, again, there's going to be a coach, assistant coach, and also a lady coach. So it's like almost they are investing in close to a staff of almost 100, who are going to take care of the grassroots as well, not only the high performance center. While at the swimming training center, we build the swimming training center. Swimming, as you know, the pool is very costly to maintain. So we take care of the entire maintenance cost. We appoint the pool operator, the lifeguards, the security, the housekeeping. All that is taken care of by us, whereas they take care of the coaching part. Again, when the competitions we organize, when the kids go to national or other regional competitions, again we take care of those expenses. So the corporate coaching programs mainly bring in that flexibility to bring the best of the people, irrespective of pay scales issues. And also, if they don't perform, they can be removed also easily. So there's an incentive structure also there. So these are we are typically working together in partnership with the corporations.
Thanks. Thanks very much, and good that we started the National Conclave with this session. This has been a discussion we had in each of our regional panels, and I think it's a nice way to summarize what all we have discussed in the regional conclaves and end it with the national conclave. Thanks Manisha, Manjusha, Udit, and Vinil for being lovely panelists. I'm sure lots of people will have lots more questions to you which over the networking breaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There was so much clarity. There was pretty much a 360-degree view as to where we are and where we intend to go. Manisha Malhotra, quite impressed with the fact that she spoke about the emotional connect of people who are coming in to sponsor the athletes. That was very, very interesting. Udit, I mean, that's fantastic because every time we think about going as a family, of course, to watch a game of cricket or watch any sport, a token of appreciation to Manisha Malhotra, who's the head of Sports Excellence and Scouting, JSW Sports Private Limited. Spoke about the emotional connect of course, the sponsors. Manjusha Kanwar spoke about her being an athlete and how she feels on the other side as we speak. She's done tremendous work as a DGM of Sports, IOCL. Thank you so much, Manjusha. Udit, of course, spoke about the fact that it's important to better the infrastructure and better the experiences for the fans out there in the stadium. And of course, Mr. Vinil Krishna as well. Thank you so much for joining us because you talk about Odisha, it is synonymous with hockey. Thank you so much, Mr. Navneet, for hosting this panel. Thank you, appreciate that. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the second session of this morning. It is titled Aiming for the Top. And it features quite literally a superstar in Mr. Sandeep Pradhan, the Director General of SAI. I remember meeting Mr. Pradhan almost a decade back on the sidelines of a function in Pune. And you could sense that in Mr. Pradhan you always had somebody who had that keen urge to develop sport, develop sporting people, and integrate sport and a community to the society overall. And after almost a decade of stellar job, here he is. Of course, may I please welcome you on stage, Mr. Sandeep Pradhan. He's in the company of one of India's finest journalists, and my mentor as well, and mentor of many journalists, Mr. Vijay Lokpalli. Lovely to have you with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. It's a privilege to have Mr. Pradhan because it's very rare to get him on stage. And thank you, sir. We won't be running behind time.
Yeah, so I'll be very brief.
Yeah. Sir, let us begin with TOPS because that's one project which has kind of revolutionized Indian sports. You produced Mirabai and Neeraj, Olympic athletes and champions. So if you can just share your views on how the TOPS was conceived and what it is achieving.
At the outset, I am thankful to Hindu Group for inviting me here. And I'm a little bit nervous because when Vijay came on the stage, I heard, come on, you know, like some West Indies bowler coming at 130, 140, and Indian batsmen, you know, used to play without helmet. So I'm getting that type of feeling. So I know that Vijay has got a lot of supporters. So, but to share with you, he's a very good friend of mine, and he won't probably hurt me at least with his bouncer. So Target Olympic Podium, as we all know, TOPS, it began in 2014 under this particular government. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took initiative. And I'm very happy that today both the CEO, Target Olympic Podium, both are sitting here, our ex-CEO TOPS and the current CEO TOPS. So as you know, it's a government initiative to give a support to an individual athlete for equipment, training, for an exposure, to get a support staff, foreign coaches. So everything that the athlete needs is being provided. Just to give an example, and we have clubbed the initiatives of Target Olympic Podium with the funding under the Sports Federation, that is assistance to NSF, what we call. And together, if we look at Sindhu's profile in last Olympic cycle, we provided 69 international exposures. Foreign coach was provided to her, a physio and a trainer was provided to her. To Neeraj, I think Adil is very much here. So Dr. Claus, 2 foreign coaches were provided to javelin players in the last Olympic cycle. 1 is continuing. Even now, Neeraj, last 3-4 months, he has been training sometimes in USA, sometimes in UK, sometimes South Africa, and now he'll go to Turkey. So that's the journey that is possible only because of the Target Olympic Podium. There are many examples. Apart from this type of funding, you know, our athlete relation manager and our people, they take individual care of an athlete sometimes, or many of the athletes have problems in visa, sometimes they have problem in education, sometimes they have problem in getting leave from the company where they are working or the government organization. So we are trying to provide holistic support to an individual athlete.
Sir, 21 Olympics was a revolution and a landmark event for us because apart from Neeraj, Mirabai, the revival of hockey, a bronze after so many years, and the girls were the darling of the nation. So now looking at 24 and 28, would you share your views on how we are preparing? And
so now for 2024, our plan is already in place. We have a Target Olympic Podium Committee, which we call MOC. And many of those who are around are also part of the committee. We have the subcommittees in place to analyze individual game. At present, we have around 98 athletes under Target Olympic Podium preparing for 2024. That includes 40 athletes who are para athletes, and 165 athletes we are supporting for 2028. So for each of the athletes, we already had a discussion with the federation, and we doesn't mean that myself or CEO Tops. Our subcommittees have the discussion, the committee have the discussion. All the federations have given the plan run up to Paris Olympic and also to the Asian Games, which is very important milestone. And the difference between the earlier Tops and this Top is that we have involved a lot of athletes, champion athletes. So we are taking benefit and the experience, along with us, because they have themselves suffered or not got the timely support. So instead of just we deciding everything, we are requesting, the ex-champion athletes and those who are in the committees to interact with the federations, to interact with the stakeholders, and to decide the roadmap of India's journey. So that's the basic difference we are getting, and I think 2024 we are on track. Very recently, I would say just yesterday or day before yesterday, our Target Olympic Podium's CEO, the ministry official and the Indian Olympic Association representatives visited Paris and they did the recce, and I'm sure their tour will benefit the athletes immensely.
So when you came to SAI, you came with a reputation of being a friend of sportsmen, but what were the challenges initially?
Especially if we look at Tops, in government organization, it is very difficult to just give the checks because there is a lot of process where, every government employee is used to fight, like tendering, getting requests for proposals and things like that. So earlier in 2014, when the Tops was formed in the ministry, there were 2 committees, one to select the athletes and one to fund the athletes, and that was very difficult. Apart from that, the second challenge was earlier, the athletes used to give the proposals directly to the Tops, and they used to just sanction the fund. Sometimes the federation was not in loop. So to have a perfect equation with the federation, see, we have to understand, ultimately it is the federation who has to run the sports in the country. So we have a bigger, funding, that is National Sports Federation, funding to the National Sports Federation, which they take a lot of initiatives for competition, training, etc. So the challenge was to dovetail the individual requirement within the plan of the federation, number one. And number 2 is to come together. Now there are 2 or 3 elements that's very important, apart from Tops, who is funding the federation, as well as there are many NGOs which are already funding an individual athlete at an individual level. So we try to bring all of them together, all the 3 components together, to ensure that there is a synergy. And that's where we have been able to not only save the funds, but to ensure that the federation is always on board and we get the right advice when we fund an individual athletes. At the same time, we ensure that the NGOs who are giving support, they also don't lose interest and they continue to support. We are just providing the viability at the gap which is not being filled by the NGO. And I must say that I'm thankful to the CEO Tops, who is ex-CEO Tops, who is sitting here. His relentless effort have, created this type of situation, and current CEO Tops is also taking it forward.
So you have gone out of the way to promote athletes' participation in international tournaments and exposure tours. So how did it come about and the significance of it?
So frankly, when we interact with our champion athletes or ex-athletes who are now part of the Tops, maybe in early 2000, the funding for international exposure under the support to NSF was very, very limited. But then we realized over a period of time that exposure is very, very important. And if we now look at international competitions, and we have the data, most of the time, even in the smaller competition, especially at a junior or a youth level, Indian squad is one of the biggest in many competitions. The reason is that unless and until our athletes get exposure abroad, and not only the main team, but also we have to create the bench. Bench can be provided, as have been advised by all luminaries in Tops. That bench strength can be provided only if we give our second level athletes the foreign exposure. That's what I think it was wonderfully done by the cricket BCCI, who created India A, and they gave a lot of exposure. That's where you can reduce the gap between your main team and the bench.
So then where do you put importance of domestic structure and competitions?
In any developed country, the competition has its own relevance. It is not only very important from the point of view of development of culture, but also for sporting excellence. Unfortunately, in our country, even today, in many sports disciplines, the domestic competition structure is probably, we need to work a lot. And therefore, we took an initiative under Khelo India. Not only we started the Khelo India Games, but especially for women, we have started a women leagues. And I'm very happy that most of the federations have really worked very, very hard to take, women league in a very, very challenging mode. I know the calendar is busy, but even then there were a lot of gaps, and most of the federation acknowledge the gaps in the domestic competition structure. Not only at a national level, it is important that best of the players compete with each other at the frequency that is desirable as per your long-term development plan, but also it's a pocket, maybe 6 pockets, 8 pockets. If the game is little less developed, at least in those 6 to 8 pockets, there is a good competition structure. For example, let us take an example of football. In Europe and everywhere, there are 30 to 40 matches being played by every player. Likewise, we have created an ISL, but we need to work really very hard on the women part of the football, where probably there are not enough competitions at a grassroots level and less number of competitions. Of course, we have a league, but at grassroots level, we need to work. So we realize that, there is a lot of gap, especially in the women competition. But if we take an example of, say, table tennis or badminton, their competition structure is very, very fairly good, I would say.
Yeah. So you've talked about Khelo India already. Is there anything you can share about your process of identifying talent from grassroots to podium? Tops is there, Khelo India is there.
So we have just started an initiative under which we have developed the mobile app, and we are now reaching out to the education boards for making the fitness assessment of the students. That's where we will capture a lot of data. It is not only useful for the fitness, but also it may, tell us the athletes who can, the students who can become good athletes. On basis of that, we want to come up with a model for grassroots level. And also we want to deploy the talent identifiers at a grassroots level. Moving forward, at a national level, we fairly have a decent talent identification committees under Khelo India, where the committees, and it comprises of Arjun awardees, Dronacharya awardees. They visit various competitions, and they finalize the athletes who are inducted under our Khelo India talent development scheme. We have roughly 3,000 athletes from across the sports discipline who are given 10,000 per month scholarship. And if they join the accredited academies, we have accredited the academies. For example, JSW's Academy in Bellary, IAS, or you take Tata Archery Academy or PT Usha Academy. You name the academy, all the academies are accredited under Khelo India. So even Gopichand Academy or Prakash Padukone Sir Academy. So if these athletes join the accredited academy, then we give 5 lakh rupees per athlete per year to that academy to meet out their expenses. So that's our second level, that's a development level. And at top level, we have the Mission Olympic Committee and the subcommittee, which selects the athletes in the tops basis the performance.
So 2 more questions before we let you go. Was development of infrastructure a challenge?
I think there is a paradox that exists in our country. There is a lot of infrastructure, sporting infrastructure that is not utilized, and at the same time, probably at some places, we think that there is no infrastructure. So I think we need to work on both. Under Khelo India, and I think in the afternoon, Honorable Minister Anurag Singh Thakur sir is also visiting and he's going to address on Khelo India. So I'll not dwell too much upon the initiative, but we are trying to build certain infrastructure, especially a smaller infrastructure. Our Honorable Minister is of the opinion that we need to create a smaller infrastructure at more places, and that's where is our emphasis. But more important at our level, and those who are sitting here, is to identify the existing infrastructure, to come up with some kind of PPP model or some revenue sharing model and to utilize it.
So finally, your views on state of Indian sports. Is it healthy or vibrant, or the best is yet to come?
It's certainly healthy. It is, if you look, say, maybe around 10 years back, and current performance in last couple of years, example, badminton, not only in women individual, but also in the teams, the performance has improved tremendously. Table tennis, you take an example of athletics, we have been now started winning medals in many events, not just restricting to few of the events where we used to make an impact. So our length and breadth is definitely improving. The sporting culture is developing. The states are taking more interest. You know, the corporates are interested in the leagues. Corporates are interested in the funding. But I think there is definitely more synergy required between the corporates, the federation, the SAI, as well as the state government. And the best is certainly yet to come. And I'm very hopeful that you will see the best in 2023 Asian Game also. You'll see the best ever performance. In Paris also, I think you will have a best ever performance.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, for gracing this conclave and sparing yours very, very precious time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep Pradhan. Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay Lokpally. If you can stay back for a photo opportunity here. And also, may I request Mr. Vijay Lokpally to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sandeep Pradhan, who is the Director General of SAI. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sharp, clear questions, as you would expect from Mr. Vijay Lokpally, and to the point answers, as you would expect from Mr. Sandeep Pradhan. As Mr. Vijay Lokpally said, thank you so much, Mr. Pradhan, for taking your time out and being a part of us this morning. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to session number 3, which is balancing on and off-field success in sporting leagues. That's the subject, and that will be moderated by Ms. Uttara Ganesan, a fine journalist in her own right. Balancing on and off-field success in sporting leagues. It's a nation that's got a very, very busy sporting calendar. IPL is, of course, just around the corner. Pro Kabaddi League has done very, very well. The ISL has ensured that grassroots footballing community is getting stronger by the day. And then you throw in European football, Spanish football in. We are really spoiled for choices here. How about hearing from the leaders in these leagues to help us understand the sporting leagues better? And I'm sure to ask plenty of questions. First up, may I invite the moderator in Ms. Uttara Ganesan. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite Ms. Vita Dani, who's the owner of Chennai FC, to please come forward. Big round of applause, ma'am. Chennai FC, a massive, massive fan base. Wonderful, wonderful to have you. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to Mr. Anupam Goswami, who's the CEO of Pro Kabaddi League. I've had the pleasure of working for and with him. A wonderful man, a tireless worker. It's grown so much over the past so many years. Lovely to have you with us, Mr. Anupam Goswami, the CEO of Pro Kabaddi League. Next up on stage, may I invite Mr. Jose Antonio Pereiro, who's the Managing Director of La Liga India. Thank you so much, sir. Working tirelessly to up the ante as far as La Liga is concerned. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, there goes the superstar, and Mr. Joy Bhattacharya, the CEO of PBL. Lovely, a man who wears many hats. Lovely Soma. Thank you so much, Mr. Joy Bhattacharya, for giving us company. All absolute champions in their own right, and therefore, I'm sure, Uttara Ganeshan, plenty of questions to ask and discuss as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I am kind of nervous because it's my first time and I am in the presence of some people who've been around in sports and done brilliant work for the last many years. So I hope this goes well. I do welcome all our panelists because you've all been pioneers in your own ways in expanding the whole idea of what sports is and how it is conducted throughout the country. So if I could just start off with a very generic question, and it's a question which I would expect an answer from all of you. How do you see the fallout and impact on the sport itself, the various different sports that you are involved with, whether it's TT or football or volleyball or kabaddi, on the sport itself and the players outside the entire league structure? Because it's not a very old system here. It's relatively new, the whole league structure and the league system in India. How do you see the fallout of it on the players themselves, their experiences, in terms of their performances, their lifestyles? Because a lot of these players are not used to the league structure. They're not used to the way leagues are conducted. How do you see the whole impact on it? You can start with Joy, please, because...
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Uttara, for asking that. Well, I have a simple answer because mine is a simple question. Volleyball has suffered from a lot of problems, mainly organizational, over the last 2-3 decades. But the truth is, Indian volleyball was pretty high. In 2002, 2003, the under-20 team reached the World Finals. And before that, in the 80s and 90s, Jimmy George played internationally. So volleyball was a big sport in India. It is a big sport in India. Unfortunately, the organization, for whatever reasons, has let it down. So for us, there has been a really tangible difference, because how do people actually, what's the biggest, most interesting thing about volleyball? It's played in every school and college, but you never see it on TV before the PVL. It falls off the radar because volleyball was never shown in India. International volleyball is big during the Olympics, but the Olympics and the Asian Games is the only time we see it. Why do we need to see people? What happens when you have a league is you have heroes. You have people you can see, you have people you can watch. So, you know, there are players who now today, people like Jerome Vinit or somebody like a Naveen Raja Jacob, they're household names again because people are seeing them. How do people come into a sport? They come into a sport seeing stars. They want to be a Tendulkar. They want to be a Dilip Turkey. That's how they get in. And therefore, the leagues in a lot of sport are having that very positive effect, saying, here are some heroes you can follow. Here are some heroes in your sport you can see. So that's one tangible effect right at the bottom line. The second is in terms of pure nutrition and training. And it's a very simple thing. It started with the IPL because the quality of physios and trainers, diets, sports science that came into India with the IPL was fantastic. And the first thing that happened is overall in Indian cricket, you saw a huge change. You know, the eating aloo parathas for 8 o'clock in the morning is over. You know, they don't do it. Eating potatoes, their diets are much more controlled because they now have something to work to. They now know enough. Now that is the second thing that leagues are giving. When players came to us the first year in the PVL, lots of them were very talented but unfit. Today, by and large, players know their bodies, or if they don't know, they're in much better control of their bodies. So that, again, has a huge impact on leagues. And the third and most important thing is, when a league, when you have a national team can provide employment or fame to 10, 11, 15 players, depending on the sport, maybe 20. When you have a league, that means automatically 80, 100, 120 players make some sort of a living from a league and have some sort of exposure. So it increases the base of the sport that much more. So even if a league is held for a month, month and a half, 2 months, it has huge rippling effects throughout the ecosystem.
Mr. Pardon me if I get it wrong, it's Jose Antonio, right? It's not Jose, it's Jose, right?
Jose.
Right. What exactly was the focus of La Liga in expanding out to India when you first came here in 2016? Because La Liga per se is huge here, especially the bigger clubs, whether it's Barcelona or Real Madrid or Villarreal. But how exactly does La Liga's presence tie up with the whole league structure back in Spain and here, and the main focus of coming over here and expanding your base in India?
Okay, well, first let me thank the Hindu for inviting me to be here with you. I think when I saw the program, I think I am the only non-Indian, so I am blessed. And I think being Spaniard, not German, Brit, or French, this helps to build a little bit more, better relationship, better knowledge between Spain and India. No, that we need it. We have more in common than we think. Now answering to your question. We live in the environment of football, no? And football is probably the only truly global sport. The case of Indian leagues is mostly, much like the American league, so don't see it as a diminishing affirmation. It's more, you depend mostly in the local market. Look at IPL, the last tender. Basically, the value of the international rights of IPL was roughly $30 million. La Liga value is roughly $800 million. And we are not even the first league by value. So this is important. This figure, I have to say, is really important. We do realize that no longer our domestic market is enough for growing. And the first to understand this were the English Premier League. They started really exploiting the broadcast rights. Now it's much more complex, but before was only global rights, and it's where the money is, the broadcast rights, 30 years ago. So far, we were not doing that far in several markets. Middle East, Northern Africa was good for us. Spanish-speaking America was a good market for us. But basically, our international strategy, also hand in hand with digital expansion as well, came 8 years back. So, again, I go to the figure I said. The value of our international broadcast rights is about 800 million. EPL is right now about double, 1.6 billion per year. So, domestic rights is the market, is our market, we cannot compete. We can try to do the best with our broadcasters, with our sponsors, we cannot compete. But internationally, in theory, we compete at the same level. I say in theory because they have been before, they have other cultural relationship in Asia, in the Americas we have a different relationship, but that's the reason. So why India? Well, part of the strategy that Mr. Tebas came is we had to do things differently. No, I remember talking to Mr. Richard Masters and saying, why are you having offices all over? We only have one in London, now they have a second one in Singapore. I say, well, listen, we had to do it differently. And that's the reason, we had to do it differently. If we have to catch up, we had to do it differently. So the strategy was that, let's send people to the world, and basically offices, we have now 11 offices in different countries, plus 40 delegates in another 40 countries. So what is mostly our job? to understand the market, that's market intelligence, to increase our brand presence, and third, all of this we do it for the ultimate thing, increase our business here, no? And our business is sell sponsorship, increase the value of our broadcast rights. And we can only increase that if our fan base is strong and increases. So that's the logic. India, well, India, we all of us, we are fighting for only 15% of the market. Cricket swallows 85% of the money that sports, professional sports produce in India. For us, India is one of the very few countries where football is not king. So, I always say the same. We understand in terms of business, for us, India is not a today market. It's a future market. So that's what we have been doing here for the last 6 years. Try to increase our relationship with the fans and, of course, our relationship with our partners, not broadcasters and sponsors. I don't know if this summarizes it.
Some of those numbers are mind-boggling, and I really hope that we we run faster towards achieving those targets. Because even in the 15% would be even the 15% of Indian market that you're fighting for is, I think, pretty huge in terms of numbers when it comes to a lot of other countries. So it is a huge market.
No, really, no, really. If you look at the whole volume of the Indian professional sports market, you are talking about, depending, there's not a clear statistic, no, but if you go to what's published, it's somewhere between around 1.5 billion euros per year. Probably with the new probably with the new IPL the tender of rights will go somewhere between 2 to 2.5. If you take Spain, which we are probably the 5th market in Europe, La Liga volume of business, including the central rights and all clubs together, is about 3 billion. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are here. You have, if you consider the GDP of India, how the economy is growing, I mean, the room for growth is enormous.
Thank you so much. Mr. Goswami, you basically handle perhaps the biggest success story in leagues after IPL, the Pro Kabaddi League. And it's one of those very few rare leagues that have 2 seasons per year, 2 editions, and the kind of popularity it's given to Kabaddi is phenomenal. So how did it all come about, and why Kabaddi? Because like Joyce said, Kabaddi, like volleyball or like badminton, is something that's played everywhere in all parts of the country, and yet it remained a leisure sport till the Pro Kabaddi League came about. No one actually took it seriously as a profession. So how did the whole Kabaddi thing came about?
Hi. So thank you for having us here, and thank you for letting me say a few things about Pro Kabaddi. I'm very passionate about saying so. And thank you, people, for hearing us out. Yes, Pro Kabaddi is the #2 viewed league in India. And that statement says many things. It confirms most things we'll know about sport. It definitely confirms what the point which Jose was making. There's a big difference between this, on several numbers, between the #1 league in this country and the #2 league. Pro Kabaddi is good. There is a very big number between the #2 league and the #3 league also. So there is definitely a strong sense of achievement at Pro Kabaddi. More so because we are headed for a 10th season. Very few leagues in India, including from very established sports, run into challenges to reach their 10th season. And outside cricket, IPL, there are only 2 leagues. We are proud to be one of them. The story started, of course, the opportunity came around with the creation of new bouquet of properties when Star Sports had decided to go it alone. We used to be ESPN Star Sports, and they're veterans from that era also here. And there was a very strong yearning that we were Indian. We were addressing the big opportunity, as you pointed out. One thing India has is a lot of Indians, right? So we were going to address that opportunity also, and we really believe that there was room for sport with which there will be very strong, almost a genetic connect. And there were options there. I used to believe one other sport which is already contact sport, which is part of the Olympics, wrestling, provided great opportunity, and I'm very glad that somebody told me to do kabaddi, right? What you do as a league system, again, 10 years, 10 seasons, Jose was talking about the size of the markets. Those markets have emerged over far longer periods than India's, right? So, in the fact that in 10 seasons of sports, let's say 15 years of sports leagues in this country, we have one league, which is the size and scale of IPL. I think it shows the potential of sport in this country. There are many things which go into it, but I think there are four. You have to concentrate on four legs, and that is the reason Pro Kabaddi has done so well. Beyond choosing a sport which everybody had played, right? Leagues, I think we are borrowing the concept from developed sports economies. It's a drop-down concept. It's like a drop-down pitch. But leagues bring a lot of focus and efficiency. First, the first leg which a league drives very strongly is unless you have a fetish for consumer engagement, you're not going to work. So we look at consumers very strongly. Once you look at consumers, the second thing you're driving is that you have to have good consumers stay with you if you're the best in class. So quality of play is really, really important. The third leg is relevance. There are challenges. India is a unique market. A sport may not be working here. But the sport which will work here will have to have great relevance to this country. And one way you look at various ways by which a sport can be relevant, including doing good. You have to, that's where the whole grassroots engagement, etc. comes in. You have to be seen to be doing good. And that's one challenge all of us have, including Pro Kabaddi. And last is that when you learn so much, when you learn again from each other, I'm definitely learning from the other three practitioners of leagues here, from leagues overseas. When you start learning, one thing you still have to be is sustainable, including financially sustainable. I think Pro Kabaddi is fortunate and has worked to be in a spot of comfort for these 4 counts, but it's a long journey. We are learning, and we have to keep on improving all the time for a long time to come.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dani. A lot of things that Mr. Goswami said is something that you are already involved with, whether it's helping develop sports at the grassroots level or trying to focus on the consumers. But if we talk about the UTT, the Ultimate Table Tennis, why TT, if I may ask, apart from the fact that your son plays TT? Because your first involvement was with football when you joined Chennai FC, and it's a completely different sport, football and TT, whether it's in terms of the worldwide reach, in terms of the popularity within the country and internationally in terms of the identity and how people identify with a TT player or a football player. The whole ecosystem is completely different. The kind of people involved in football, whether and ISL, in terms of ownership, everything is completely different. So how much did being involved with Chennai FC affect your decision to get into TT, and how did you envisage the whole idea of the Ultimate Table Tennis League?
First of all, Ion. Amol is not here, I think, but Amol and the entire Hindu group, thank you for inviting me and having me over. I agree that for me, table tennis is an acquired love thanks to my son. But I'm sure all of you present here today will agree that if you love sport, one sport, you'll love all the sports. So I think there's a common thread between all the sports. And table tennis, Jose, this is especially for you. Table tennis is also a very popular sport around the world. So I'm glad I'm associated with two of the most popular sports in the world. And very often people say that table tennis is a recreational sport. And I am here today to say that we want to change this perception that table tennis can be a very competitive sport. And I think our Indian paddlers have proved it over the last few years as to what they can do with the paddle. Earlier when we started the league, people used to say that, oh, you know, when they used to go and compete internationally, people used to say, oh, it's an Indian player. But now that perception has changed again, whereby they say, oh, it's an Indian player in our group. So that's the perception that we want to change. And I'm happy to report here today that you will hear about the announcement of UTT for this year. I know we've had hiccups thanks to COVID, but again, we are not the only ones. But we are back here with a bang, and we are back here with making a huge difference in the game. And you will see this difference that has taken place. You know, we are here to ensure that the Indian table tennis is changed. We are here to make sure that there is a substantial improvement in the Indian paddlers. And we will do whatever it takes as part of UTT to give them that support, give them that platform and the exposure to do so. So I hope that answers your question.
Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for letting us in on the fact that the UTT will be coming back bigger and better this year onwards. If I may ask you, Joy, like Ms. Dani said about a leisure sport, TT being considered, how difficult was it to actually sell something like volleyball to the sponsors or the broadcasters? Because like TT and like I mentioned before, volleyball, badminton, these are sports that everyone plays in the country. You see volleyball being played in every colony parks and grounds and everywhere, sometimes even on the streets. But to sell it as something that is viable, that is a professional sport, and to convince people that it is something that's internationally a big thing within India, how easy or difficult was that?
Yeah, I mean, just to go back a bit, you're right about not only being a part of India. If you watch the documentary that just won an Oscar for India, The Elephant Whisperers, there's a scene where the elephant is walking and you can see them playing volleyball in the background. I mean, that's how inextricably volleyball is a part of the Indian culture, as it were, especially down south. And see, the thing about it is that's what we needed to do. We needed, the first thing is, there was this divide between what was international volleyball and Indian volleyball. And once I started exploring the sport, we found out that the divide is not very high. So from season one, the one thing we said is that top international players must come to India. So in fact, one of the stars of season one was a person called David Lee, who had won Olympic gold medals in 2008. In 2016, he won a bronze medal. top-level international athletes. And this year, for example, the last edition of the tournament we played just now, we had players, international players from 5 continents, out of which there were at least, of the 16, 9 of them were Olympic players. So that's the idea, to pick, and fortunately we are at a game where the money is not too high. If you try and get international level players, say for a game like basketball, where the average money is high, it's almost impossible. Volleyball, the divide is not so much. So you can get top-level international talent coming into India. And it makes a huge difference. Because these guys not only perform for their teams, they teach the younger players in the teams the tricks of the trade. They learn, people follow them. And, I mean, it is absolutely amazing to see the transition of international Indian players once they're being mentored by top international players. So I think that's one of the big things out there. The second thing is that volleyball is by nature a good screen sport. It's good to watch on screen. Why? Because it's tall guys jumping. The ball is a very visible ball. It's easy to watch. Like hockey, for example, is a great game to watch in a stadium. But hockey is not the easiest game to watch on television because of the speed of hockey. And in fact, that's why the Hockey Federation's been making changes to try and adapt the sport. Volleyball by nature is an easy sport to watch. And it has the quality of a good sport, which is that to understand it basically is very easy. If the ball touches the ground, the other team has a point. But the subtleties of actually knowing how it can take you a lifetime to learn. So I think that was our challenge, putting it up. And now you got on screen. When they say, okay, what's volleyball like? We can show them. This is what volleyball looks like. And it makes a huge difference. I'll tell you one more thing. I know Jose mentioned this point. If you go to Switzerland, Lausanne, and these are where most of the federations are between Lausanne and Zurich, about 34 of the world federations are in that area, okay? I can tell you, every federation has a meeting about once a month saying, how do we crack the India market? Because there's this one behemoth called cricket, which is sitting out here. There's Kabaddi, which is done really, really well. Kabaddi is far ahead of any other league other than cricket. And then there is this huge opportunity. And I almost tell people, because I've worked with FIFA, I'm working with the International Volleyball Federation, and I almost feel like telling the people in most federations that you don't want to go there. They, each and every one of them, want to come to India and make India successful because there's a billion people opportunity sitting in India. And we just get, if we get, forget the leagues, the tournaments, we get our game half right. They're waiting to come to India. It's, it's not the other way around. We don't need to tell the world. The world is seeing a market, that large a market sitting out there with just one sport dominating everything. Of course they want to come to India. So I feel that the way we look at it and the way we push our sport needs to change dramatically. And most of it lies with the people who are representing the sport abroad.
Jose, like Joy said, it's about the market and everything. But also, when he talks about the difference in international level standards in terms of in terms of revenue or the playing talent or anything, there is still a big gap between Spanish football and Indian football. And yet, when we talk about La Liga, there's always this hype and this perception that when you get associated with a club, whether it's a Barcelona or Real Madrid, at any level, whether it's their grassroots program in India or whether it's their foundation schools here or academies, the perception is that it's the first step towards actually playing out there in the Spanish league. And that's something that a lot of people do have, whether it's a misconception or aspiration, depends on how you see it. As someone who represents La Liga here, how easy or difficult is it for you to bring about a balance between telling people what La Liga actually is and balancing that aspiration? Because La Liga means Spanish league and you go and play for Real Madrid.
Well, yeah, that's a very relevant point, because when we use the concept of sports ecosystem, I think is a very appropriate word. An ecosystem, by definition, is something really fragile, And for example, my job is to increase La Liga presence and business, but this will be never fully successful in India unless Indian football grows. And Indian football grows can not only grow because Barca, Madrid, and Manchester United, which are the three more followed teams according to surveys, increase their following. I mean, it has to be a balance. It has to be a balance. And the balance, now I see Mr. Chobi coming in. No, because I think his arrival to Indian football and his team is like some fresh air coming into Indian football, because they have been clear that for having the foundations of any sport is in the grassroots, and is on I've seen their projects. I told to him when he was elected, he had quite clear that you need to work with that. Then, yes, of course, it's aspirational for an Indian boy who plays, or a girl who plays football, to end up playing in La Liga or in EPL or Bundesliga. And let's hope it happens soon, because that's the boost that Indian football needs. Because that boy will come back and play for India, and India will be more competitive for reaching the World Cup. So the whole ecosystem retroaliments. And this is not bad for Indian football. I'll go to what's the second league in Spain, which is basketball. It's been always a very popular league, and they still sell 8,000 tickets in local matches, while our best players, they are all playing in NBA. But just because they are all playing NBA, in the last 20 years, we won 2 World Championships and 2 silver medals in the Olympics. No? And it's bad that Pau Gasol is a huge star or was a huge star for LA Lakers. No, it's fantastic for the development of our football, because those boys have a role model. And the very best will go to the US, but the best will still play in Spain. So this is the wheel that in India football thing is starting to really move forward. And for us as La Liga, it's important. Our logic is quite simple. And I said, my job is to sell La Liga, increase our business, increase our fans. But the more fans football has in India, the bigger field of work we'll have.
Thank you. Mr. Goswami, if I may ask you, the PKL is popular, the PKL is successful. It's turned a lot of names into household stars over the last 8-10 years, ever since it started in 2014, if I'm not wrong. And yes, it's the business model, it's a very successful model, but at the end of the day, it's all about the players, because without them, no sport can actually sustain itself if you don't have the stars to sell it, if you don't have a face to put with the success that comes in a particular sport. For you, as the commissioner, I'm sure it's not a day-to-day thing, but as the overall in charge, how do you see the whole challenge of managing the superstardom that a lot of these players have acquired over years? Because that changes the whole image of the sport itself when you have a face to put with the name and to the sport. When you have an Anup Kumar becoming a star and a household name in Kabaddi and becomes a huge persona in himself. To manage all that, because a lot of these Kabaddi players especially come from smaller cities and villages, and they haven't really seen a lifestyle like this that they're suddenly exposed to. Is it easy or difficult to manage those aspirations of the players themselves? Because the more stars you have, the more popular it gets, and then it becomes a cycle.
So, Uttara, what would be more important is, do you want to manage the aspirations of the players? It's important on its own. Or do you want to make the players aspirational? So there is, in the heart the core, the centrality of any sport are its athletes. And no sport becomes big unless your athletes become big. That's one. Now, so there will be issues as they become big. And it's a perspective, the perspective on that will have several vantage points. Do you want to control? It's like telling our children that if you get a good job, you behave in a particular way. Do you want them to become role models? That's a different thing. And one of the things, and they have to become role models for a wide range of people. Because the legs of sport, any league, your fundamentals have to be very clear. You are going after consumer engagement. You are offering the best competition in class. You have to be relevant, and you have to be financially sustainable. I don't see any of those issues being addressed if the player is not at the heart of it. Definitely one of the successes of Pro Kabaddi is that today, families, villages, communities used to play Kabaddi, but they used to shy proclaiming it. Today, a Kabaddi player proudly says, I play Kabaddi. And it doesn't mean the PKL player. There is recognition of the sport. Women athletes are one of I think for the last 6 years, Kabaddi women athletes have been asking us about when would there be a women's league. There too, let me say, we are the number 2 league, right? Of launching, I mean, TT and others already had women to bring women to the. So we have done. I think we'll do well there. Will there be issues related to growth and income? Before you address, of course there will be, but before that, let's understand, is your athlete becoming being assured of a reasonable middle class engagement with this profession? I think we manage that. As the point which Joy was making, it doesn't take millions of athletes. Grassroots development of sport is very important, but in order to make a league successful, you need a relatively smaller number of players. They have to be doing very, very well. Will there be some issues with them? You have to address it, but you have to address it in terms of their being role models, not with a view to curb them, right? That means that we do have to carry out a lot of counseling. We have to carry out a lot of career advisories. We have to do a lot of player education. Those have to be, those are parts of Pro Kabaddi League. But you have to have faith in the player. Unless your player is big, he is not going to be a big role model. And I think unless your player is going to be big, he is not going to espouse big values for your league. And you have to have that faith. So that is the way I would address the issue.
I just want to add to this. I started off in the IPL, and the first year of the IPL, I was very concerned about making people role models. So what I has to do is to catch these young cricketers and lecture them about life and how they should, keep their money and not blow it all up. So one such day, there were about 15 cricketers out there, all young cricketers, including somebody like Ishant Sharma, who's just made $975,000 on a contract with the Kolkata Knight Riders. And I'm telling them that you guys, I'm sort of berating them that you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Everything comes for free. You don't spend any money and you guys need to save money. So I'm telling them that aap log ko sab kuch milta hai. Aap log ko underwear or toothpaste chhodkar sab kuch milta hai. So there was suddenly pin drop silence and Ishant put up his hand and said, Joyda, Reebok aajkal underwear bhi deti hai. So that was the situation which was there, and he's absolutely right. I mean, look at those guys. They've got that much money, and most of them have actually adapted to it. It's a matter of, finding the right people. They will become models. You don't police them, they'll find a way.
I could sense the pride every time you talk about PKL being the second biggest league, and the aspiration part that you said, I'm sure the other leagues are not going to be sitting idle, and they will be pushing you harder in terms of being the big league. Yeah, so whether it's TT or volleyball or even ISL for that matter. So, which is good for the Indian sporting ecosystem, because more the merrier. So the more leagues, the more sports that become popular, the better it is. Ms. Dani, if I could ask you about the ISL itself, because you're also involved with what Jose just said about the biggest sport, the biggest global sport in the world. How different is it being the co-owner of an ISL team, a football team, Chennai FC, and to handle everything in table tennis? Like I said before also, these are two completely different sports and completely different ecosystems that they exist in. How different is the experience of being involved in football and TT?
I think they operate at two different scales. As being a franchisee owner and a league owner, I understand what are the woos. And I think it helps us to improvise the entire ecosystem. So we do realize in table tennis what we should do right to make sure that those little creases are ironed out. And each sport will have it. What is important for any sport is to coexist and to learn from one another. And I'm sure this is exactly what all the colleagues over here of mine have said, whether it is Joy, Anupam, or Jose. So I think that is most important for us to understand and to learn. So it's not to put down any league. We at UTT have tried hard to keep our cost really low, and I think I'm happy to report over here that I think we are the lowest operating model across any leagues. And at the same time, we will all have our sets of challenges, but we have to move on and we have to see what best we can do from there. So best practices from each league is important to adapt and follow. So that's what we do in table tennis. As far as football goes, the scale is much larger. When you look at a cost of playing field itself can be a lot more. So I don't think it is fair to compare, but what we are doing in football as a country is phenomenal. The kind of talent that we have been able to grow, the kind of talent we've been able to spot in itself is very good. And here again, I remember sending 5 of our players to Metz to train, and 2 out of those 5 have represented India, which in itself is great. So that's what we will have to do it. We will have to go into unknown territories, explore different areas, and see what best we can get from there. So that's what we are here for.
Great. Thank you so much. If I could just ask each one of you, in conclusion, to give your views briefly on how do you see the changing ecosystem, sporting ecosystem in the country, and more importantly, the peripheral industry that is associated with the sport, because the sport might always be at the center of it, but there's a huge industry of related events, or if you might say that, which is associated with every sport. So how do you see the changing or the shifting ecosystem of peripheral sporting industries in the country? Your views.
I think it is important for the entire landscape to grow. It's not only the players, but the support system, whether it's masseurs, whether it is management, whether it is operations. Every aspect has to be nurtured, and that's most critical. And this is what we are trying to do as part of ELMS. We have a tie-up with Loughborough University. And what happens to the players who are number 3, number 4, number 5? What happens to their careers? So we have to make sure plan B is ready for each one of them. We have to make sure every game has technical, tactical, physical, and mental aspect. So how do we grow all the 4 aspects and the support system along with it? And I think this is what is being adopted in every game. So everyone has a physical fitness trainer, mental trainer, tactical and technical trainer. So we have to make sure that the entire ecosystem grows. And that's the only way we will become a superpower as far as sports is concerned. So how do we grow from, how do we go to the Amrit Kal? That is what is critical, and that is what will determine our future as a sporting country. Thank you.
So, please. Yeah. Your views on...
I was going to let other 3 answer that, but let me take up a sentence which Jose, a phrase he used. 10 years in developing sports leagues is very small time. Most of the sports leagues are in our nascence. And then the phrase Jose used, that you're trying to create a sports ecosystem. And an ecosystem has fragility for a long time going, in fact, forever, in fact. What is happening now is, through the leagues model, what's the great thing which has happened through all the leagues is that we are creating stakeholders. And the stakeholders span a range of services and contributions, but the most important class of stakeholders that we are creating are the sports franchises. Now, through the next round growth, they'll convert into franchises into clubs, right? That is going to be a very exciting story of Indian sport. But I think it will be good. I think we can see that there are already about nearly 100 sports franchises across different sports. And they are becoming the drivers of effort and therefore investment and hopefully growth of Indian sport. I think it's a great thing. And the next 10 years of sports leagues in India, we will have strong challenges, but very strong opportunities also. That's what I would say.
Jose, if you could give your views on...
Mine doesn't work. I mean, in my 6 years in India, I've been considering myself not a protagonist, but a really privileged witness on the recent evolution of your sports, especially football, at a time that you are shaping it, India is shaping its football. And I like to say, with a broad view, that sports, professional sports especially, because it's what is on the spotlight, is sort of a representation of a society. So if I look to India, the evolution of your sports environment, it sort of represents the position of India in the world. At a time that India, which is a huge country with a huge market, with huge industries of every kind, is finding its space as a leader in the world, Indian sports, it's also at a moment that's trying also to find how can get connected more to the world. I don't know if I am clear or maybe are too, but I think everything goes hand in hand. If I go to my own country, we were a backwards, closed on itself country, and now we are part of the European Union. We are trying to go to the world. So it represents this. And I want to finish to take up something that Vita just said. You said that you're learning. We all are learning. I mean, I don't know how many of you are fans of Game of Thrones. If you remember that Wilding Ygritte used to say to Jon Snow, "You know nothing." Well, we know nothing. And we need to keep learning constantly. I use just a very easy to understand sample. When I came to India 6 years ago, I won't go even back 20 years ago when I started working in the industry. I didn't know what the hell an OTT is. All right? Today, OTT is fundamental, critical on the evolution of the broadcast of sports. I mean, just look at recent IPL. Half of the money went to traditional TV, half of the money goes to an OTT, a new OTT model, no? So in 6 years, something that I didn't have in my head, even being a professional, well-read professional, so is critical in the evolution of the industry. So what Vita said is fundamental. We need to learn all the time. We need to learn all the time.
I'll let Joy have the last word, because from golf to football to cricket to now volleyball and fantasy sports, you've been there, done that over the last many decades, actually. So you have had a ringside view of how the entire sporting ecosystem, the sports scene in India has shifted, has changed over years. So how do you see this entire evolution, and where do you see it going further from here?
I'm glad you pointed out how old I was, but it is what it is as it goes. No, to be honest with you, I think we are at a fantastic place for Indian sport, because two things. One is that we finally have a central government which is very aware of the value of sport, which hasn't always been the case. Sport has never been looked upon very seriously. We have a lot of state governments who now understand, whether it's Odisha, Manipur, Gujarat, many, many states who really understand the value of sport. We have industries, and again, a very important point Anupam said, stakeholders. So when you have somebody with a very successful company who suddenly comes in, becomes a franchise owner, they just don't bring money to the franchise. They bring their own understanding, expertise, and say, we know how to help you innovate to get better. So every new person that you add who's a successful businessman otherwise to a league, you're adding another brilliant mind to your sporting ecosystem. Okay? When Chennai came in, when the Danis came in, the intelligence, the abilities that they brought, the understandings that they bring are fantastic. Those are all fantastic. I think all those are great for India. The biggest problem with India is that we do weddings well. We are occasion people. A league is a month and a half, 2 months, okay? Everywhere in the world, a league is a habit. You play 9 months a year. Every Sunday you go out and play. Indians view leagues as festivals, and which is why even our biggest league is 45 days, 50 days. And I think football is taking that big challenge to try and become a 6-month, 7-month league. Kabaddi is doing it the other way by having 2 seasons so that you're covering a larger part of the year. But till sport becomes a habit rather than a festival or an occasion, we still have a long way to go. And I think that is the single biggest challenge for me in Indian sport.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, just a small correction, Uttara. You also mentioned it. We don't do 2 seasons a year. We did 2 seasons once in our, there was contiguity between our 3rd and the 4th season, way back in 2015-16. But that was to address the issue which Joy just pointed out, the supply. We could do 2 seasons when we were shorter. We were then about, we used to be about 65 odd matches with months going over about 35 match days. Today we are, that's the only area where we are ahead. And number 1, we are 135 matches. It's the biggest league for number of matches. And we go over 3 months. That brings to the point which Joy said, now take it over 6 months. Everything that has been discussed in this conclave so far, infrastructure, relationship with athletes, because no league has full-time athletes, and availability of stadia, the long distance also in India also makes a count. I think there is a great victory happening for some Indian league when we can go to 6 or 9 months. That will be a big achievement for the Indian league system.
Would you like to add something?
Sure, just one thing, something to what Joy said, is that while we are going to change this habit, I think we need to make parents believe that there is enough earning capacity which can be used, for players. So moment they start believing, they'll tell children not to go back to study. I mean, I wouldn't say not to go back to studies, but to pursue sports professionally. And only if that happens will there be a change. Like if you see our habits, every weekend people will go out and see a movie or they will go out for a meal. But I think this is something we need to learn from the West, is to how to go out and enjoy a game over a weekend. So if we start doing that, I think that'll be great. And I think I think I'll be failing if I don't mention how well Paralympics is doing, And we as UTT are also supporting Para-UTT. So we are very happy to do that. And I think that we have fantastic medal prospects over here. So I think it's not only the regular, but all of us should be supporting para sports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you, for taking your precious time out for this conclave and sharing your insights. And I'm sure it's going to help a lot. Like all of you said, it's all about learning. So I'm sure it will help all the sports and all the leagues moving forward here and create a much bigger sporting ecosystem and a sporting habit in the country. So thank you so much, all of you, for being present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uttara. Thank you so much for moderating that session. Thank you so much, lady and the gentlemen who are present on the stage. If you could just come together for a photo opportunity there. May I request Uttara to please present a token of appreciation to Mr. Anupam Goswami. Thank you so much, sir, the CEO of PKL. There was a lot of honesty, there was a lot of pride, there was a lot of understanding of what the leagues are and where we need to head as well. Ms. Vita Dani, who's the owner of Chennai NFC, thank you so much, ma'am, for your perspectives on football and table tennis. Mr. Jose Antonio Pereira, who's the Managing Director of La Liga India, thank you so much for your honesty, for your understanding of all the markets, and of course, Mr. Joy Bhattacharya, who's the CEO of PVL, for bringing in his expertise from a variety of sport. Thank you very much. Lovely to have all of you with us. Fantastic session that, laced with plenty of anecdotes and what we can or where we are and where we need to head across as well going forward in the leagues that were discussed. The next half an hour or 40 minutes is going to be fascinating because it's a subject that has been long discussed, it's been long debated as well. The subject for the next session, which is session number 4, is players at the helm. That's the session. It's fascinating because it's a question that is often asked. Who handles administration better? Is it just a pure administrator? Or is it a sportsman or a sportswoman who has played the game at various levels? Can administration be taught to sportsmen? Or can sportsmen be actually able administrators? Those are the questions that we shall seek answers for. Not necessarily me, but we shall seek answers from the variety of panelists that will be on stage, and asking the questions for us, is one of the finest journalists in Mr. Rakesh Rao, who's the senior deputy editor, The Hindu Sports. Lovely. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Rakesh Rao, who's going to be the moderator. And of course, quite interestingly, plenty of sportsmen out here to talk about administration. Mr. Kalyan Chaube, who's the president of All India Football Federation. Lovely. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. Mr. Adil Sumariwala, who's the president of the Athletics Federation of India. Lovely. A passionate speaker himself. Excellent to have you with us. Mr. Rahul Bose, who's the president of Rugby India. Lovely to have you in our midst here. And of course, a huge inspiration is Deepa Malik, who's the president of Paralympic Committee of India. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a massive inspiration for our society. Thank you so much, ma'am. Always a pleasure seeing you and hearing you speak. And I'm told that Mr. Dilip Turkey, who's the president of Hockey India, should be joining us online. Could be a bit delayed, but as and when he is a part of it, Mr. Rakesh Rao, he'll be here on your screens the minute he's in, right? Over to you, sir.
A wonderful afternoon to each one of you. It's an absolute honor to be sharing space with such luminaries. Having seen sports as a journalist, I've always wondered why is it that Indians, when we talk about sports administration, the administrators per se, they are not trained administrators. They do a job because some people think that they are able to do it. Whether they do a good job of it or not, that is debatable. But over a period of time, what we have seen is that a lot of sports people, people who have been there, done that, donned India's colors, have now taken over charge. And at least 4 people right here on this platform, as we see each one of them, is a fantastic human being, a fantastic sports person who has all done it there, but now all that has been left behind because now they have a role to play. They have a reputation to protect, and here they are trying to run the sport, the governing sport in the country of their respective sports. So let's start by just asking a very basic question, a very generic one here. That is, what sort of challenges do you guys face? Because there was a time when you were an athlete yourself, you were performing, but you always thought that what if I had the command with me, you know, those control levers with me, what I would have done. So here, each one of you has it. So let's see, what is it that made you, you know, what is it that made you take over charge? And have you been able to deal with those roadblocks that you often hit? So let's hear it straight from those who are here. So I'll start first with the lady here, Deepa. I mean, for you to be holding a position of authority there, PCI, as we know, Paralympics Committee of India, as we were having a word before the, you know, I mean, about half an hour ago, we were just having a chat about the PCI, Paralympics Committee, where when she took over, it didn't have any great, you know, legacy to fall back on, but she has built on it. She has started, you know, contributing something new. So let's hear it from her, the challenges that she faced and the kind of roadblocks that she still faces and what needs to be done. Deepa.
I think for me, the transformation from an athlete into an administrator definitely was a huge learning process because I was not even a professional. I was just a housewife, mother of 2 who, to prove ability beyond disability, used sports as a medium to change certain mindsets. And in the journey, I learned that with my education and passion, I can contribute. I can, as a citizen of India, talk about policies around the para sports and become a member in the working group and contribute to that. And my medal in 2016 was personally a paradox moment for me. When everybody was celebrating it, I was asking myself a question that what took India 74 years to make that first female Paralympic medal, and especially when it comes to winning it in severe disability sport, because I belong to that category of disability when it comes to playing sports. Now when I took over the federation, and unfortunately I was the first Paralympian or an athlete to do so, and to lead a woman to lead the chair. And it also happened during the pandemic. So no predecessor could tell me that how a woman is going to face challenges on that seat, and at the same time, how to run a federation during the pandemic. But I think my focus was mostly to keep it athlete-centric. As an athlete, I knew where the shoe pinched, so I tried to erase, I have been continuously working on that. And acceptance of my leadership was definitely a challenge. I will not deny that, because you have played under certain administrators for almost 15 years. And then to come in a leadership position, it took a while to kind of win the faith that, yes, I'm here to lead, and lead with passion, honesty, and with a purpose. So acceptance took a bit of time, but I'm sure the 19 medals that we won at Tokyo is validation enough that we are moving in the right direction. We very proud that from struggling for the right infrastructure, wheelchair accessible accommodation, transportation, we have been able to win the faith internationally that yes, today the governance, stakeholders, corporates, CSRs, media, everybody is supporting us, and we are making a mark internationally.
So good to hear that. And it is always so good to, hear from an athlete when the person talks about the challenges and how quickly you've been able to overcome them. Not all of them though, but if medals are a reflection of progress or, a kind of statement that you make through all these winnings there, so that means PCI is definitely, on the right track. Now, if I were to move from an athlete who has done well to another sportsman from a team event, Kalyan, that's for you, up next. He has been India's goalkeeper for a good number of years. He has played the sport right from teams like Mohan Bagan, East Bengal, to Salgaonkar, to even JCT. So if you see that he has been to different regions of this country and he has played the sport, and here he is a politician, he is also the man heading the football, as a sport, football in this country. So let's hear from him. Is it a benefit, or does it help you to be a politician and a National Sports Federation president at the same time? And of course, being a former player though.
Thank you for the introduction. I mean, so many things you mentioned. Thank you very much. I have contested a couple of elections, but my identity is a football player or ex-football player. And whatever I would say, the invite I get here, or wherever I get any invite, as ex-football player I go. And that's my only identity, I believe. And yes, of course, to implement some of your thought, concept, ideas, you need a support from the day of the government. It is, I think, the system. We are in a very fortunate generation that we have a prime minister who has keen interest, support and encouragement for sport. So for any sport, not only football, but every sport, how Deepa Malik ji also said, for every sport, Prime Minister always supported for that. Yes, of course, during my playing days, I happened to be, or maybe I was fortunate enough to play several regions of this country. And it has different demography, different mentality, different passion. So I have experienced those during my playing days. Fortunately, when I have got an opportunity, serve my nation through football, so I always recall those experiences, what I learned in Phagwara, JCT, Punjab, what was the challenges, what is required to conduct good football matches. What I have learned in playing days in Goa, what required in those coastal belt, where people live, breathe football. When I played football in Maharashtra, Mumbai, you know, it's a commercial capital. Everyone is so busy, hardly any time to come and watch a game. What you require to, you know, conduct a match. When I play in Bengal, you know, that people, they only breathe football. So these, I think, those days, my playing days, I never thought, imagine, or dream that this experience will help me in my coming years. But, you know, God has a plan. He only knows what the plan is. So right now, I am in a position where I can utilize my experience and serve this sport. And I believe I have a very strong team. Football is a team game, and I have a very strong team who are working day and night, you know, to take this sport into global level. Like how Jose was speaking about his experience, his 6th year in India, coming from a very football-playing nation, Spain. His experience here in India, what we need to do, how Vitaji was saying to be, what is the feeling of being a owner of a football club. There was a time we used to think, you know, if we get investors, if you get foreign collaboration, if we get good broadcasting facilities, if we can get, you know, good channels, but we have everything right now. So my job is much easier than my predecessors. And above all, when I say I have a very good team, a team with energy and experience. So I think I have heard someone or someone told me that when a soldier becomes a general, so he knows how to run that force, you know. So I think I was a football player, I was a soldier, and I have become a president now, so I'm a general now. So I know what I should do and I should not do. So do's and don'ts, I have experience, and I just need a little bit of blessing from Almighty God so that I can take Indian football ahead. Thank you very much.
Lovely one. You know, as we go along, we are definitely going to see how this general is going to do things on a war footing. Now, coming up next is Rahul. Of course, you all know him as a performing artist as well. He wears too many hats. I don't want to go into it, but here, as the president of, say, Rugby India, I'll just keep it short, Rahul has represented India for 11 years, and he's been a player, of course, and that is, again, just now what Kalyan had to say. He also knows what needs to be done. And he has done things very quietly. As we know that rugby is not a subject that normally gets discussed in the living rooms of sports lovers. But here's Rahul, and I think we got to hear from him what he has to say about what plans he has. And of course, he has already mentioned it in the past that he, like Kalyan, has a very strong core team. But let's hear it. Rahul, all yours.
Rakesh, thank you. Thank you to Sportstar for having me here. So I think when you get to a position where you can actually lead the ideological and practical aspects of any organization, you pull from the rest of your life. One truism that is absolutely uncontested is the fact that if you run a sports federation, you have to win. Otherwise, you can run a very good sports NGO. If you run a national sports federation, you have to win. Otherwise, the raison d'etre of the federation dissolves. So the first thing I said to myself was, okay, first of all, nobody, maybe 0.1% of people even in this room have an idea what the ecosystem of Indian rugby is. And I completely understand that. So if you have to win to say, hi, this is us, how do you do that? Well, the first thing that we have to do, and nobody had done it before, is you have to dream. What do you want? What do you want to do? So I said, fine, Olympics 2028. The only team that's ever made the Olympics in sport in India has been hockey for the last 75 years. What if we become the second team to make the Olympics in 2028. What does it mean? We have to be the first 2 nations in Asia. Where are we right now? Our men are 14th, our women are 8th. Can we make it to 2nd place in the next 5 years? It's an audacious, near impossible dream. The next thing you need is intellect. Okay? We're fixed on that dream. How are we going to get there? So you sit and break it down, literally, into an 83-month plan as how we're going to get there. Once you break it down, you begin to see that maybe there's a glimmer. But every 3 months, if you don't get to that point where you had to, you're already taken a month back. So how are we going to follow this, and is it really tracking? Are we tracking, and now we're down to about 60 months? Once you put the intellect in place, the only thing left after that is to work bloody hard. Whether it's raising money, whether it's creating infrastructure, whether it's having world-class rehab facilities, it's a contact sport. 8 of our girls in the national team are all undergone surgeries in the last 3 months. Whatever you do, you have to work bloody hard. And no one needs to know. When you win, they will know. So what happens next? Obviously, and this is, I'm talking to the converted, you put a 360-degree high-performance system in place, whether it's sports science, whether it's sports psychology, whether it's world-class coaches from South Africa, etc., in place. Start paying the players in place. Raise money for that, done. Now what? Now it comes down to the ideological. How are you going to actually tread this winning path? Are you going to take 20 players and put them in a rugby jail for 5 years? Like we know some countries do, totalitarian countries do, and come up with a gold medal and that's it. The sport dies after that. Or do you do it with a sense of responsibility, a sense of legacy, and a sense of integrity? And so you say, fine. I'm going to give you one example. Where should we hold the nationals this year for the Sevens tournament for men or for women? And I say, when do we have to have it? Well, the international calendar kicks off in August, so we have to have it in June. Right. Now, everything we do will be driven by the player. I'm a player, it's June. Where do I want to play rugby or football? Certainly not when it's baking hot or baking humid. Do we have stadia in Dharamshala? Where does it not rain so hard and it isn't oppressively hot? Somewhere in the mountains down south. I don't know. But as a player, I can tell you the first thing I reacted to was the ground. The second thing I reacted to was the weather. And the third thing I reacted to was the food. The fourth, if there's anything, would have been accommodation. He and I have had these chats in the past. The first thing I said is, what's the best ground at this time of year? Which is the kindest to our players. Next, what's the weather like there? Third, what's the food like there? And that, as opposed to which ground is available, where do the sponsors want us to have it, we know, no. And I can tell you this, if every single decision of yours as a federation is governed by, if I was a player, what would I want? Even your sponsorship choices will be right. This is our lodestar, nothing else. Nothing else. We just, and it's tough. Sometimes it's tempting to take the easier way out. In the last 15 months till now, we haven't. And finally, a component that no one talks about is love. Not love for the game. It's undisputed. It's just love for the human beings that play that game. I was in the corner on the border of Bengal and Sikkim, a tiny tea estate called Saraswatipur, 14 national players from there. What's the magic? It's an NGO, Jungle Crows and now Future Hope, that's been working there for the last 14 years. So I went there to say, no one's ever gone there. 14 national players. So I'm walking through these villages, and each village is the size of this room. I'm exaggerating, three rooms. And one of the national players walks up to me and says, will you come into my house? And I was trying to meet everyone and going to everybody's houses. I didn't have the time. But I said, yes, I will. So I walked across to Anushka's house. The house is a cheek by jowl, a hut on stilts. And she said, my mother's dying. And somebody says she's dying of cancer for the last 2 years. And Anushka says the doctor's given her 2 days to live. So they brought the mother out of the house, downstairs on a charpai, under a small shelter, half a glass of juice and an apple. And she's sitting there and she's lying there, slipping in and out of consciousness. This woman is slipping very fast. She comes back to consciousness, grips my hand and says, hello, obviously in Hindi. And she shows me the size of her tumor. And it's the size of a pineapple between her shoulder and her breast. And it's bleeding and it's infected. But obviously that's a symptom of a much larger disease. So I'm sitting there holding this woman's hand who's slipping in and out of consciousness, and Anushka's sitting there and she's not crying. She's sitting there. Spent 5 minutes, left, finished all the villages, came back. Anushka said, can you come again? Ma wants to speak to you again. I said, sure. This time she was a bit more lucid and she said, my wish was to see Anushka playing for the country, and now I won't see it. I said, we're there for her. I get a call 3 days later, Anushka's mother has passed away. I call Anushka, and she says one thing. She says, you're there. By you, she means the federation, obviously. And that's enough for her. So every national tournament that goes on, they build you a canopy or they build you a small shamiana in a stadium where the president has to sit to watch the games kind of thing. I never sit because my heart is on that field. So I walk around for 8-9 hours watching the various games going on without saying anything. The one team's coming off, disappointed. One team is getting on, charged up. Somebody's injured, going to hospital. I just walk around. Because with the sky above, the ground below, and a ball in your hand is how I still look upon my love for this game. And that's the most underestimated quality. If players know that you love them, that you will do everything for them, that is a player who automatically has 100% more energy on the field. All you have left now to do with that player is to clear the cobwebs of financial difficulties, of jobs, of how's my mother doing at home, so that he or she can get onto the field unfettered with a light heart. But with a light heart, knowing that you're loved, there's no greater power than that. So that is the ecosystem that we are building, and 2028, I'll have egg on my face, or we'll all celebrate together.
Rahul, it's really tough to, add to what you said, because what you shared was very powerful and very impactful. And that's what I think sports teaches you. It makes you stronger. It gives you the will to fight. It gives you the will to face difficulties and, of course, personal tragedies as well. And that is where the strength of a sportsman lies. And I think you underlined it beautifully, Rahul. Well done. And now I come to your friend, Adil. Well, Adil has been around for many years. He's been the country's fastest the fastest man in India at one point in time. And he's not just a sportsman. I mean, we often say that, do sportsmen make good administrators? Or do you have to be having administrative skills to be running a national sports federation? Adil has it all. Of course, like Rahul, he also wears too many hats. And let's hear it from Adil that when he took over as the president of the Athletics Federation, the AFI, how it was for him, because he knew man management skills. He knew what ailed Indian athletics. And today, he says with plenty of pride that they are probably having the best grassroots level program in the country for any sport. So let's hear it straight from Adil.
Thank you very much. Always very difficult to speak after Mr. Bose speaks. So anyway, so when I used to do athletics, a lot of you here may not have been born because it was 70s and 80s. It was a different India. It was a very, very different India the secretary ran the federation out of a briefcase, out of Chandigarh. The president was a mini Maharaja from Gujarat, and we never met any of them. And if we needed something, he would have a letterhead, he would take out a letterhead, scribble a letter, put a rubber stamp, and he would give it to you. And then things got worse as we went on, and then I was the guy who started the Athletes Union, and we went on a Bhukh Hartal, and poor Sardar Bhutta Singh ji had to come to break my fast, whatever. But that is how it was in those days. There were no tracks. We used to run on grass here, on cinder. We had to go internationally, run on, but I'm not complaining. And I think I had the best time of my life doing all the nonsense that I did in those days. But then when, after the Commonwealth Games, Athletics Federation was in shambles. The president, the secretary general were arrested. The federation, they were in jail for a long time. And the federation was absolutely in shambles. And that's when they looked around, and I don't know why, but they said, will you take over? And in my opening speech, I said a couple of things. I said, firstly, you made the naughtiest boy the monitor of the class, so I can't be naughty anymore. Secondly, what I suffered, I will ensure that my athletes do not have to face exactly that. And thirdly, I will create a system by which, before I finish my term, we should have an Olympic medal. And I must, it's a small secret, I must tell you, the day Neeraj won that medal, I put in my paper saying, I have achieved what I had to achieve. The committee did not let me, and they wanted me to continue and finish my term, but that is how it was. So, when I took over, and luckily I have some corporate background behind me, I worked for a $9 billion international media house. I was chairman, managing director of India. I have little education behind me. And I said, I'm going to try and bring a corporate culture into the running of the federation professionally. And we did two things. We said we're going to focus on two things to start with. So there was a vision, etc. So we did a vision mission statement like you would do in any corporate. We said, this is the vision, this is the mission, these are the objectives, these are the short-term objectives, these are the long-term objectives, these are the KRAs, this is going to be our monitoring system. We did a very, very good analysis of the international, what was happening internally, what were our strengths and weaknesses, and then we came up with a strategy which was two-pronged. The basic strategy was the first to create an ecosystem, and I'll talk to you in a second. The second one, major one, was that we will go after grassroots on one side and elite on the other. And the reason being, if you don't have elite athletes, you don't have somebody to look up to say, I want to be a PT Usha, or I want to be a Neeraj Chopra, you're not going to get athletes at the grassroots level. So we moved both. Then athletics has 50 events. You can't go after all events. So we shortlisted events, and then we brought in foreign coaches. The reason for foreign coaches is that their knowledge of sports science, sports medicine, etc., far better than a lot of our coaches, because a lot of our coaches don't have a science background. So we identified events. So we identified javelin throw. Everybody laughed at us that how are you going to beat the Germans 6'6", etc. The guys from Finland and from Denmark and Czech Republic, etc., who've been throwing great. We identified walk. We identified 400 meters. We identified middle and long distance. We identified jumps. And we got foreign coaches in all these events to start creating that base. We are the first and probably the only federation which started 10 years ago, not even 10, actually 15 years ago, even before my time. We started something called the inter-district athletic competition, the junior inter-district under 14, under 16. When we started, we had 90 districts. Today, last month, we had the inter-district competition where there were 600 districts of India coming and taking part in one place, 6,000 selected athletes. But before that, they had to do their district championships, where they had to compete at district level, and you had roughly anything with a small district, 500 athletes to 3,000 athletes in these two age groups of under 14, under 16, which roughly works out to 1 million athletes. This is the largest grassroots level program in the world as declared by World Athletics. So that is your base. That is your elite. You give the elite the best through government, through sport, through top scheme, whatever we can, identify the best coaches. We got Neeraj 3 foreign coaches, one of them a world record holder himself, one a biomechanic expert. And his first foreign coach was again from Australia. So you need to create the ecosystem. Now you have all these athletes. What are you going to do? So you produce coaches. We are producing now the largest number of, again, coaches. We want to produce 10,000 coaches in the next 3 or 4 years. Level 1, level 2 of world athletics. Internally, we run a pre-level 1, where there are 6,000-7,000 athletes already at pre-level 1. You need to create officials, technical officials. You need to create the physios, the massios. You need to create a complete ecosystem, and that is what we've been doing very, very silently, very, very quietly. The amount of education we did during COVID, we didn't lose that time at all. And those are the couple of things that we did. So it's totally planning, strategy, and according to me, it's got nothing to do with whether you are an athlete or not. I think somebody who heads a federation should have a couple of things, like he should have the passion for sport, love for the sport. Secondly, he should be able to give time and have patience. It took us 17 years for Neeraj to get a medal. You need the patience. And thirdly, I think you need the vision and organizational skills. And anybody, according to me, who fits into that, I think can run a federation. It need not be a politician or a sports person or a bureaucrat. And I think some politicians have done a fantastic job. This whole thing to say that, oh, politicians shouldn't run sport, I don't agree with that at all. I had some great presidents like Sardar Umarao Singh. We had a problem, we'd go to him, we needed money. Within 24 hours, he would give us the money. We wanted in those days, files getting cleared was a huge problem. I used to get files cleared in a day. He even once took us to meet the Prime Minister of India. So, are they helpful? Of course they are. So I think it's all a team effort. I think if the leader has the vision and is able to translate it, so be it. Find the right guy for the job, whoever he or she may be. I'll tell you why. Because when you're competing at international level, what you have to understand, if you're working for a corporate and you want to fight an Apple, an Amazon, an IBM, these are top companies in the world. If you have to fight them, you have to be as good as them. You want our athletes to fight the best in the world? We have to give them every ammunition to fight. We can't give them bows and arrows and tell them fight against AK-47s, and then the poor guy gets hammered and comes back and say, oh, you're useless guys. No, sorry. You equip them. You equip them with the same or better arms and ammunition to fight the opponent. And that is how, and that's through creating an ecosystem. And that's how you can win.
Yeah, Adil, I was just thinking that there are very few National Sports Federation presidents who could have put things the way you did. I think, and that has a lot to do with your upbringing, your background, and that's exactly the kind of people we need at the helm, because everything flows from top to bottom. So if you have a man at the top who is as sincere, as involved, or as passionate as some of these people are, trust me, our sports is in the right hands. Now, moving forward, I wanted to ask Kalyan something, that he is one of those guys who is a product of a system. That means he was part of the Tata Football Academy almost 28 years ago. And having seen all that, now that he is in a position to make a difference, going ahead, what is your vision? And why, for all these years, why Indian football has almost, like it has hit a plateau where, I mean, stagnation is the word, so to speak, if we just take the world ranking as the yardstick. So now that you are up there, how do you look ahead to the future of Indian football? And what difference are you going to make, or what kind of a vision plan, or whatever that you have in mind? Please share.
You know, for any sport, there are a couple of things required. Is one, infrastructure. So it means it's good football ground. The coaches, educated coaches, it means good coaches. And to motivate players, quality broadcasting and properly televising. So until 1970s, when they used to play football, Indians were at par, because the Indians started football during the British era. So it was at par. Post-70s, when this sports science, medical science, technology, etc., introduced into football, then there we lagged behind. This 40 years, 4 decades of time, if you see, the football, what the global football was being played, India was limited to domestic football only. How Iran, how Japan, how South Korea, they started doing well. India was good in Mardeka, India was good in Asian, used to draw against Japan, used to win against Iran, but that 40 years. In Sanskrit they say gatasya sochna nasti, मतलब जो गया सो गया. So now 40 years पहले क्या नहीं हुआ, क्या होना चाहिए था. अभी यदि if we don't keep on crying, तो उससे अच्छा हम क्या कर सकते हैं, आगे क्या है. तो अभी आज के तारीख में हमारे पास क्या है, मैं समझता हूँ कि ISL इंडियन फुटबॉल के लिए एक ब्लेसिंग है. Because initially how I began with कि अच्छा कोचेस की आवश्यकता होती है, अच्छी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आवश्यकता होती है. और जब आपके पास अच्छा है, मैं अपने अनुभव से बताऊं, there was a time जब नेशनल टीम बाहर खेलने के लिए जाते थे, खाली किट्स और अपैरल देख करके, हम जो इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चर की जो किट्स पहनते हैं और फॉरेन टीम जो दूसरे पहने हैं, तो उस लाइनअप में बॉडी लैंग्वेज की अंतर नजर आता था. कॉन्फिडेंस, स्पोर्ट क्या है? कॉन्फिडेंस. कॉन्फिडेंस से आप आधा मैच निकल सकते हो. तो आज के तारीख में ISL यदि आप देखते हैं तो उसमें कोई अंतर नहीं दिखता, चाहे ब्रॉडकास्टिंग हो, चाहे प्लेयर्स के किट अपैरल हो, चाहे ग्राउंड कंडीशन हो. तो मैं समझता हूँ इनिशियल स्टेज है, जो 40 साल का, जैसा कि आदिल साहब समझ पाएंगे कि हम मैराथन रनर थे, सभी रिले रेस में भाग रहे थे, और किसी कारण एक एथलीट का जूता खोल गया था, तो जूता पहनते पहनते एक लैप पीछे हो गया, लेकिन उसको भागना है, उस कंपटीशन को कंप्लीट करना है, तो भागते रहता है. वो भाग रहा है लेकिन एक लैप पीछे भाग रहा है. तो सिचुएशन अभी एक ऐसा कि हम एक लैप पीछे भाग रहे हैं, लेकिन हम सेम पेस में भाग रहे हैं. हमको यदि बराबर आना है तो उनसे अधिक स्पीड में भागना पड़ेगा. तो मैं इसी तरह से अपना टारगेट, जीवन का टारगेट इसी तरह से सरल रूप से मैं समझता हूँ कि सभी के साथ जो भाग रहे हैं, आज के तारीख में स्पेन, जर्मनी, ईरान, सऊदी, कतार, जापान, जहाँ जो हो रहा है, भारत में भी लगभग वही हो रहा है। फुटबॉल लीग आज के तारीख में ISL एशिया में देखे जाने सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट व्यूअरशिप वाले लीग है। तो लगभग सेम हो रहा है, लेकिन अपने को सेम नहीं, उससे अधिक होना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हम एक लैप पीछे हैं। बाकी क्या है कि आज हम एक पौधा डालते हैं, बीज लगाते हैं, तो उसकी छांव और फल जो है आने में समय लगता है। तो मैं यहाँ बैठे बैठे ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि 2026 में ये होना, 2030 में वो होना है, 2035 में ये हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि हमने एक अच्छा बीज डाले हैं, उस पर पानी समय के साथ दे रहे हैं, खाद भी दे रहे हैं, और बाकी क्या है कि नेचर और भगवान का भी सहायता रहे, सहयोग रहे, बोले तो सरकार की सहयोग रहे, और सब मिल करके इस स्पोर्ट आगे जाएगी, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ, सब मिल करके। क्योंकि फुटबॉल जो है एक मास स्पोर्ट है, देश के अधिक से अधिक बच्चे खेलते हैं, और खेलने के लिए कोई साधन भी नहीं चाहिए होता। और ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि स्पोर्ट के साथ मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये स्पोर्ट की भविष्य जो भारत में बहुत अच्छा है, और हम अच्छा करेंगे, और साथ मिलकर सभी अच्छा करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। देखिए, when you talk about football, more than the results, I think the man on the street, he connects with the sport in a certain way, and उसका जो emotion है, I think that is what has kept this game going, irrespective of the results that we have gained, you know, at least as far as the international arena goes. Despite that, football is one of the most loved sports in the country. Now, going forward, Deepa, it's your turn now. Just wanted to know from you, what is your vision, in the sense that what we did in Tokyo was, of course, phenomenal. But are we just looking at winning number of medals? Of course, that is as important as any other, you know, like factor. But what about, you know, treating our sports people with dignity, giving them the kind of facility which is their right? We are not doing them a favor. So just in brief, because we are running a little short of time, so I want you to just put forward your concerns and what should be the way forward.
See, when we talk about para sports, we are also talking about the mindset of a particular country and the, how society treats its differently abled. Where do we stand as a country, as a society, as a nation, or as, you know, as human beings? How do we? So I'm happy that all that is changing, because it is not just the sports policy, also the policies around the Accessible India campaign. And when we talk about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and you're making policies where you are talking about empowering people with disability. So, and infrastructure is a huge enabler when we talk about para sports. Now, as a federation, our first thing is that the biggest challenge that I faced was trying to make everybody believe that these are mainstream sports. These are not recreational sports. This is not a charity sport where you are doing a favor to persons with disability. This is a very competitive, very mainstream, and at the same time giving the para athletes that faith that what they are doing is mainstream, and what sciences and what sports training that they need is at par with the able body. You don't have to think that you are any less when you are training. And I'm so fortunate that with the medals that are coming, every person with disability is now getting that faith that yes, they can also train, they can also turn into a sports person, and they can also win for the country. I am hugely thankful to the Target Olympic Podium scheme, because without which we would have been orphaned, I'm being very honest, because still we are at the cusp of change. So much work has to go in, because when I run a federation, it is not just one sport. We are a multi-sport federation, directly taking care of athletics, which is a huge arm in itself. We are also directly taking care of para shooting, para powerlifting, and para swimming. So when we talk, we don't just talk one sport, and then at the same time, we are equally responsible in sensitizing the other federations under whose wings our other sports are coming, because it was very surprising to even learn that they don't even have separate budget, or the budget allocated to the, say for example, taekwondo or para judo or para canoeing, the other sports, TT. They just had 10% of the budget of the regular at sports. So I'm very happy that when I sit in the MOC meetings, the kind of support that I'm getting from everyone, and everybody is now realizing that para sports needs equal amount of focus, because there is a medal in table tennis where we have beaten Chinese and Koreans. We have a world record performance in parachuting of Avni Lekra. We are creating world records in athletics. Our girl in canoeing went to the finals in Tokyo on a borrowed boat. So there is a lot of potential out there. What we need is the right infrastructure. And I want to hold district level competitions. I want to hold talent search at the grassroots level. I want to have more competitions. But again, the same question, that do we have enough accommodation? Because every time we have got suspended, though touch wood, in last 4, 5 years, 6 years, we are pretty stable. But it has always been because we were not able to get the right kind of buses or the right kind of wheelchair accessible bathrooms or stadiums which had the right kind of ramps, accessibility, and that gets negatively highlighted. And the result is that we get suspended from the international parliament. So however much we want to try, however much we want to grow, our growth definitely depends many folds on many other circumstances and things. But I'm fortunate that there is a lot of focus which is now being given to the infrastructural. Now the ramps are being created everywhere, and we are getting support, though there is a long way to go, miles to go before I sleep. But I take this opportunity to thank people like Adil Samariwala sir and the IOA. They are also now collaborating, they are understanding our needs, and there is discussion around that. And for us, we, like sir said, 1 lap पीछे, मुझे लगता है para sports कम से कम 5 lap पीछे चल रहा है, because हाल ही में इसका recognition इतने प्यार से शुरू हुआ है, जहाँ पे हमें इज्जत भी मिल रही है, हमें recognition भी मिल रहा है. तो और मुझे लगता है कि पैरा स्पोर्ट्स से बेहतर कोई माध्यम नहीं है एक देश को इंक्लूसिव बताने का, या एक समाज का और देश की मानसिकता को बदलने का, कि there is enough ability beyond disability. So I also make an appeal from this platform to all the stakeholders to come forward and hold our hands. We need a lot of hand holding. हमको तो digitalization, कोई data management system नहीं था, कोई entry software नहीं था, कोई website regularization नहीं था, there were no social media handles that we had. So there was a lot of work that one had to do ever since I have joined the federation. Even the athletes, they didn't know that there is so much that they can learn through information technology. They didn't even know how to fill their NADA forms online. So target Olympic podium scheme मिल गई है, लेकिन उसकी report बनानी नहीं आती है. So there is a lot of things that we have to do, and we are doing our best.
Superb. You know what, I really love that tone of optimism, because in Indian sport, what you get to experience is that silent cynicism. And here it's great to hear that somebody is so optimistic, looking forward with hope. Now, Adil, I won't put you in the same position as last time. This time you'll go ahead of Rahul. My question to you is, how are you going to give this country another Neeraj or some more Neeraj Chopras? Across disciplines, I mean.
No, I think it's very simple. I think there's no brain surgery in this. We have a vision, we have a mission, we've set out our targets, we've set out everything. I think if the systems and processes are put in place, It has to be systems driven. It can't be individual driven, whether I'm there or not tomorrow. Once systems are put in place, once you create that ecosystem will keep creating the champions. It's very simple.
Superb. Yeah, and Rahul, you are the one who's going to have the last word. So I want to hear from you. As I said that, that you wear too many hats and you still give time for rugby. The other day, a little while ago, he said that when he was shooting for a film for nearly 12 hours a day, he was still giving 4 hours to Rugby India. Now that is some commitment to the sport that you love so much. So I want to hear from you going forward. You did say something about, your plan to ensure that India qualifies for the next Olympics and becomes only the second team to be there in the Olympic arena from India. So what I want to hear from you is, you as a president, as the president of a body where you not only have to ensure that the sport grows, but also the awareness part of it. Something that Kalyan or Adil or Deepa, they don't have to try so hard. So you have another, another aspect added to it where you need to work on. So how do you look forward to making that awareness aspect more, prominent or more important or more significant? And also ensure that there are results, because unless we have results, unless we have visibility and sustainability, not just one-off result and then we're happy with it. So if you can just round this off in your closing
Just
comments.
a tiny question. So rugby is played in 310 districts out of 750 in this country, which is about 40% of the country. I'm not saying in every district everyone's playing rugby, but there's a presence. So it's the most played, least known sport in the country because we aren't on mass media. Simple. Today, the online split with television is about 50-50, as we've seen from the IPL, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be swinging even further the online way. It's very clear we need to have a television property, an online property, which has to be of a certain standard. I've spoken to many journalists in the past and refused to speak about this, so I won't today. I'll only say, just watch this space in about 16 months from now. The news on that will start emanating in about 10 months from now, or 8 months from now. This week is going to be a big week for us. So it's, whatever we do, when we come out with that property, it's going to be world class. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. We're never going to do it again. You only have one chance on television and on mass media. You better make sure that you put all your eggs in that basket. That's one. Two is, it seems that I suppose from the 2 times I've spoken today, that I'm obsessed with high performance. But the truth is, out of the 1,500 players who play our nationals, 4 of them look like me. Not this way. All of them much more fortunate, but this way in terms of socioeconomically. So 1496 are from very, very poor, largely rural, and some urban poor backgrounds. When you have a sport that is being played overwhelmingly by people who really have, a massive percentage is tribal. So when you have people who are playing the sport of this socioeconomic status, the pyramid that you draw, which perhaps is not the same pyramid that Adil and Deepa and Kollan draw, is the fact that how does this player keep playing? She starts at 12, she's 14 and she has to get married. Or he's 14 and he has to start working in the fields. These are tribal kids. It's a reality. So you say, okay, fine, you'll get a school seat in a school for free. And so she's there till 16. Now she has to get married. So you sit and tell the parents, okay, great, but she can go to the big city. She can go to Patna and she can start to study there for free. Okay, 18, and that's where we draw the line. So I turn around and give them Mary Com's example, and I say, look, she's got 3 kids and 5 world championships. And she got married, and nothing stopped her. So now I spend a lot of time telling the parents that we're not trying to stop the social fabric of what you do. Let them marry, let them have children, let them have families, but let them also play rugby. So you're 18, and you've come out of school or entering college. And I'm saying, at that point of time, if you're playing inter-districts and you are promising enough for state, I should be able to pull you up from the middle of that triangle by giving you money, correct? So I'm a district player who could play for Maharashtra or for Delhi or for Bengal, and I'm about to quit. But I say, no, wait. There are 1,500 of you. My target is 1 lakh a year, which is nothing. 8 grand a month, it's nothing. It's 15 crores though. 15 crores that I don't have. So I want to make those 15 crores so I can tell those people, look, you have 1 lakh waiting for you if you can just hang on. Just hang on. And then it's our responsibility to keep them through to the top. Which means that the inspiration that will come from our players who will become future icons or heroes for them to look up to, and the aspirational values that they have about making a better life for themselves, that's it. Whether it's through sport or something else, make a better life for yourself, pushes them halfway up the pyramid. When inspiration meets aspiration, as it has in innumerable sports across the world, including this country, you reach critical mass. And when you reach critical mass, it becomes a virtuous cycle. Then the federation can actually step away and say, that's it. This is going to keep happening. But till such time as it doesn't happen, it seems like it will never happen. We are there. It's going to happen. That's for sure. It's just a question of, is it going to be the chicken or the egg that will lead to this virtuous cycle happening in the future?
Thanks a lot. And, well, what can I say? I think the last close to an hour, I think we've had a wonderful session. And I think, each one of them deserves an ovation, I think. And on, on that lovely note, I think we must wrap this up. I must thank Deepa, Kalyan, Rahul, and Adil for being a part of this and, of course, sharing their heart out. I mean, I think the sharing was pretty honest and straight dil se. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to everybody on the dais, and thank you so much, Mr. Rakesh Rao, for taking us through so very smoothly. If we can all come together, probably for a quick photo opportunity there. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And may I kindly request Mr. Rakesh Rao to present a memento, please. If Mr. Adil Sumariwala, the President of Athletics Federation of India, if you could accept this token of appreciation from Mr. Rakesh Rao. Thank you so much, Mr. Sumariwala, for your time, for your presence. Ms. Deepa Malik was the President of Paralympic Committee of India. Thank you so much, ma'am. You've inspired a generation. Actor par excellence, and of course the President of Rugby India, Mr. Rahul Bose. Lovely to have you here. An outstanding player of his times and an efficient administrator, President AAFF, Mr. Kalyan Chaubey. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed an honor, indeed a pleasure, privilege to have every one of you out here in this forum. Thank you once again. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the next session of this afternoon. It is titled, The Power of Sport and Its Superstars in Brand Building. When I look at this particular subject, there are a few words that stand out for me. The word power stands out for me. The word sport obviously stands out for me. Superstars and brands. These are the words that quite literally stand out for me. And we've got, as a part of the panel next up, stakeholders that are responsible for building each and every one of those words that I was talking about. And talking about building brands, you obviously need money, isn't it? You obviously need money, you need budgets, and therefore it's probably quite apt that Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, is the man who's going to moderate this function. Lovely to have you with us. May I kindly request Mr. Bharatendu Kabi, who's the Head Corporate Communications, Hero Motorcorp, to please step forward, sir. Wonderful to have your company. I'm just carefully calling out people who've got the money, who've got to put in the money first up, right? Next up, Mr. Atit Mehta, who's the Head Marketing Byju's, a man who's got a great deal of experience with a variety of corporates, been with the HUL, been with Sequoia Capital as well, currently heads marketing for Byju's, having initiated multiple initiatives. And talk about superstars, we've got a superstar in the world of advertising, Mr. Piyush Pandey, the chairman of Global Creative, Ogilvy Worldwide, and executive chairman, Ogilvy India, conferred with the Padma Shri in 2016, but perhaps most importantly, a state-level cricketer himself. Lovely to have you with us, Mr. Piyush Pandey. And then talking about a superstar, we've got Harbhajan Singh with us. It's an honor to have Harbhajan Singh in our midst. Lovely to have you with us. And quite interestingly, Suresh, before I hand it over to you, I think it was this week, way back in time, in 1998, that Harbhajan Singh made his debut. 25th of March, if I'm not mistaken, was his debut in 1998. Over to you, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna.
And if I'm not mistaken, the debut was against Australia. Am I right? So quickly, before we start the panel, in spite of making your debut against Australia, whenever you play against the Australian team, इतना प्यार क्यों बढ़ाता है आप में? Why do you love the Australian team so much? इतना प्यार क्यों करते हैं आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया से?
शायद पिछले जन्म का कोई नाता होगा, है ना? कुछ हिसाब चुकता करने थे वो कर लिए इस बार, और कुछ जो रह गए हैं वो मेरा बेटा करेगा.
So when you're talking about power of sports and sports personalities and branding and communication and advertising, I thought it would be only right to start with a few commercials, just about 4 of them actually. The first one is one of my all-time favorites. It's the PMG Moms commercial. The other 3, the 3 that you're going to see after the PNG Moms commercials, are Ogilvy commercials, which I'm extremely fond of, because my first over of fast swing bowling is going to be at Mr. Pandey. So first, we will see the commercials. The first one, like I said, is the PNG Moms one. It's a beautiful commercial and speaks about sports and the love of sports. And the other 3 are Ogilvy commercials. And then we will start with Mr. Pandey.
औरत का धर्म के होया करे। सूरज फूटने से पहले उठ जाना, पूजा पाठ करना और साफ सफाई करके चूल्हे चौके में लग जाना। यू ही करने के लिए बनी से औरत, कसरत कुश्ती के लेना। यो मर्दों वाली चीज है, इसमें ताकत और कलेजा लागे। और लंगोट पहन लेने से कुछ नहीं होता। मर्द बनने के लिए मर्द बन के पैदा होना पड़े। और कौन से शास्त्रों में लिखा है भाई कि औरत भी दंगल लड़ सके? अरे लिखाई होता तो द्रौपदी खुद ना भिड़ जाती दुर्योधन से। गाय जितना भी घूम ले, खूंटा तोड़ के नहीं जाती। घर की लक्ष्मी घर में अच्छी लागे। और जो लक्ष्मण रेखा पार करके जाएगी तो सारे कुल की नाक कटाएगी। असली स्वाद जिंदगी का। कुछ खास है हम सभी में, कुछ बात है हम सभी में, बात है खास है। Dairy milk.
Some fabulous work there, Piyush, of course, Ogilvy, no need to say that. But I was sitting just now in the ante room with Bhaji, and he said, I must ask you, why didn't you cast Bhaji in that Sardar's role? Why was that given to him? He believes he's a better dancer. So that's one thing he was asking me. I'd like you to answer that.
No, I actually addressed it. He's a bad actor. He should have gone, and I wanted him to go for WWF for acting classes, for the football, European football, for acting classes. But he was more close to being natural. So we said, maybe it's not Bhaji's turn. So he would have been fantastic. But actually, to the real reason, it's very simple that it works better when you don't know the person. So whether it was the first one in 1994, where it was the first commercial that the girl did, and this was the first commercial that this young Sardar boy did. So it works so much better. It otherwise takes away from what you're trying to do to surprise people.
At a press conference, you were asked about these two commercials. The fact that you now have a woman protagonist in the second one. And you had an interesting line. You said, it's not a remake, it's a different take. Will you explain that to us?
Yeah, I think if you look at the circumstances and the changed scenario today, it is not a remake because I do not believe if you have a Kohinoor, that you should keep it in a locker and never release it again. If you have something fantastic, bring it out. Bring it out and show it in a new light. And the second one I didn't do. Very young people from my team did. When they came to me, they came for permission. I said, no, you don't need permission. You just go ahead and do it. Don't touch the music. That's all I said. So it's in my, I wish I had done it list. And thank God that my people did it.
Do you believe that the time has come now for the women sportswomen in India?
Absolutely.
I mean, is that why you did this, what shall we say?
Time has come for women. Sports comes later. I mean, if you look at the entire scenario, the time has been there for women. It's just that we have ignored it. So sports becomes a part of it, and that's what we are seeing today. In fact, what you saw last night, the main commercial for Ali Ray is launched by us. So wherever the opportunity, we are trying our best to participate in the change of our new world. So to the best of our ability, that's what I would say. And just in case you don't know, I'm a brother of 7 sisters.
Yes.
So I bloody well behave myself.
Absolutely. Bhaji Paji, you, most of your career, you were in the association of Sachin, Viru, Saurav. These were the most people you spent most of your playing career with. Did you, and yet you had a fantastic career, right? As a bowler, your hat-trick against Australia. I mean, you're one of the most foremost off-spinners this country has ever produced. Did you at any time feel that the game is not fair to bowlers because the batsmen get all the endorsements and the bowlers are left bowling 20 overs a day?
I think I was still doing okay then many of my seniors, someone like Anil Kumble. I think India have seen the biggest match winner ever, that is Anil Kumble. So him not getting recognized as Saurav Ganguly or Rahul Dravid or Sachin Tendulkar, that was a bit surprising for me. And of course, you know, I think it's right to say that bowlers are not, you know, given their dues in terms of when it comes to ad making or people, big companies investing money in them rather than, they always look for someone who bat, who score 50, 100, and that's what I think worked for them. But I want to say that I've been one of those bowlers who got a lot of endorsement despite of a lot of controversy around me. I think those things helped me. हाँ कुछ ना कुछ तो करना पड़ता ना अलग सर बॉलिंग के कारण तो मिला नहीं तो फिर कुछ अलग करें बट थोड़ा सा वहाँ डिफरेंस जो था मैंने देखा आज भी इफ़ यू सी जसप्रीत बुमराह इज एज बिग एज विराट कोहली बट इफ़ यू सी हिज एंडोर्समेंट and Virat Kohli's endorsement, there's a huge difference, and of course, they can tell you why that is.
Okay, you've thrown a googly at Atit, and you pointed at him thrice, so I will now get Atit into the discussion. No, undoubtedly, Byju's has followed a very clear sports strategy. It's there for everybody to see, from Virat, from the jersey of the Indian team. And talking about the jersey of the Indian team, can we have that commercial?
This is more than a jersey. When I'm in it, I'm not just a player. I'm a student. In this jersey, I learn how to win with grace, or lose, but never lose face. I learned that victory is best shared. And sorrows are best when left. I learned how to dry the eyes. I learned how to hurt the nose. Every match, every game. It has taught me to carry the weight of a billion budding dreams. This is not just a jersey. It's a reminder to never stop learning.
So this was one of your biggest investments, I would think. But apart from this, you have supported Messi, right? You have Sindhu, Neeraj, if I remember some of the names that you have used. So clearly there's been a sports strategy. So here's two-level question. For an edtech firm which is into education, A, why sports? And B, what has it done for Byju's, the brand?
Why sports? If you look at it, the traditional teaching ecosystem, which is schools and online, they teach you academics. They teach you how to ace maths. They will teach you how to understand physics, how things work from a history, geography perspective. But no academics will teach you soft skills. And soft skills like leadership, team player. Yeah? A sports person goes through lots of ups and downs. One day you are winning the match, second day you are just losing it because luck ran out, something else happened, the team didn't support. So this is a roller coaster ride. And for a student's development, academics and soft skills needs to come hand in hand. And once that happens, you will become a complete student. So we do everything education, and sports gives us the opportunity to teach students everything which an academics is not teaching, primarily team spirit, leadership, passion, commitment, hard work. You can ask a player like Harbhajan in terms of how many overs he would have bowled before even wearing the Indian jersey. That's a lot of hard work, which is never seen, and that gives you that ability to take on any challenges as you grow up, as you get into college, as you get into the professional life. So sports and education go hand in hand, and that's the reason we have been doing whatever we have been doing as far as sports is concerned.
On the other hand, while Byju's is a relatively new company, I'm talking in relation to Hero now. Hero has been in the business of two-wheelers now for many, many years. Heroes also had a very clear sports strategy. Now, Bhartendu, correct me if I'm wrong, for more than 20 odd years now, you had a very clear sports strategy. I mean, if you remember the Hero Cup, I mean, when I was growing up, and they've been at it for a long time and across sports. Now, Hero is a big name, right? And you have enough bikes in the country. You don't need sports for awareness building for Hero. It's there on the bike. So what was the philosophy of putting so much of money behind sports and following it even now consistently for the last 20 years and still being at it?
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Suresh, Rakesh, and everyone at Sportstar, allowing me to be part of this esteemed panel here. Now, you almost answered my question. And therein lies the answer when you asked me, for a brand like Hero, where we are a household name, the world's largest manufacturer of motorcycles and scooters for over 22 years now. So, yes, I'm completely aligned to what Atit said, that you do need to ride on sports to build your brands, and a relatively new brand, as you mentioned. But when you are committed to nurturing sports persons for close to 3 decades now, and multiple disciplines of sports. Here we are talking about cricket, but then Hero has been in football, field hockey, golf, now motorsports since 2017. It has to be an inherent commitment towards promoting sports. And it has to flow from the top. So it is the commitment right from the chairman, Dr. Pawan Munjal, that brand Hero has been associated with promoting sports, multiple disciplines, as I mentioned, and sports persons for as long as we have. But that is again at a very marquee commercial level where you are associated with global events. What is lesser known, and Dr. Deepa Malik was here, is what we do at a grassroots level. So we are also associated with Paralympic Committee of India, which is not talked about much. We are also associated with the Mary Kom Foundation, which she is running in Manipur. We are also sponsoring the Deaf Cricket Association of India. So this speaks volumes about the long-term, genuine, authentic commitment of a brand to promote sports, because eventually it contributes towards overall nation building. as Atit was talking about leadership, teamwork, commitment, dedication, not short term, long term. So completely a belief that nurturing sports at different levels will eventually contribute towards nation building. That's the philosophy that we believe in.
Fantastic, and I know Hero does a lot of work, especially at the grassroots level of sports. Vajipaji, during the life of a sportsman, which is usually very short, meteoric, usually, right? Starts, really the big time starts, usually I'm saying an average 20 years, by the time he's 30, sort of he's winding up his career. Post their playing days, do you think there are enough opportunities now for, are more brands coming, even talking to cricketers who are no longer playing and associating with them, getting them on board, or is it only playing cricketers who are today or playing sports people who are the most sought after brand ambassadors?
No, I think things have changed. Even after playing, I'm still getting, a lot of the other brand which ask us to do different things for them, and of course, if it suits my kind of or any individual's personality to go with that brand, there are opportunities, and IPL has helped in a huge way. It have created a lot of opportunities, not just for us cricketers, but a lot of other people around who work, during the IPL. Those 2 months are like festival in India, as we all know, not just for cricketers, but everyone, even people who watches it on TV, sponsors, and a lot of people who are involved with the game, at the backstage, kitna kaam hota hai, wo koi nahi janta hai. So there are a lot of opportunities, even if you're retired. I mean, people like me who can commentate, who can do various work, and I'm, giving a lot of work at the parliament as well. So yeah, there are a lot of opportunities. ऐसा नहीं है, पहले जैसा नहीं है कि once you're retired, then पता ही नहीं है बंदा कहाँ गया है. ऐसा नहीं है आज की डेट में.
Two things I want to add out here. One is, during COVID, we were trying to help CII or Vicky or somebody. And that's when I got in touch with him and his wife. And I said, no way can I get a camera to your house. So she shoots you and you shoot her. And you put it together.
With a camera. She shoots you and he shoots her with a camera. Be specific, Piyush.
With their mobile phones. And he sends it to me. And we put it together and we run it. So that was fantastic. And second thing I wanted to add was, don't be under the wrong impression that you'll use a cricketer and succeed. You will have to have an idea. If you don't have an idea, you are badly screwed. So as people grow into this business, they will have to remember, whether it's Hero Honda, whether it's the biggest of brands, they will go unnoticed if you are not good. Remember 1997 always. The most famous commercial on 1997 World Cup was Ericsson mobile phones, not any cricketer. So this is a suggestion I'm making to everyone out here. If you are not good, then it really doesn't matter whether you're a cricketer or a swimmer or whatever.
ये बात तो बिल्कुल सही है. पहले तो आपका brand अच्छा होना चाहिए ना. If you're good at your brand, then of course you put that personality next to the brand. वो दोनों एक दूसरे को enhance करना ज़रूरी है. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. So हीरो को किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं, क्योंकि हीरो is anyways हीरो. और बायजूस तो जैसा हीरो बना है, उनको मेसी आज इन्होंने लिया है, शायद मेसी को नहीं लेते तो भी चलता है इनका, बट क्योंकि इतना बड़ा ब्रांड इटसेल्फ. सो जो इन्होंने कहा है, इट्स वेरी रेलेवेंट कि आपका ब्रांड अगर इतना बड़ा है, आपको लगता है कि मुझे सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसको एनहेंस करने के लिए, वो सुर्खी बिंदी लगाने के लिए किसी को लेके आना है, तो वो होना ज़रूरी है.
So, Atit, you were one guys with Hero who broke the mold, as in you didn't go the easy way of, I want to do sports, and everybody knows sports in India. Somebody was mentioning in the earlier panel that 85% of the money in this India, sports in India, money in Indian sports is on cricket. So you didn't take the easy route of just going down the cricket route. You went into football, Neeraj, Sindhu. Why was this? Why this, Why did you risk? It is a risk at the end of the day, going with sports that are not so popular. What made you all get into other sports when you had enough resources to stick to cricket?
No, India is changing, and we need to be ready to adapt that change. So cricket is there for last 100 years and will continue for 100 years, but every other sport is catching up. Today, earlier panels you saw, you didn't have a representative from BCCI. Why? You had representatives from rugby, which I am sure none of us would have ever played rugby in our life. But we have now sports coming up, partners like yourself and everybody else is talking about a lot of things outside cricket. So it's very, very natural that other sports and sports people are becoming heroes. Today we have grown with the Sunil Gavaskar, Kapil Dev and the era where we all grew up with Bhaji and Sachin and Rahul and Viru and everybody. And today the Virat, Rohit, Bumrah, Jadeja. But you have now started creating, India has started producing superstars outside cricket. And once that thing happens, the country will start following them. And that's exactly what happened. We saw what happened at the Tokyo Olympics. And everybody is very confident what's going to happen at the Paris Olympics and everything in between, the Asian Games, the Commonwealth Games. Yeah. So it is not only about cricket. The country has 1.4 billion people. So everybody is not following cricket. There are a lot of other people who are following a lot of other sports, and the ecosystem, the government, the sports federation, media partners like yourself are all supporting that initiative. So it's a natural progression that one needs to look and will be looking beyond cricket.
So we just finished one ad with Cadbury, where me and you, we are rooting for other sports heroes because they also deserve. Neeraj is a superstar. You know, I want to take a picture with him. I want to take his autograph. I can show my kids कि यार आपको क्रिकेट खेलना या नहीं खेलना, बट ये तिरंगे की शान रखना ये हमारा फ़र्ज़ है. वो आप कबड्डी में रखो, हॉकी में रखो, क्रिकेट में रखो. जब स्पोर्ट्समैन एक मंच पे आ जाए तो वो एक हैं. ठीक है, ये बात ठीक है, क्रिकेट आप सबको बहुत पसंद है, बट ये हमारा सबका फ़र्ज़ भी बनता है कि जब दूसरा स्पोर्ट्स कोई खेल रहा है, जब हॉकी में कोई हमारा एथलीट हमें रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, तो भारत की बात हो रही है. जब भारत की बात हो रही है तो देन वी हैव टू कम टुगेदर एंड सपोर्ट दैट.
Super thought.
And Suresh, if you look at it, the entire revival of Thumbs Up is based on non-cricket. Yeah, it's based on Olympics, it's based on Paralympics. And a huge revival. So yes, what Bhaji is saying is absolutely correct, that if you don't stand together, one of these days people will give you up. And that's the day you don't know what to do.
Can I add
Yes,
to
please.
what Bhaji said about stars from other sports promoting hockey? I wish you had that commercial. It was not exactly a commercial, although we did play it on television. 2010, let me take you back to more than a decade, when Hockey World Cup was to be hosted by India. FIH, which is the world governing body for hockey, they were struggling to get partners, sponsors. No private company was coming forward. So we were called Hero Honda in those days, 2010. So Hero Honda came on as a title sponsor. I mean, Hero, now in our new brand, Hero MotoCorp, we have continued with FIH as a global partner. But what happened was, and this is where I bring in the larger commitment part, you just don't sponsor and you sit back. We knew that it requires far more push from every stakeholder to promote that event, to promote the sports. And hockey, men's hockey World Cup was coming back to India after decades. So we ran a campaign called Phir Dil Do Hockey Ko, and it's completely aligned to what Bhaji said. You know who were the stars who were coming on television to say, I am going to the National Stadium to watch hockey? It was Virendra Sehwag. It was, if I remember correctly, Priyanka Chopra. So non-hockey playing stars. And obviously, when a Viru comes on television and says, hey, I'm going to be watching it, are you joining me there? It creates a huge impact. We didn't stop at that. We organized intra-city, then inter-city hockey tournaments across the country to promote it among youngsters. Now, our legal contract did not, it was not mandatory on the company to do that. And we had former Olympians like Aslam Sher Khan, etc. They coming in as chief guests to give the trophies to the schools teams. So it is the entire ecosystem that we tried to promote. And look where hockey is today. I mean, it's followed so much by youngsters. People know the stars who are playing both men and women's hockey. Similar with football. It is not just about sponsoring one sports and then that's all over that you do. So today we do, and Kalyanda was here, and I was listening to him. I wish, as a football administrator, he had said Hero ISL instead of just saying ISL. We do need that kind of support even from administrators. So it is Hero ISL.
Right from the first edition of ISL, I remember it's been Hero ISL.
So Hero ISL, Hero I-League. Come on, India, let's football. Yes. Yes, thank you for mentioning that. That was the campaign. And then the main team sponsor of the Indian national football team across age groups, across gender. So the entire football ecosystem. So you just don't look at a high visibility television event. That, hey, I'm there, present, and the tournament gets over, and then you think you have done your job. It is long term. It requires far more commitment. You have to take all the stakeholders along with you, across age groups, across gender.
Ismit, just wanted to add before we finish this, since all the big brands are sitting here, then of course they are doing enough to make sure other sports are also getting promoted. And just I want to use this platform by requesting all of you, because the media plays a big role to make hero. So we need to start making those heroes. जितनी बड़ी क्रिकेट की खबर लगती है ना, जिस दिन हम सरदारा की हॉकी की लगाने लग जाएंगे या फिर रेसलिंग की लगाने लग जाएंगे, तो उस दिन हमारे देश को वो हीरो की पहचान होनी शुरू हो जाएगी. तो आप लोगों का भी रोल बहुत बड़ा है. तो प्लीज़ कोशिश करिए कि जिस दिन विराट कोहली की इतनी बड़ी फ़ोटो लगी है क्योंकि उसने 100 रन बनाया है, उसी दिन किसी ने अगर हॉकी में गोल मारे हैं 3 या फिर रेसलिंग में कोई जीत के आया है, तो उसकी फ़ोटो ज़रा विराट कोहली से ऊपर लगाएंगे तो उस दिन हम समझ पाएंगे कि हम लोग जो है बाकी जो स्पोर्ट्स को भी प्रमोट कर रहे हैं.
So, Atit, one question. One thing is signing on these big names. The other question I wanted to ask you is how easy it is to handle these people and their large egos while signing on these people.
No, as I said, time has changed. See, every sports person is well aware. Social media has played a significant role. They are traveling across the globe to play tournaments, to play series. And most importantly, professional management agencies are there to ensure that they are put across in the right perspective. So personally, in fact, when we met Neeraj, I think I've never had a wonderful time. हम नीचे बैठ के खाना खा रहे थे, मतलब घर से खाना आया हुआ था. It's such a wonderful feeling. Even when we are talking about the Indian cricket team, we shot with like 7-8 biggest names of India cricket. But it is so professionally managed. So I think everything is moving in the right direction. There is right amount of understanding because the sports person is also understanding that if I am not standing with the brand, probably over a period of time, the brand will stop coming to me. So I need to be as professional as the brands are. And it's like two to tango and everybody is working towards a common objective. The sports person is getting the visibility which he or she deserves and the brand is getting the coverage and reach which the brand deserves. So it's working very well, two to tango, I would say.
Piyush, one other problem that not problem or opportunity, I don't know the way you
I
look
only
at
have
it.
problems about
for sports people is, let's say you have a great idea. You said you should have a great idea, even if you're signing on a sports guy. How do you get sports guys to act? That's not their natural talent. And first of all, are they good actors in your experience? And secondly, how do you get them to act?
No, I think I answered this question very bluntly earlier. Now sportsmen are not born to be actors. Actors' children are not born to be actors. It takes them 10 years to become somebody. You may be anybody's son or daughter, for that matter. So you have to give them time. And sports people's entire scenario is to play the sport. So you have to work that much harder. What are you getting paid for as a director or as a writer? If you have to get the best out of them, don't go expecting that he's Amitabh Bachchan's prodigy. Go there expecting that I have to make him comfortable, I have to make her comfortable. Get the best out of that person. That the onus is on you.
बाजी आपको क्या लगता है एक्टिंग में जितना एक्टिंग आजकल क्रिकेटर्स ऑन द फील्ड करते हैं राइट
ऑन द फील्ड कोई एक्टिंग नहीं होती सर
नहीं सर
नहीं ऑन द फील्ड कोई एक्टिंग नहीं होती वो स्किल है जो ऑन द फील्ड होता है वो स्किल होती है और थोड़ा सा मैं सर से डिसएग्री करूंगा कि एक्टर्स जो हैं वो एक्टिंग करते हैं जब वो फिल्म होती है तो वो उसमें हम एक्टिंग देखते हैं बट एड में देयर आर ओनली जेस्चर्स तो आई हैव सीन लॉट ऑफ दीज क्रिकेटर्स और इवन द अदर स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्स यू नो दे एक्ट सो वेल इन द टीवी सीरीज जितने बनती हैं तो आप सर हार्दिक पांड्या के साथ काम करिए आप थोड़ा सा अभी नई जनरेशन जो है शुभमन गिल के साथ काम करिए आप कहेंगे
मेरे को आदत फेविकॉल के साथ काम करने की है
किसके साथ जी
फेविकॉल के साथ काम करने की
अच्छा नहीं फिर तो आप खली के साथ काम करिए तो आई थिंक सर ने काफ़ी ऐड बनाई है विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू इतना काम किया इतना काम मैं इनको नहीं कह सकता कि बट हाँ मैं ये ज़रूर सजेस्ट कर सकता हूँ कि आज के जो है ना सर लड़के दे आर वेरी गुड एक्टर्स नहीं सारे तो नहीं सारे नहीं क्योंकि हाँ अब विराट कोहली बड़ा अच्छा एक्टर है बहुत अच्छा एक्टर है यू आस्क हिम टू डू एनीथिंग ही विल डू इट ये आप धोनी की बात करिए धोनी देखो कहाँ से शुरू किए कहाँ है
एंड if one of you gets a chance or some of you get a chance there's an old commercial for Videocon with Dhoni and Shah Rukh Khan where they are वो मेले में खोए हुए बच्चे हैं भाई हैं and they do role reversal actually in that commercial Dhoni is better than Shah Rukh Khan you must see it and I'm sure that you'll agree with that
this is all on record we'll send it to SRK
Baji, do tell us about, you were part of the 2007 T20 World Cup winning team. You were part of the 2011 50-over World Cup winning team. What was most special to you and what memories do you carry of either of them? Or what was the bigger one?
Dono. I think for any cricketer to win a World Cup, it's a dream. And we have seen, you know, it was my dream when I was growing up. You know, I've seen कपिल पाजी's picture holding the World Cup and that was my dream कि यार एक बार मेरी ज़िंदगी में क्या ऐसा हो सकता है क्या और जब वो मोमेंट आई 2011 वाली अगर मैं कहूँ तो it was unbelievable आज भी मैं उस चीज़ को याद करता हूँ तो ऐसा लगता है कि वाह कि ये असल में हुआ है वर्ल्ड कप उठाना और वो भी अपने होम क्राउड के सामने it was unbelievable for me to win a World Cup and to be part of those teams it was special एंड कमाइयाँ ज़िंदगी में बड़ी की हैं नाम बड़ा कमाया बट जो उस दिन हुआ वो कुछ अलग हुआ और उस चीज़ ने हम लोग को वो जो इज़्ज़त है वो इज़्ज़त जो है वो जिस इज़्ज़त से उस भगवान ने नवाजा है वो किसी भी पैसे से नहीं आ सकती आई एम सो ग्रेटफुल फॉर दोज मोमेंट्स कि भगवान ने मुझे उस लायक समझा कि मैं वर्ल्ड कप विनिंग टीम का मेंबर बन सकूं और जीत सकूं और इतने लोगों के चेहरे पे खुशी ला सकें सो दैट वाज इनक्रेडिबल आई मीन एब्सोल्युटली वेरी वेरी बिग फॉर मी
सो रीजॉइंडर नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड कप कमिंग इन अक्टूबर आपको क्या लगता है व्हाट चांसेस डू वी हैव ऑफ रिपीटिंग दैट 2011
क्रिकेट खेलनी पड़ेगी अच्छी देखिए प्रेशर तो बहुत ज़्यादा रहेगा सिंस इंडिया प्लेइंग एट होम विल बी ए big thing of course I think team needs to play like a team I do feel that there are big individuals when they go on to score runs or to take wickets team win but when you want to win tournaments you have to win collectively. You need more people to perform at the same time. That comes with the unity. तो जिस टीम में यूनिटी होगी वो जीतेगी और मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये टीम ज़रूर जीते. ऐसा देखिए 2008 में शुरू हुआ था IPL और जब हम 2007 का वर्ल्ड कप जीते we didn't have any experience of playing T20 format but we gone to win because we were very united. बहुत इकट्ठे थे. उसके बाद हमारे पास अब बेस्ट लीग है, दुनिया की बेस्ट लीग हमारी है IPL. बट उसके बावजूद हमारे पास 2007 के बाद अब तक एक ट्रॉफी नहीं आई है. आई मीन इट इज़ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर मी टू डाइजेस्ट द फैक्ट कि यार सब कुछ तो है हमारे पास. प्लेयर भी बेटर हैं जो 2007 में खेले थे, उससे भी बेटर प्लेयर हैं, बट फिर भी हम ट्रॉफी क्यों नहीं जीत पाते. तो देयर इज़ समथिंग आई फील कि देयर इज़ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी कि जो 2011 में हुआ वो अब रिपीट कर सकते हैं. बट वी स्टिल हैव टू प्ले गुड क्रिकेट एंड इकट्ठे खेलेंगे तो जीतेंगे. एकता में बल है, याद रखना. और ये ऐसी नहीं बनी ये चीज़ें.
One last question to each one of you all. And I want to ask these questions to each one from a personal perspective. Forget Hero and Byju's and Ogilvy and whatever. Just tell me, what does sports mean to you personally, in one line?
Life. It's everything for me. I mean, growing up in a small town back in Odisha in the 70s, listening to cricket commentary on small transistor, long before television came home. And listening to, I don't know if Amritji, you would remember, Bhajipaji, you may remember, commentators BBC Cricket Special. And Brian Johnston, Christopher Martin Jenkins, Don Moji, I can never forget the commentators' names. Legendary, the way they would commentate. And listening to the 1983 Prudential World Cup. I'm very specific about the sponsor's name. So Prudential World Cup back in 1983 and Kapil Paji winning Kapil's Devils. Amazing. And I mean, can never forget those days. And of course, hockey was equally big those times. My grandfather used to listen to Mohan Bagan and all the, the Santosh Trophy football. It was very popular, small town India. So we grew up in an atmosphere of sports before it became big time on television. Spectator sports, sponsors coming in, etc. And so sports is something which, as I said, it contributes towards character building amongst youth. They understand what is teamwork. They understand what is commitment. So sports means everything. And I know we are running short of time maybe. Can't resist mentioning something when you were talking about sports persons being good actors or not. I'm sure Bhajipaji won't remember. About 20 years back in my previous company, and Bhajipaji was one of our PepsiCo brand ambassadors, we ran a campaign called Pepsi Banja Stara Yara in Punjab. It was one of the very earliest reality shows of budding singers. Bhajipaji was absolutely awesome. He was a rock star. So I would disagree. Sports persons are not good actors.
He's an exception. He's an exception. He's an actor on and off the field, Atit, what does sport mean to you?
I think it's brotherhood, family bonding, and love. Everything comes together because your best set of friends are people whom you play sport with. The best conversation, engagement happens when a family is watching a sport. The thrill which you get with the ups and downs which happen. So there are multiple festivals, but I feel and I see that the festivities which happen when India is playing, not only cricket, but any other sport. We have all stayed back till like 12:31 in the morning to watch an Olympics highlight because one of our person from India is like in the last stage. So it's all about love, brotherhood, and family bonding.
Nice.
I think most of it has been said. It's about learning. Whatever I've learned, learning about losing, learning about winning, learning about team building, learning about keeping people together. Everything is through sport. So for me, it is life like it is for all the people who have spoken till now. And it will continue to be that, no matter whether I can play or not. But you will get inspired by it. That's what I think.
Bhaji, what does, obviously sports has been what you are today, your your fame, everything has been given by sports. But what does it mean to you deep inside?
What do I do?
What does sports mean to you?
स्पोर्ट्स ज़िंदगी है. अगर मेरी ज़िंदगी से स्पोर्ट्स को आप परे कर दोगे तो मेरा कोई वजूद नहीं है. मैं आज जो हूँ वो स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से हूँ, और जो मेरा नाम शोहरत मैंने कमाया है मुझे इस स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से है. सो इसका दिन में उठ के जितना मैं रब को याद करता हूँ, अगर इसको भी शुक्रिया करूँ वो भी कम होगा. और स्पोर्ट्स एक ऐसी चीज़ है, मैं आप सबको, छोटा हूँ बट थोड़ा सा ये सजेशन दे सकता हूँ कि जो स्पोर्ट्स खेलता है वो कितना भी पढ़ा लिखा हो, उसको शायद वो जीत और हार का पहलू वो समझना मुश्किल लगेगा, बट जब स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हो तो आपको वो जीत को पहचाना और हार को बर्दाश्त करना वो जब आ जाता है तो ज़िंदगी में फिर आप कहीं हार नहीं सकते हो. तो स्पोर्ट्स ज़रूर खेलिए, किसी भी लेवल की खेलिए, और जब खेलिए थोड़ा कम्पिटिटिव होके खेलिए. फ्रेंडली होके तो बड़ी दुनिया खेलने की कोशिश करती है, उसमें मज़ा नहीं आता है. कम्पिटिटिव होके खेलोगे ज़ोर भी लगेगा, वर्जिश भी हो जाएगी, और ये जो जीवन के उदाहरण है कि जीत और हार जो आपको बहुत कुछ सिखा देगी. और मैं उतना पढ़ा लिखा नहीं हूँ, बट मैं जो सीखा हूँ वो स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से सीखा हूँ, और इसका मैं, जैसे मैंने कहा है कि करोड़ बार भी शुक्रिया अदा करूँ तो वो भी कम होगा.
Fantastic. What a super panel we've had. Corporates, dream makers, and the sportsmen themselves. It's been an absolutely fabulous 40 minutes. Thank you, each one of you all, for bringing it to life. And I can't be more grateful. Thank you so much.
Lovely. I must mention, because Harbhajan does place Anil Kumble in a very high pedestal. And every time I've watched him speak, I've heard him speak, he invariably brings in Anil Kumble. I mean, that's lovely on part of Harbhajan. He's played so much of cricket with Anil Kumble. And the reason why I'm also talking about this is this panel almost took us down memory lane. There was a sense of nostalgia. When we spoke about Hero, we talked about, I think it was the 1993 Hero Cup that we referred to at one point in time. And the reason why I'm also talking about Harbhajan and Anil Kumble at this point in time, 1993 Hero Cup final, India versus West Indies, man of the match performance, Anil Kumble, 6 for 12. Lovely for taking us all through those journey. So much that we could gather over the course of the last 40 minutes. And this man has underplayed himself. Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, for hosting a wonderful, wonderful panel. May I now kindly request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna to present a token of appreciation. First up, ladies and gentlemen, to the Head of Corporate Communications, Hero MotoCorp, Mr. Bharatendu Kabi. Mr. Atit Mehta, Head of Marketing, Byju's, lovely to have you with us. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Piyush Pandey, a superstar quite indeed in the world of advertising. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, simply put, Harbhajan Singh, one of the best to have represented us on the world stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all. As we speak, I think we shall be taking a break for lunch. It's about 2:20. Yeah, Ion is happy. Ion is smiling. Yeah. So 2:20 is the time at this point in time. Hoping to see you all back in this room at 3. Thank you so much. 40-minute break for lunch. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Sportstar faculty for each subject of general studies, 18 yellow books and monthly current affairs magazine, mains answer writing program, 30 prelims and 12 mains test series, along with mentor support and online student portal. Join us and prepare for UPSC General Studies with our live online and in-classroom program in Delhi and Chennai. We offer a range of general studies courses, including a 10-month, 20-month, weekend, prelims exclusive and college foundation program. Register now on vajiramandravi.com.
सूरज के जगने से पहले जगाती हूँ मैं, भीड़ में आगे बढ़ना सिखाती हूँ मैं, इनकी ताकत इनकी पहचान हूँ मैं, इनके साथ इनके कंधों पर देश का भार उठाती हूँ मैं, कितने किलोमीटर इनके साथ दौड़ती हूँ मैं, इन्होंने कितना पसीना बहाया है उसकी गवाह हूँ मैं, मिट्टी हो या मैक दोनों पे इनके साथ हूँ मैं, इनका फोकस कितना क्लियर है पता है मुझे, बड़े से बड़ा खतरा इनके साथ मैं भी उठाती हूँ, इन्होंने कितनी प्रैक्टिस की उसकी शाबाशी सबसे पहले मैं देती हूँ, इनकी सारी चोटों को छुपा के रखती हूँ मैं, जब दुनिया को पंच मारा था मैं तब भी इनके साथ थी, आज भी हूँ, इनकी परफॉर्मेंस इनकी फिटनेस का पक्का सबूत हूँ मैं, देश के लिए इनके साथ मैं भी खेलती हूँ, कभी हार नहीं मानती और ना मानने देती हूँ, अपने अपोनेंट को बखूबी पहचानती हूँ मैं, नेशनल एंथम पे सीना तान के खड़ी होती हूँ मैं, कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक, कच्छ से कोहिमा तक, सालों से देश की सेवा में खड़ी हूँ मैं।
ये सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स की जर्सी नहीं, देश की वर्दी है।
My name is Pramod, and I'm a student at Cricket. I just wanted to pass on how thrilled we are at Cricket to be involved with assisting. Cricket Q is one of the world's leading digital platforms for the sport of cricket. We've just gone through 900,000 users in India and rapidly closing in on the magical 1 million. We also own My Action Sport. My Action Sport is one of the biggest broadcasters of cricket in the world, but now we've opened that up to other sports to help them also capture the magical moments. Again, I just want to say how thrilled we are to be involved with Sportstar, and we look forward to working with you all as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
There's a blue dot floating across the infinite universe. A dot large enough to lead mother to millions of people. Her rivers quench our thirst. Her soil satiates our hunger. Her trees give us oxygen. And when she calls out for us, her heroes always answer. Marching in unison, day after day, every day. Hero Murkam, celebrating Earth Day every day.
India has a dream of being self-reliant in energy, exploring the avenues from mountains to sea and bringing it to reality through cutting-edge technology and concern for the environment. We are India's largest oil and natural gas company,
इनकी सारी चोटों को छुपा के रखती हूँ मैं। जब दुनिया को पंच मारा था, मैं तब भी इनके साथ थी, आज भी हूँ। इनकी परफॉर्मेंस, इनकी फिटनेस का पक्का सबूत हूँ मैं। देश के लिए इनके साथ मैं भी खेलती हूँ। कभी हार नहीं मानती और ना मानने देती हूँ। अपने अपोनेंट को बखूबी पहचानती हूँ मैं। नेशनल एंथम पे सीना तान के खड़ी होती हूँ मैं। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक, तट से कोहिमा तक, सालों से देश की सेवा में खड़ी हूँ मैं।
ये सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स की जर्सी नहीं, देश की वर्दी है।
My name is Mirabai, and I'm the CEO of Cricket. I just want to pass on how thrilled we are at Cricket HQ to be involved with Sportstar this evening. Cricket HQ is one of the world's leading digital platforms for the sport of cricket. We've just gone through 900,000 users in India and rapidly closing in on the magical 1 million mark. We also own My Action Sport. My Action Sport is one of the biggest broadcasters of cricket in the world. But now we've opened that up to other sports to help them also capture the magical moments. Again, I just want to say how thrilled we are to be involved with Sportstar, and we look forward to working with you all as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
There's a blue dot floating across the infinite universe. A dot large enough to be mother to millions of people. A river's quench our thirst. A soil satiates our hunger. Our trees give us oxygen. And when she calls out for us, her
India has a dream of being self-reliant in energy. Exploring the avenues from mountains to sea and bringing it to reality through cutting-edge technology and concern for the environment. We are India's largest oil and natural gas company. We are ONGC.
Look no further than Vajiram and Ravi for your civil services exam preparation. With over 40 years of experience in guiding students, our expert teachers, mentors, study materials, tests and support programs have enabled our students to achieve All India first rank in the civil services exam for 20 consecutive years, including 2022. Our general studies program includes 400 plus lectures by Vajiram and
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. We should be starting in the next few minutes. It'll be great if you can settle down as early as possible. I'm sure people who are inside the room towards the rear end, you are fairly well settled. We're just trying to get people from outside so that we can start at the earliest. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
इनके साथ इनके कंधों देश का भार उठाती हूँ मैं। कितने किलोमीटर इनके साथ दौड़ती हूँ मैं। इन्होंने कितना पसीना बहाया है उसकी गवाह हूँ मैं। मिट्टी हो या बैट दोनों पे इनके साथ हूँ मैं। इनका फोकस कितना टेढ़ा है पता है मुझे। बड़े से बड़ा खतरा इनके साथ मैं भी उठाती हूँ। इन्होंने कितनी प्रैक्टिस की उसकी शाबाशी सबसे पहले मैं देती हूँ। इनकी सारी चोटों को छुपा के रखती हूँ मैं। जब दुनिया को पंच मारा था मैं तब भी इनके साथ थी, आज भी हूँ। इनकी परफॉर्मेंस इनकी फिटनेस का पक्का सबूत हूँ मैं। देश के लिए इनके साथ मैं भी खेलती हूँ। कभी हार नहीं मानती और ना मानने देती हूँ। अपने अपोनेंट को बखूबी पहचानती हूँ मैं। नेशनल एंथम पे सीना तान के खड़ी होती हूँ मैं। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक, कच्छ से कोहिमा तक, सालों से देश की सेवा में खड़ी हूँ मैं।
ये सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स की जर्सी नहीं, देश की वर्दी है।
My name is Mirabai, and I'm the CEO of Cricket. I just wanted to pass on how thrilled we are at Cricket HQ to be involved with Sportstar this evening. Cricket HQ is one of the world's leading digital platforms for the sport of cricket. We've just gone through 900,000 users in India and rapidly closing in on the magical 1 million mark. We also own My Action Sport. My Action Sport is one of the biggest broadcasters of cricket in the world. But now we've opened that up to other sports to help them also capture the magical moments. Again, I just want to say how thrilled we are to be involved with Sportstar, and we look
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's proceed with the next of the sessions. We've had a fabulous 3 to 4 hours already. Let's hope that we continue with the same vein of form. Right, session number 6 for this evening is titled The Right to Play, Harnessing Sports for Social Development. Right to Play, Harnessing Sports for Social Development. Sport, of course, inherently doesn't only help build better athletes, but more importantly, does help build better people. Perhaps because of a sense of community that we are talking about and shared emotion that it can create. How do we as a society go about harnessing it is something that we'll hear from some very, very fine minds, and asking questions and discussing this particular subject is our moderator for this particular session, Mr. Varghese George. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Varghese George, who's the resident editor at The Hindu, New Delhi. Wonderful to have you, Mr. Varghese George. And his esteemed panelists, I start with Ms. Mallika Nadda, who's the chairperson of Special Olympics Bharat. Wonderful to have you, ma'am, with us. It's an honor and privilege. Thank you so much for taking your time out and being here. May I request the company of Tehsin Zahid, who's the CEO, Sports Physical Education, Fitness and Leisure National Skill Development Council, to give us a holistic perspective as to how you can harness sport for social development. And may I also request the company of Mr. Desh Gaurav Sekri, who's the co-founder, Sports and Society Accelerator. Lovely to have you with us out here. Right to play, harnessing sports for social development. Mr. Varghese George, over to you.
Thank you all for being here. This post-lunch session is going to be very challenging for all of us, including you. So I think we'll give it a shot. This is unlike some other topics that we discussed earlier in the day. We are taking a slightly different road. Here we are going to discuss not so much the glamour aspect of sport, the high-end, high adrenaline stuff. This is more about how sports can be utilized for a larger social purpose. We know we are a country of 140 crore people, and only a handful of people, a few dozens of them, of that 140 crore would be playing international sporting, in this international sporting arena. Only they become famous. But sports as an activity, all kinds of sport, can actually provide a lot of social good by motivating people, instilling life skills in them, dealing with other social strife and other issues, giving general positivity and the idea of competition and winning and losing. A whole lot of issues come under that. So to discuss all these issues, we have an outstanding panel of experts here. They've already been introduced. I am not going to get into it. I will request an introductory remark from each of them, starting with Madam Mallika Nadda. She is chairperson of the Special Olympics Bharat. So now I will request you, ma'am, to start explaining the difference, the distinction between Para-Olympics and Special Olympics, because many of us actually might not be aware of that basic distinction. And then, of course, tell us a little about what you do and how it helps the society.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope after lunch, everybody is awake for this session. Good afternoon. All the members, panelists sitting on the stage, good afternoon to each and every one of you. I am representing Special Olympics Bharat, and I would like to pose a question before the audience. Is anybody aware what is Special Olympics or ever heard about Special Olympics? There are many sports persons sitting here. There are many organizations who are working in the field of sports. Para-Olympics, I know everybody has heard about it. So anybody from the audience who would like to help me out and tell me about Special Olympics or Para-Olympics? Specially abled means what? Which category of specially abled? No, sorry. Physical disability is Para-Olympics. So I think I'm here to make the audience aware about Special Olympics, what is Special Olympics, and how it is different from Para-Olympics. So Para-Olympics, as we all know, usually happens after the Commonwealth Games, Olympics Games. So everybody knows about Para-Olympics, and it is for physically challenged. And Special Olympics is for intellectually challenged people, and the age group is 8 to 80. We include athletes, people with intellectual disability above the age of 8, and till 80 it is open for everyone. And we should also be aware that there are two more types of Olympics. One is for hearing impaired, that is Deaf Olympics, and another Olympics is for visually impaired, that is called Blind Olympics. So these are the 4 categories of Olympics games which keeps happening nationally and internationally, and are specially abled children, people with disabilities, participate in these games and sports and activities. And that is inclusive sports that we are looking towards. Right to play is the topic of the discussion right now. So every person has the right to play, including the specially abled. And accessibility is one of the major issues for the specially abled who want to play, who want to be a part of the society and be a part, like all of us, in sports and games. So Special Olympics is an organization which started from US, where Eunice Shriver Kennedy was the founder of Special Olympics. And it is focusing only for intellectually challenged people, and transforming lives through the power of sports is what we are working for. Bharat Special Olympics Bharat is the world's largest program, with more than 15 lakhs athletes registered with us. And we conduct summer and winter Olympics at the national level. And the athletes selected in these summer and winter Olympics participate in the World Summer and Winter Games, which keeps happening after every 4 years. So at the interval of 4 years, we have World Summer Olympics and World Winter Olympics. So we have athletes participating in 26 types of sports and games. And I would like to mention here that soon we will be participating in World Summer Games to be held in Berlin in June 2003. And a delegation of 200 athletes as well as coaches will be heading towards Berlin for the World Summer Games, I think, which is a news for all of you present here. So our intellectually challenged athletes will be participating in World Summer Games Berlin, and there they will be participating in most of the Summer Games activities. So I would like to mention this, and also I would like to say, till date, our approximately 1,200 special children have participated in World Summer and Winter Olympics, bringing about 1,500 medals for the country. And they have been honored by the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs by a cash award of 5 lakhs for the gold, 3 lakhs for the silver, and 2 lakhs for the bronze medal. And this prize money has brought a change in the life of such specially able children, and even the society and their idea about the special athletes have changed because of this prize money and because of the participation of our special children in international events. नज़रिया बदलना जिसको हम कहते हैं, इसके कारण पूरे समाज का नज़रिया बदला है, और जो दिव्यांग जनों को हम कई बार सोचते हैं कि they are not a contributing member of the society. They are one of the most talented children. They are God-gifted children, and we need to promote them. We need to encourage and see about their talent. And of course, in Special Olympics, we say we must see towards their abilities and not towards their disabilities. And that is how we train them, looking at their abilities. And that is how they are a change. They can bring change in the society and also bring change in the thought process of the people around them. And games can not only change people, the family members, but also bring in a positivity in the society towards the specially abled. So here I would like to mention that Special Olympics is more difficult than any other Olympics because mentally our children are not stable. So handling them, training them, preparing them, and taking them for World Games is a very difficult task, which our coaches, which are special educators, which our team is doing since 80s, and now we are about 15 lakhs athletes who are here in this country to go forward with the games and sports.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that perspective, that insights that a lot of us may not be very familiar with. Thank you so much for that. May I now ask Desh Gaurav Sekri, is a co-founder of Sports and Society Accelerator. Could you briefly explain to us what is the vision behind your startup and how it is being run and what do you want to achieve?
Sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak here today. At the Sports and Society Accelerator, what we're doing is we're actually zooming out from what is a traditional right-to-play debate. What we are saying is that everyone should have the right to be physically active and the right to be physically literate. And the reason for that is that too often sport, not just in India, across the world, is seen to be a binary decision. If you play, will you end up a champion? If not, then just pursue something else instead. So our entire premise is to have every adult active and every child playing by 2047. And the purpose of this is to ensure that you continue to retain and have an active lifestyle pretty much through your entire life cycle. There are some outstanding examples of people actually working in, and I think Mr. Zahid will walk through a lot of that. But the sport for development sector overall actually is part of a trifecta. So social impact should not be limited to seeing it as sport towards an eventual outcome, but what it should be seen to be is as at the forefront of using health, education, and physical activity outcomes towards having better physical and mental health, towards having community engagement, and also towards having productivity, a lack of absenteeism, and invariably what that will also have is an economic benefit to society overall. So that's what the Sports and Society Accelerator does primarily.
Mr. Tehseen Zahid, how these aspects, sport for social development, is a factor in what you do at the National Skill Development Corporation?
Okay, so SPEFL is formed by Ministry of Skill Development, and it is a council which is an autonomous body, a not-for-profit organization. We are supposed to create content and courses which are going to help people work and get livelihood in the sports and fitness sector. So when you say, let's say, an IPL match, for example. So an IPL match happens, obviously there are two teams who play and there are 15, 16 players each of them. But this show is managed by a team of approximately 300 people. Now, where are those 300 people going to come from? What are the expert areas they should know? Or even when you go to a gym, for example, the trainer who trains you on your exercises. So what is the content and what is the certification or what is the standardization of that trainer has to be? That is what we do actually. Apart from that, we work on various CSR initiatives of corporates and PSUs. So one large program that we are running, for example, which is creating a huge, in fact, a ripple effect in the society, is a self-defense program through physical activities. So it's the world's largest women's safety program being run in India. Till now, we have trained more than around 70,000 women and schoolgirls through social funding from various PSUs. And those 70,000 girls are further training their group of girls in the society and multiplying the effect. So many things which are not seen on the so-called more glamour side of the sport is actually huge numbers which are going on there. So example, 1,78,000 people have been certified by the organization till now, and around 120, in fact, 1,20,000 people are doing their own livelihoods or doing a job out of this sports sector. You may not see them obviously on the screens, but they are there earning their livelihoods, earning their money, making their family feed through this entire sports system. The latest thing is that now our certificate, or in fact the certificates that we are providing from the National Council, are getting accepted worldwide. And we have, our students are getting jobs abroad, which are much higher paying jobs than in comparison to other professionals who are coming from other countries. So example, UAE is largely dominated by fitness trainers from India. So I don't know how many people you know that around 70% of the fitness industry in UAE is actually operated by Indians. The similar thing is happening to the European Union, the 32 countries which are operating. Around 30% of the fitness industry is actually operated by Indian certified people. So that is where the social impact is what I see from the council's effort. That is what we do. Apart from that, then there's a Samagra Shiksha scheme, for example, under the Ministry of Education. CBSE has mandated, for example, CBSE has mandated a 1 period per day for sports. That is where you say right to play. So I connect that right to play. Now, similar thing has happened with Ministry of Education, Samagra Shiksha scheme. So we intervene and we help around 20,000 schools in India to implement physical activities age appropriate in the school. So those kids can play according to their ages. This has brought the attendance go up because there is an activity now happening in the government schools and the kids are enjoying that. Secondly, you can also look at that as a ground level talent scouting scheme for the sports as a nation. So that is what all we do and we think.
Okay. Ma'am, as you explained, this is not an easy space to be in. People who are intellectually in need of special attention, you are encouraging them to participate in an activity that they or their caretakers may not really be thinking of as an option. How did you end up being where you are now?
I have been working in the disability sector for the past 30 years. And this is something, and that too, for the intellectually challenged is the field which I took when I thought of working in the social sector. So this was one area where people were not working. There were many things happening for the physically challenged, visually impaired, and the hearing impaired. But intellectually challenged was the field which was most neglected. So 30 years ago, when I thought that I should be doing something for the society and socially, it is our responsibility to bring change. So I picked up this field. Bangalore was the place from where I took the training, Seva in Action. And after seeing the activities in southern Indian states for the specially abled, I felt that in northern Indian states and other states, the developmental activities are too little. So then I decided to work in this field. Seva in Action was the place from where we took our training and our encouragement. Then Viklang Seva Bharti was the organization which I formed in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. And after my wedding in Himachal, Chetna is the organization through which I'm working for the specially able children. And Special Olympics Bharat I joined in 2002, where Air Marshal Killer Sir was working as a chairperson for this organization. And this is the umbrella organization under which special schools work with us, and all over the country, in all the states, we have our chapters of Special Olympics, through where we organize our state level and district level games and then international events.
So, ma'am, would you be able to tell us the story of a typical sports person coming from this background? How difficult it is to draw out him or her into this field? And what are the challenges that you face, if you have a story to share with us?
We have many success stories of such special children who were brought in the sports field and how life changed for them, and not only for them, for their families also. So one such story is of Keshav from Haryana, who participated in World Summer Games Athens in 2011, where he got 1 gold and 1 silver medal in the World Games, and Haryana government facilitated him with the Bhim Award. Bhim Award is one of a special award which is given to the differently abled athletes of the state. So after getting this award, he got a money of 5 lakhs, amount of award money that was 5 lakhs of rupees, even a government job in the sports department where he is working as a sports coach. So not only he is a government employee with a cash award of 5 lakhs of rupees, but he is the earning member of the family. And that is how sports have brought a change in the life of this boy and their family. Similarly, Rajkumar is another athlete of figure skating. Figure skating is another difficult game for the intellectually challenged athletes. He participated in South Korea in the World Winter Games in 2013, getting a gold medal and a silver medal. And after this medal, again he was given a Bhim Award along with the award given by our Government of India, Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, and a government job by the Haryana government. So similarly, 7 such athletes of Special Olympics Bharat have been awarded a Bhim Award by the government of Haryana with a cash of 5 lakhs, along with the cash prize given by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So now they are earning members of the family, and that has brought about a change in the family and the society.
Right. To you, Desh, how does Accelerator work, to Desh actually? You work with the existing sports bodies, schools, so how do you reach out?
Yeah, so actually we're an ecosystem builder where we work with both the central and some state governments. We also work, what we're about to launch in the next couple of weeks is a collaborative where we have 4 anchor partners, where we will be the convening body. In fact, I think Commander Rajgopalan, I met him right before the session. So ELMS Foundation is one of them, then Sports Village. We have Nandi Foundation, which interestingly has 190,000 girls participating in sport with 30,000 allies, each of whom are community leaders in their own right. And this collaborative, actually one of the biggest challenges with the sport for development or the physical activity sector is the lack of a data-led framework. So what we really want to eventually end up doing is have parallel, I don't know whether it would be something which would be a supplement to or an independent state of the sector report, very similar to the ASR, but for physical activity. Because unlike health, unlike education, what you tend to have is a very, very strong data-led framework where you can show outcomes. Sport, especially at the grassroots or at the entry level, does not have that. So over the next 8 to 10 years, we'd really like to build that kind of a database, because you have organizations working with up to 100,000, 200,000 children. But that data together has been analyzed independently by organizations, but it hasn't been as a sector overall. And the minute that happens, then the sector overall also becomes fundable for CSR. Further, and Mr. Zahid will be able to again talk in more detail about that. But until you can show clear outcomes, you will never be able to compete with health and the education sectors. Whereas nobody who you ever speak to will say, don't play a sport, don't be physically active. It's literally one of the easiest benefit-only interventions that you can have in the social impact sector. So that's something we really want to build. We want to build awareness, want to build that mindset change. And that's also why we don't agree with the right to play aspect of why it should be a fundamental right. Our contention is that it should be a fundamental right to be physically literate. And the reason we say this is because having a right to play automatically bookends how long you can play for at the school level. And what it also does is it can also be an exclusionary methodology rather than an inclusive methodology. Because as you continue to do better as a sports person, more and more people fall off the grid. What we want to ensure is that a 6-year-old who is playing in any sport, even free play, for example, continues to use all of those attributes that are imbibed to being physically active and continues to use them for the rest of their lives. So primarily what we work on is research, policy, and eventually with our collaborative, we'll work on programs as well. And to build that entire database of, like I said, data-led outcomes.
And at the moment, these will focus on any particular field of sports or any particular states or regions?
So we're sport agnostic, of course, because we're actually, like I said, we're zooming out and saying everybody should be physically literate and physically active. We are working with Niti Aayog, and we are working with we've just started working with the government of Odisha. And of course, we have a very strong vertical list of partners we're working with. I mentioned a few of them, and there's several other such organizations, including the International Physical Literacy Association, which again, and that mindset change, behavior shift, that's a long-term plan. And that's also why we have a rather conservative, but at the same time aggressive timeline of almost 25 years, because it will take that long for the entire, all your subsets of society to be able to kind of buy into the concept and really understand. And it'll take a government-led intervention, but it'll also take every citizen being a participant and an active participant mindset towards actually having a nation that's physically active. The other challenge, and I'll just take one more minute, is that what we have typically is a lack of adoptable practices. You'll see a lot of countries like the US, you'll see Canada, you'll see Australia, and they'll have very active populations, but there's a history of being participants. So a lot of them just grow up playing, and then as they grow older and as they start developing certain skills, they start specializing in certain sports. So for that to happen, India again has to have a much, much wider base of people participating. And when that happens, almost a byproduct of that will be that you'll have more medalists, you'll have more champions, because your talent pool will be that much wider and deeper.
Yeah. Mrs. Hyde, how deeply ingrained in our education policy is this priority, sport as a key to development in general?
So, as earlier I said that, like for example, CBSE has mandated schools to have one period every day for sports. So they are implementing it, but again, the issue that comes in, old mindset, parents here still think, in fact, I have met a lot of parents during my sessions in the schools and how sports can help their kids grow, not only on the education side, but overall as a person. But still, I think the day you will start giving them grades, the marking system in sports, I think will change a lot at the grassroots level. Because it's still, we as parents in India understand that whatever comes onto the report card is the ultimate. They don't see the overall development of the kid which is happening through sports and on the field. But what they feel is that the marks, the system, that horde of running first, second, third in class, that is somehow is holding that sports thing to get into the kid's life. And in fact, the new education policy itself, like when I say we have been discussing this, and we have been like actually, pushing this agenda to the ministry, is that how can we bring sports as a subject and not as an activity. The day you are able to change this concept of subject versus activity, I think then that's where the change will happen.
Right. So ma'am, I will let you have the last word. Can you share with us the kind of excitement that you see in the team that you're preparing for the Berlin event, which is in June, you said, right? June. Yeah.
14th to 25th of June are the World Summer Games, where approximately 190 countries will be participating and 7,000 athletes. There are special children, which is a big number from India. 182 of our special athletes will be participating in 26 types of sports events. So everybody is excited. We as Special Olympics team are preparing. All the nationals have been organized. Now we are organizing preparatory camps where these children will be finally preparing and leaving for the World Summer Games. So I need and I feel that the society have to come forward. Everybody together can bring a change in the life of the specially able, and sports can transform their lives. Accept, recognize, respect, and include is what we are looking towards for our special children.
Thank you, ma'am. And on that very positive note, we will conclude this session. Not only that we've stayed awake, we have actually woken up to a new world of possibilities thanks to our outstanding panelists, give them a big hand. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to the moderator and Mr. Varghese George. And lovely to have you with us, Ms. Malika Nadda, Tehsin Zahid, and Desh Gaurav Sekri. If I can please request you all to stay back for just a couple of minutes, please. It's a token of appreciation on behalf of the Hindu group. May I request Mr. Varghese George to present it. First up to Ms. Malika Nadda, who is the chairperson of Special Olympics Bharat. Wonderful work that you're doing in this field, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presence here. Tehsin Zahid, who's the CEO of Sports, Physical Education, Fitness and Leisure, National Skill Development Council. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and presence. And of course, Mr. Desh Gaurav Sekri, an interesting take on the right to play. That's very, very interesting, I thought. Co-founder, Sports and Society Accelerator. Thank you once again for being a part of this wonderful day. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Couple of more pictures before we get on to the next session. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to session number 7 this evening, or this day. Nurturing the sports potential of India's Northeast. To be very, very honest, it's a subject that is very close to my heart, and I'm sure it's very, very close to a lot of people as well. Because when I think of the northeastern part of India, the first thing that comes to my mind is the physical fitness. I'm sure almost every one of those boys from the northeast, for an average fitness level, man to man, will easily beat the rest of India. I don't want to stereotype, but that's almost a given with the kind of fitness levels that we've seen from the boys that have come through from the Northeast. And therefore, it's going to be fascinating to understand the kind of sports potential that we have, which I still feel is just the tip of the iceberg that we are looking at as far as Northeastern India is concerned. It's got many a mile to travel, and therefore would want to understand through the course of the next half an hour or 40 minutes, the potential and where we can possibly go ahead with that potential. I'm sure asking the right questions and engaging them in discussion is going to be our moderator, Mr. Y.B. Sarangi. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. First up for Mr. Sarangi, who's the Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu Sports. And on his panel, we've got some esteemed members here. First up, may I kindly request Mr. Abu Mehta, who's the advisor to the Chief Minister, Nagaland, and also the Vice President of AFI, to please come forward. Thank you so much, sir. Lovely to have you with us. Request the company of Mr. Robert Romawia Roite, who's the Minister of State, Sport and Youth Services, Mizoram. Big round of applause. I mean, it's going to be an engaging session, I'm sure. There's so much untapped potential out there in that part of India. May I kindly request the company of Ms. Sarita Devi, Boxing World Championship medalist. Ms. Sarita Devi, please, ma'am. Big round of applause. One of the trendsetters as far as Indian boxing is concerned. Mr. Devjit Saikia, who is the Joint Secretary of the BCCI. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Thank you. And we are hoping and expecting Ms. Mirabai Chanu, the Olympic silver medalist, to join us online. If she is online, it'll be wonderful if we can have her, please. Any moment. Can't see her at the moment. Yeah, can we have Ms. Mirabai Chanu? There she is. Lovely. Lovely to have you with us. Excellent. Thank you so much for that warm reception.
Thank you.
And it's over to you, Mr. Sarangi.
Namaste.
It's over to you, Mr. Sarangi.
Hello, everyone. So, Northeast sports is very important as far as Indian sports is concerned and the larger picture, they contribute very significantly. And in Tokyo Olympics, out of 6 individual medals, two were from Northeast. So since the time is very short, straight away we'll move to our panelists. Mr. Robert Royte, would you like to start with some announcement, I believe? Please, please.
Thank you very much. It is indeed a great honor and privilege and opportunity for me to be a part of this conclave. And I would like to congratulate the Hindu group and all organizers for organizing this type of conclave at the appropriate time and at the appropriate place. And at the outset, I'd like to touch upon the, various basic information regarding Northeast. You see, Northeast has a population of about 3.3% of India's population. At the same time, Northeast contributes about 40% of I-League players and 30% of ISL players in football. And Northeast has an area of 8% to the total area of India. And it is very, very significant that 5,000 plus long Northeast boundaries. Out of 5,000 plus boundaries of Northeast states, 99% is international boundary. Very strategic and very significant in terms of, internal security, defense, and international relationship also. So, such being the reality of Northeast, I think not only in sports sector, but also in, other sectors also, it is a high time that not only the media group or the sporting fraternities, but also the government, the central government at large, should give due significance and due importance to Northeast, because Northeast occupies such a strategic, important location. And I am very happy to share my few experience in regards to the contribution of sports in national integration. You see, Northeast has its own uniqueness. Many of the Northeast states demanded for separation from India. And in fact, they have been demanding independence from India. Such is the situation, and it is through sports that Northeast has been hugely mainstream, and sports has become pivotal link and pivotal, bridge between the mainland India and the Northeast India. As Northeast borders a good number of, foreign countries, government of India at large would also give, importance. And sports being the big contributor for social integration with other states and mainland India. We should always remember that sports play a significant role, not only in, not only in sports ecosystem, but also in social, cultural, and even economic development. And taking advantage of this very important opportunity, I would like to share with you a few initiatives that government of Mizoram has taken very recently. Number one is that
Government of Mizoram has given the status of industry to sports. And if I'm not mistaken, Mizoram is the first state in India to grant industry status to sports. And number two is that government of Mizoram instituted and, you see, started Fit Mizoram movement 5 months ahead of Fit India movement. And it really impact the sporting activities and also the social life of many of the young children and the people at large of Mizoram with this, the initiative of Fit Mizoram movement. And thirdly, I would also like to inform you that Mizoram has taken, you see, a very strong and very, you see, unique decision to institutionalize holiday sports. We have decided that on all holidays, a program will be organized for all section of life, rich or poor, able or disabled, and in almost all the sporting facilities available in the state, all the children will have chance to participate in sporting activities. Because there will be no selection, there will be no, you see, criteria for participation in holiday sports. And we are hoping that this new innovation, this new arrangement will give access to all children between the age group of 6 to 13 to have opportunities to play in the sporting facilities available in Mizoram. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the details. Now, we'll move to Mirabai, who is waiting for us, and she's having a training session very shortly. Will start. So, Mira, welcome to the discussion. आप बताइए कि आप जब शुरू किए थे तो हमने आपकी स्टोरी जानी है, सबको पता है, अभी आप इतने फेमस हो, तो उस टाइम से अभी तक में क्या चेंजेस हुए हैं वेट लिफ्टिंग में मणिपुर में और कितना इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है?
पहले तो सबसे नमस्ते। हाँ, जब मैंने वेट लिफ्टिंग शुरू किया था उसी टाइम में तो वेट लिफ्टिंग अभी भी मणिपुर में काफ़ी चेंज करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अभी मेरा जो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है उसको आप देखेगी तो आप शायद पता नहीं चलेगा कि ये इधर से ही मीराबाई शुरू होती है कि नहीं। तो अभी भी जो मणिपुर में मेरा ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है वो ऐसे मतलब इतना अच्छा नहीं है, अच्छा है ही नहीं, अभी तक इम्प्रूव नहीं हुआ है। पर हेल्प बहुत सारी मिली थी मेरे ऊपर, क्योंकि जब मैंने शुरू किया था ट्रेनिंग स्पोर्ट्स में जब आई थी तो मेरा कोच, मेरा फैमिली की बहुत सारी सपोर्ट मिली है। और उसी टाइम और अभी का आप सोचेगी तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा डिफरेंस हुआ है कि मैं 2012 से मैं पटियाला में ही मैंने ट्रेनिंग शुरू किया था। तो अभी काफ़ी साई और टॉप्स ने काफ़ी चेंज भी दिया है, चेंज मिला है, काफ़ी सपोर्ट दिया है हर प्लेयर्स की जो भी चाहती है कि ट्रेनिंग सेंटर अच्छा होना, और डाइट और जो इक्विपमेंट बहुत सारी चीज़ होते हैं, तो उन सबको काफ़ी चेंज मिला है, मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है। तो इसके लिए तो मैं साई और टॉप्स को मैं बहुत थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने अभी तक का जो 2-3 इयर्स में काफ़ी चेंज कराया है कि ताकि उन्होंने स्पोर्ट्स को ज़्यादा बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्लेयर्स के ऊपर काफ़ी देखा है, तो काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिला है। तो वो हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात होती है कि हम अच्छे से शांति से ट्रेनिंग कर सके और शांति से रह के वो सब के लिए। तो मैं बहुत अच्छा लगा उन सबको। पर मणिपुर में अभी और भी चेंज करना बहुत जरूरी है कि सब बोलते हैं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट से काफी प्लेयर्स अच्छा निकलते हैं, अच्छा आते हैं। तो उस सबको मतलब कैसे आते हैं वो हमारे अंदर ऐसा लगता है कि हम एक बार स्पोर्ट्स में गया तो हम उधर तक जो हम चाहते हैं, जो ओलंपिक एक प्लेयर का सपना होता है कि ओलंपिक तक पहुंचने का, ओलंपिक में मेडल लेना, वो सब सपना होते हैं। तो उसी तक पहुंचने के लिए हम ऐसा लगता है कि मैं एक बार स्पोर्ट्स में गया तो मैं उधर तक पहुंचूंगी, मेडल लेके रखूंगी नॉर्थ ईस्ट की नहीं, इंडिया के लिए। तो वही हम सोचते थे। तो इसलिए शायद हमने इतना फैसिलिटी ना मिलने की बात भी हम पूरा कोशिश करते रही, पूरा मेहनत करते रही। तो पूरा लोग हमारी नॉर्थ ईस्ट का प्रजा से बहुत प्यार मिले है मुझे। तो मुझे सिर्फ यही कमी रहती है कि मणिपुर में अभी अभी तक काफी स्पोर्ट्स सेंटर बहुत कम है। तो जो गांव-गांव से आते हैं बच्चे लोग ऐसा नहीं आ पाती, उन सब का अच्छा से फैसिलिटी मिला तो मुझे लगता है कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट से और भी ज्यादा प्लेयर्स जरूर आएगी और मेडल भी जरूर लेके देगी इंडिया के लिए।
तो इसके ऊपर और एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन है कि आई एम श्योर मणिपुर में और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पूरे इंडिया में आपको देख के काफ़ी यंग लड़कियां लड़के वेट लिफ्टिंग शुरू कर रही हैं। तो मुझे ये पूछना है कि आपका कोई ड्रीम है कि आप खुद से कुछ सेंटर या कुछ शुरू करें?
हाँ, मेरा भी ड्रीम है कि बच्चे जो जो नहीं मतलब सेंटर तक आके ट्रेनिंग नहीं कर पाती, जैसे फैमिली की वजह से या गांव ज़्यादा दूर होने की वजह से, तो वो उन सब का फैसिलिटी अच्छे से देना चाहती हूँ कि मैंने एक सपना रखा हुआ है कि सिर्फ लड़की लोग को अच्छे से रख के उनको ट्रेनिंग प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए। तो वो सपना मैं पूरा करने के लिए कोशिश कर रही हूँ। तो सबका आशीर्वाद से मैं जरूर पूरा करूँगी। तो यही सपना है, मैं जो भी गांव से आके ट्रेनिंग नहीं कर पाती उन सब के लिए मैं अच्छे से रहने का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर बनाने के लिए मेरा सपना है।
थोड़ा डिटेल्स बताइए कब तक कैसे?
सॉरी,
कब तक आप ये करना चाहती हैं और कैसे कहाँ पर?
अभी चल रहे हैं, तब तब ये टाइम तो लगते ही है। तो पूरा कोशिश कर रही है, अभी चल रहा है। तो सोचते हैं जल्दी से जल्दी करने के लिए हो जाएगी।
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mehta, you have been associated with athletics and cricket in big time, and you also know about other sports like the sporting activities that happen around Northeast. You are aware of what is happening. So could you please share your views? How is the status and what is the potential?
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, thanks to the Sportstar and the Hindu group for inviting me. I mean, it's a privilege to be sharing the dais with such a distinguished panel, Sarita and Mirabai, national icons. Yeah, as my friend Robert had said, Northeast is unique. It has so many challenges, and every day the situation there is so different from the rest of the mainland. The youth, the people there, have so many other challenges apart from playing sports. Everyday challenges. Insurgency, as he had said, had kept the youth away from the mainland and from normal life for decades. Today, if you go to the interior parts, I come from Nagaland, if you go to the interior parts of Nagaland, in the Indo-Myanmar border, there are children, people out there, they don't know that you're supposed to stand up when Janagana is played, when the national anthem is played. They're not aware that you're supposed to stand up. But you know what? When Dhoni helicopters a six, or Neeraj hurls the javelin towards gold, every kid jumps from their seat. They support India, they support the tricolor. So my point is, as he had said, sports is one area where you can bring the youth of the Northeast towards the mainstream, give them platforms and avenues for them to contribute towards the nation-building process, and also participate in India's rise and growth. Having said that, the challenges are, obviously, it starts from infrastructure. The biggest challenge is infrastructure, physical infrastructure, infrastructure of human resource, and the lack of an ecosystem, especially in smaller states. Apart from Assam, the other smaller states are really challenged in infrastructure, an ecosystem, human resource capacity. So we need the government of India, as said, to make more investments. I think it's a foregone conclusion that the talent bank of the Northeast, as far as the sports is concerned, it needs no emphasis, no elaboration, as the MC had said, as you had said. The enormous amount of talent, enormous amount of potential there is there. And predominantly a population that is Mongoloid. Universally, it is acknowledged that Mongoloid people have very good and fast hand-eye coordination, which is perfect for sports, especially in combat and quick sports. So we need to tap into this potential. How do we do that? Infrastructure investment. Not only from the government of India, but I also would like to emphasize that we need corporate India to step up. Support, sponsorship, and supporting sport should not only be considered as, eyeballs and optics and television screens, but we need to also make corporate India understand that you need to support the Northeast, you need to support the interior areas if you are really concerned about nation building. So you need government of India and the corporate sector to synchronize, help the Northeast, build infrastructure, build an ecosystem, and I'm telling you, the sky is the limit. We're going to have champions and champions performing not just for the region, but making India proud.
So there is a follow-up question. I have seen the craze for football in Nagaland, and I know what kind of struggle you went through while building the stadium or picking players for cricket team. So could you just share these stories with the audience?
You see, sport is a way of life for the people of the Northeast. Be it Nagaland, be it Assam, be it Manipur, be it Tripura, Mizoram. Everybody plays sport. You go to schools, you go to villages, you go to colonies, wards. All kids are playing around in the streets, in the little grounds, the little space that you have. So, especially as when you talk about football, my friend Robert is here, he talked about football. Football is a mass sport, it's played everywhere. It's the most popular sport. And I think the Northeast is contributing maximum number of players to both the leagues. And they're doing exceptionally well. The Indian team is packed with players from the Northeast. And they are also iconic stars back home. Today, it's not only about football, but television, new age media, social media, and the new sports channels have brought all these sports into living rooms, into homes, into villages. And there's a great interest for all other sports, table tennis, badminton, athletics. I am deeply involved in athletics. And let me tell you that when we hosted the South Asian Cross-Country Championships in Kohima, we had thousands of people line the streets, thousands of people fill up the stadium. And over and above that, we had medalists from the Northeastern region. So the potential is there. We've got to tap into that. Infrastructure, keep repeating that. And there's one challenge we face. Earlier, the government of India used to fund infrastructure in the Northeast. Now they've withdrawn that funding pattern. So we need to change that. The Babus and the Netas in Delhi have to realize that the challenges in the far corners of the country is different for the rest of the state. So you have to have not one policy for the whole country, but understand that various dynamics and challenges each region faces and have policy and programs accordingly.
Okay, so Mr. Saikia, Mr. Mehta spoke about the challenges, and you have overcome challenges to, prepare so many cricket grounds all around Assam, and you are also involved with football, you're also involved with boxing. So could you please share your experience, how you managed to spread the different sports?
Good afternoon, and while thanking India, this Hindu group for inviting me, I am fully in consonance with what my learned friend from Mizoram and Nagaland has just said. Assam, as well as all other northeastern states, have a lot of potential. The challenge is regarding the infrastructure and the weather, apart from certain insurgency issues which gradually is decreasing because of increase of the popularity of the games. If you look at the football, my friend has already said that 30%, 40% of the Indian footballers are nurtured and supplied from the northeastern states. Identically in other sports like boxing also. Yesterday also there was a world champion from Assam, Lovelina. Hima Das, she is also done well. And all my friends from Mizoram and Manipur, they are shining like bright stars in the country in the sports scenario. Now, as a part of BCCI, we have realized that Assam and other northeastern states, because you have to think that Supreme Court has given a big present to the northeastern states when during this Lodha committee's litigation, all these states have got the affiliation. So now, earlier there was no team from Nagaland or any other states apart from Tripura and Assam. Meghalaya was playing, Nagaland was also playing through Assam team. Now every team is being groomed and they have got affiliation from BCCI. So BCCI have realized, our Secretary Jaisa and myself, we traveled throughout the Northeast and we found that there is acute shortage of infrastructure. Developing and funding is one issue and the terrain, availability of terrain is another issue. To develop cricket grounds in northeastern state is a big challenge because you hardly get plays. Like in Mizoram, apart from one ground, there is absolutely no scope for another second ground. But in Meghalaya, grounds are being developed. So it will take some time for BCCI to groom all these northeastern states to come to the national level. Of course, Tripura and Assam are playing for last 40, 50 years, so there is no difficulty. In Assam, we have also found that apart from the other things, the weather is a big challenge for the game of cricket. We hardly have 3 months of dry season, otherwise raining has already started. So grounds are being developed with lot of facilities to cover it, and efforts are being made now to have cricket during the summer months also with all the various facilities as well as the machineries and the equipments to cover the grounds during rainy season. That way we can develop. The thing is that there should be some interest from the government also to promote the players. If you look at the players, like I can give you the example of Hima Das or my friend, Chanu, no? Mirabai was saying, they were all practicing in other parts of the country, and that is a challenge because they come out of their comfort zone and have to adapt them in a situation which is not culturally as similar to the northeastern states. That is one area, that's cultural difference. The other one is that food difference. So those who have extreme level of determination and grit, they only succeed. As my friend from Mizoram has already said, it is a abundance of talent is available in northeastern states, but only few can come out of the state and groom their talent. So we have to develop the ecosystem in northeastern states by developing the infrastructure as well as with the human support, the specialization. And for that proper way, the SAI and other agencies of the country have to have set up their training centers in the states. Few can come out those because of their own personal interest or personal determination, but it is not common to all the players. When the pool is available, by birth, the physics is very good, but they have their potential and they have their mind, the aptitude for sports that is present from day one of their birth. But later on, we have to groom them. Playing everyday game in a colony is different from grooming them to make them a professionally successful player. So for that, when the talent is available in northeastern states, because of their physical condition, because of their lifestyle, only thing which is missing is that there should be some support that the players should have a secured career once they give up. The shelf life of a player is very short. 30, 35 is the maximum. What they will do out thereafter. So for that also the government must have a proper policy in place so that once the career as a sportsman is over, they can indulge themselves in some activities which is very much part of their career as from the game which they have groomed and which they have practiced for so many years of their prime time. So this is basically the thing that infrastructure, the ecosystem has to develop with proper training facilities. The coaching centers, the training centers should be developed in northeastern states. And one more thing, all my friends are saying that 30%, 40% of players from northeast are playing in other parts of the country. Why they are not playing in some teams in the northeastern region? NUFC is one ISL team in Shillong, based in Guwahati. But they hardly take players from the local areas. The hinterland is northeastern states. but they take players from outside the northeastern state. Therefore, the teams or the states do not have any sense of belongingness to these teams. One very good thing is that IPL was there in the country for last 15 years. We have no connection with IPL from northeastern states, but luckily to our present setup in BCCI, we are going to host 2 matches in Guwahati that will be taking place in the first part of April, 5th and 8th of April. So that way, we have to develop the game of cricket, bringing it nearer to the mainstream. Assam, of course, is playing cricket since 1948. And recently also, we have done well by going up to the level of semi-final in the Vijay Hazare Trophy. To get to that level is also a big challenge. In Ranji Trophy also, we could go up to semi-final, but till now, Assam or not any northeastern states has not become any champion of any of these national teams. Other than junior tournaments, we have some players who represented the country, as well as Assam team became champions in under 19 and under 17, under 15 also. But in the Ranji Trophy, there has been no champion from northeastern states. But now the effort is there to groom maximum number of players by giving them proper infrastructure in the whole area. BCCI is also taking steps to develop indoor cricket stadiums in all the 7 northeastern states. So that work has also started, and I am sure in the coming times, in 2-3 years' time, the infrastructure shortage will be covered up, and thereafter it will be the efforts of the proper organizers to place coaches and the other technical staff to groom the players here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saikia. You spoke very nicely about overcoming challenges and making infrastructure and facilities for the players. So, Sarita, आपने तभी शुरुआत किया था जब शायद कोई फैसिलिटी थी ही नहीं. आपने खुद की लड़ाई खुद लड़ी, फिर एज ए बॉक्सर, उसके बाद अपना एज ए कोच अपना एकेडमी बनाने के लिए. तो अभी आपको एज ए कोच क्या सब मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है?
एज ए खिलाड़ी की टाइम में भी बहुत स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा, क्योंकि उस टाइम में जैसे अभी सर लोग ने बताया है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट जो है बॉर्डर एरिया है, बहुत इन्फ्लुएंस होता है दूसरा विदेश का. तो उस दौरान हमने जब स्टार्ट किए थे, उस टाइम में मणिपुर में इंसर्जेंसी का बहुत प्रॉब्लम था. तो मेरा भी जो गांव है, जो हिल के पास है, तो बहुत हमने फेस किया है. और उस टाइम में क्योंकि रोज़ हम इंसर्जेंसी देखता है, तो हम भी उस जैसा बनना है, क्योंकि उस दौरान हम इंडिया से अलग होना है, इंडिया से सेपरेट हम अलग कंट्री चाहिए, वही डिमांड रहते थे. तो रोज़ उसे देखता है, रोज़ उसको सुनता है, तो जैसे हम भी हाँ उस जैसा बनना है, बंदूक पकड़ना है. जैसे मेरा लाइफ में मैंने वही रोज़ धीरे धीरे मेरे को यूज़ करने लगा. मेरा लाइफ जो है स्पोर्ट्स ने मेरे लाइफ आज है, स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से मैं जिंदा हूँ, नहीं तो फेंके काउंटर में मर सकते हैं. मेरा काफ़ी दोस्त लोग उस दौरान में सोता था, 13 साल का था. उस दौरान में क्या चीज़ अच्छा है नहीं है मुझे पता नहीं था. उस दौरान में हमको इन्फ्लुएंस किया है. तो उसके बाद में स्पोर्ट्स में ज्वाइन करने के बाद मेरा लाइफ चेंज हुआ है. जैसे हम पहले क्या सोचते हैं, हम इंडिया के अगेंस्ट फाइट कर रहे हैं, तो बाद में स्पोर्ट्स में आने के बाद जो देश का जो प्यार है हमने महसूस किया है. तो उसके साथ साथ जब हमने स्पोर्ट्स में आने के बाद जो चेंजेस है, हम लोग पहले हम जो सोच रहे थे वो गलत थे, क्योंकि हमारा देश के लिए हम जब खेलने जाते हैं तो कितना सम्मान मिलता है, कितना इज्जत मिलता है, जो हमने महसूस किया है. तो उसके बाद हमने बहुत मेहनत किया और अपना देश का नाम रोशन 20 साल हमने रोशन किया है. उसके बाद फिर मैं घर पे वापस कोविड के बाद मैंने रिटायर ले लिया. उसके बाद मैं घर पे उससे पहले मेरा एकेडमी जो है 2012 से मैंने शुरू किया था. उस दौरान में ओलंपिक क्वालिफाइंग राउंड के लिए मैं गए थे लंदन ओलंपिक के लिए. तो लास्ट मोमेंट में मुझे कुछ कंट्रोवर्सी की वजह से 60 वेट में इंक्रीज़ करके खेलना पड़ा, तो क्वालिफाई हो नहीं पाया. उसके बाद मैं घर पे बैठे तो मैंने देखा छोटा बच्चे इंसर्जेंसी का प्रॉब्लम तो ख़त्म हो चुकी है, और बॉर्डर एरिया है, बच्चे जो यूथ बच्चे हैं वो ड्रग्स में एडिक्ट हो रहे हैं. ड्रग्स का इन्फ्लुएंस और भी है तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर. तो उससे उसका जो हमारा यूथ जो है ख़त्म हो रहा है. तो रोज़ मैंने देखा तो मैंने महसूस किया, बहुत मुझे दुख लगा। तो हाँ, मुझे भी कुछ अभी कुछ बच्चे जो हमारा लोकल एरिया जो है वहीं से एक दो बच्चे मेरे साथ जब मैं रेस थे तो ट्रेनिंग के लिए बोला मुझे सिखा दो। मैं दो तीन दिन 3 बॉक्सर सिखाया। उसके बाद धीरे धीरे मेरा घर के आंगन में मैंने स्टार्ट किया, तो धीरे धीरे बच्चे बहुत बढ़ गया, 50 के ऊपर हो गया। तो फिर मैंने कम्युनिटी हॉल में लेके फिर वे लोग को ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया। ग्रास रूट जो बच्चे हैं वो ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया। और उसके बाद फिर कोविड आ गया। मैंने एक कॉलेज का हॉल रेंट में लेके मैंने एकेडमी, क्योंकि कम्युनिटी हॉल में तो इक्विपमेंट नहीं रख सकते, तो उस वजह से बच्चे को इम्प्रूवमेंट जो होना चाहिए वो हो नहीं पा रहे थे। तो फिर मैं एक कॉलेज का हॉल में मैंने रेंट में लेके वहाँ पे इक्विपमेंट वगैरह, रिंग वगैरह, एक छोटा सा रिंग हमने मेरा डिज़ाइन करके कमल गेम्स में हमने जो ट्रेनिंग एरिया में जो देखा है वही मैं कॉपी करके मैंने बनाया, और वहीं पे इक्विपमेंट वगैरह जो सस्ता से बन सके वही मैंने अरेंज किया और बच्चे को ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया। और बच्चे ने अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे थे। यूथ में मेडल आ रहे हैं, नेशनल मेडल आ रहे हैं, अभी इंटरनेशनल में भी गोल्ड लेकर आ रहे हैं यूथ में, सब जूनियर और यूथ में। तो उसके बाद एकदम कोविड आ गया। फिर कोविड आने के बाद पूरा बंद हो गया, 1 साल पूरा। बच्चे जो है पहले इंटरनेशनल लेवल में अच्छा कर रहे हैं, वो कोविड की वजह से सब ख़राब हो रहे हैं, और कुछ बच्चे जो है गलत रास्ते में चले गए। तो उसको देख के मैं बहुत दुख लगा, क्योंकि कोई मतलब संभालने वाला नहीं है। तो मैंने डिसाइड किया मुझे किसी भी हाल में एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करना है। तो मैं वर्ल्ड 2006 में वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन बना थे। तो वहाँ मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट ने एक घर दिया था मेरे को, एक गेम विलेज, नेशनल गेम विलेज एरिया में एक छोटा सा घर दिया था। तो वो घर मैंने भेज दिया, और उसके साथ साथ मैं इंसेंटिव अवार्ड वगैरह जो कमल गेम्स और वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में जो मिला है, मेरा जो सेविंग है उससे मैंने लेन लिया। एक विदिन 1 ईयर के अंदर कोविड के दौरान जो अंदर मैंने डेवलपमेंट किया है, उसके साथ सब बच्चे जो है मैंने सब बुला के हॉस्टल में रखा और फिर ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया। मेरा मानना ये है, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर में जितने भी इंसर्जेंसी का प्रॉब्लम है और ड्रग का प्रॉब्लम है और नेशनल की अगेंस्ट में जो जितने भी अगल बगल जो देश है इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे हैं, तो एक ही तरीका है स्पोर्ट्स से हम उसको सही रास्ता ला सकते हैं। अभी भी बहुत सी जगह पे स्पोर्ट्स के अवेयरनेस नहीं है मणिपुर के अंदर। लास्ट ईयर में गए थे नवंबर दिसंबर में, एक जगह उखुल का एक जगह पे गए थे। मैं वहाँ पे मैं 15 दिन खुद रहा और बच्चे को मैं 15 दिन ट्रेनिंग दिया। वहाँ पे 70 बॉक्सर ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है, और कुछ बच्चे तो ऐसे था 3 घंटे पैदल आके मेरा एक जो गेम है उसमें ज्वाइन किया, और वो फूडिंग लॉजिंग वगैरह हम खाने पीने का सब, उस माँ बाप जो है बहुत इंटरेस्ट लेता है। माँ बाप जो है 2-3 घंटे पैदल आके बच्चे का सामान देना, ड्रेस देने के लिए आते हैं। तो मेरे दिल में एक बहुत सा मतलब खुशी भी हुआ, क्योंकि हाँ मैं 20 साल अपने देश के लिए मैंने खुद खेला है अभी, और मुझे जो बच्चे हैं, जो यूथ है हमारा, जो ग्रास रूट है, वहीं पे मैं काम करना चाहते थे। एक यहाँ पे एक बड़ा स्ट्रगल इसलिए कर रहा है क्योंकि जो गवर्नमेंट जो सपोर्ट करते हैं, गवर्नमेंट बहुत स्लो है, सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाते। लेकिन लास्ट 10 ईयर से मैं 10 ईयर से मैं अकेले स्ट्रगल करके अभी वर्ल्ड लेवल का मेडलिस्ट भी निकाल चुके हैं, यूथ में वर्ल्ड मेडलिस्ट के। तो जो एकेडमी वगैरह है वो उसमें थोड़ा सा और भी फोकस करेगा। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो ठीक है, धीरे धीरे डेवलपमेंट भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट होने के बाद कौन संभालेगा, कौन सिंसियरिटी है अपने देश के लिए सेक्रीफाइस करने के लिए, कौन है, कौन खिलाड़ी है, कौन कोच है, उसको अच्छी तरीके से यूज़ हो जाए, वही मेरा अंदर डर रहता है। तो मैं यही बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि जो एकेडमी जो है अच्छा कर रहे हैं और अच्छा कर रहे हैं उसको थोड़ा सपोर्ट दे दे, और भी मतलब जैसे अभी हमारा नेशनल लेवल इजीली नहीं आता है, ग्रास रूट से धीरे धीरे उसको करने के बाद इंडिया कैंप ज्वाइन होता है, डायरेक्ट इंडिया कैंप नहीं जा सकते हैं। तो हमारा देश के लिए और भी ओलंपिक में मेडल लाना है, तो हम लोग ग्रास रूट में और भी अच्छा वर्क करना ज़रूरी है। जैसे हम 20 साल हमने इंटरनेशनल लेवल में खेला है, उसके बाद में ग्रास रूट में जाके हम वर्क कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा जो सीखना, हमारा जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जो यूथ है और ग्रास रूट में हम अच्छी तरीके से उसको प्रॉपर गाइड हम देगा तो और भी अच्छा ओलंपिक में मेडल लाएगा। वही चीज़ें में एकेडमी वगैरह जो हो रहा है, जो अच्छा से मतलब कुछ एकेडमी है नाम का है और गवर्नमेंट से बहुत पैसे लेता है, तो मतलब वो थोड़ा ऑब्जर्व करके दे कि हाँ कौन सा एकेडमी कौन कितना अच्छा कर रहा है, कौन सा एकेडमी सिंसियरिटी से वर्क कर रहा है, वो चीज़ें है ना थोड़ा देख के गवर्नमेंट भी हेल्प करेगा तो बहुत अच्छा होगा और भी अच्छा इंटरनेशनल लेवल में ओलंपिक में मेडल लाएंगे। मैंने एक चीज़ मैंने देखा है चाइना के अंदर, मैं बीजिंग ओलंपिक के बाद में 20 दिन के लिए वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग के लिए गए थे। वहाँ पे मैंने देखा 5 साल 6 साल के बच्चे इतना अच्छा ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा यहाँ पे तो नहीं है। जब भी स्पोर्ट्स शुरू होता है तो 15 साल हम और मैंने भी शुरू किया 14-15 इयर्स की बात शुरू किया है। तो वो अभी 8 साल का 9 साल का जो बच्चे हैं, हम अभी ग्रास रूट में धीरे धीरे उसको गाइड करेंगे तो जल्दी हमारा फ्यूचर में बहुत अच्छा इंडिया के लिए मेडल ला सकते हैं।
या थैंक यू सरिता, आपने इतना बढ़िया बोला ग्रास रूट्स के बारे में। So basically we are running out of time. So gentlemen, could you share your thoughts like how to tap the potential at grassroots level in Northeast? So you. How to tap the grassroots potential and maximize them in Northeast?
Yeah. As I have said, and as my friends have already made it very clear, potential is very much there in the Northeast. But you see, we have to have a system where systematic talent hunting and talent search will be conducted in a participatory and comprehensive manner. Because you see, in the not only in Mizoram, in other Northeast states also, the sports stars who are signing at the national and international levels are always from the interior and from the village background always. And searching talent, hunting of talent is a big challenge. So in view of the existing social infrastructure and manpower available in the Northeast, I think the Northeast needs technical support and you see expert support in hunting and in identifying talents for various sport disciplines. You see, let me mention one example. Way back in the year 1994, one Mizo boy named Larem Sanga, who is my present deputy director, was spotted by Tata Sports Academy for archery. And at the age of 15, when he attained the age of 15, he participated in the Barcelona Olympic, only 15 years old. And by that time, there was no academy. No one knows in Mizoram about archery also. So from his raw talent, he could have become the, you see, Olympian at the age of 15. And in the next Olympic, that is Atlanta Olympic, he represented India again. And he has won lots of laurels for India at the Asian level championships, Commonwealth Games, and other, you see, championships. The reason why I mentioned this gentleman is that because of the talent search conducted by Tata Academy, only because of that India qualified for archery in those two Olympic Games. And if you see, Jeremy Lardin is known to everyone now. He was the first youth Olympic champion from India. He he became Youth Olympic champion at a very tender age. And he became champions in the last Mondial Games also, despite his injuries and all. And he trained his weightlifting with, you see, broken water pipes, putting the tires in both the end and with the help of his father, he has ventured like that. So that is a clear proof of availability of talents in Northeast, and it is the responsibility of the government, the state government, central government, and also the associations, federations, Olympic associations, to go deeper to so as to tap more talents in Northeast India. And as the owner of Aizawl Football Club, you see, in football I have some experiences. You see, though there is no proper training facilities in 4 or 5 years back, of course it is available now in Mizoram also. The talents, the players that we have are always from rural areas with poor family background. And with small intervention, small support by the coach in a systematic manner, the players are always improved in a very faster manner because inborn talents are always there. And for the information of the House, I would like to say that when Aizawl Football Club became champion in 2017 in the I-League, that National League, the budget of Aizawl Football Club was much less than the salary of one player in the Mohun Bagan team, Sony Nordi by name. So that is because from the natural talents of the Mizos, the team could become champions in India. And after becoming champions of India, Aizawl FC qualified for the ICL level league, and it was very unfortunate and very disheartening for me and for the players, for the fans of Mizoram football, that Mizoram has no qualified ground to host our home matches in the ICL level league. And we need to go down to Guwahati to play our home match more than 600 kilometers away, playing home match. Well, the Mizo football enthusiasts and fans are keenly waiting for the home match being played at Aizawl with foreign clubs, no? So such is the situation and lack of infrastructure that my friends have just mentioned needs to be addressed properly. And I would like to repeat again the points that I've mentioned earlier, that building of stadium or building of football fields or building of cricket ground, building of boxing halls, it is not merely of building the sporting facilities. It is the building of the bridge between mainland India and the Northeast, which has peculiarities, which have uniqueness, and which needs to be bridged socially, culturally also. So I would like to appeal to expert agencies. I would like to appeal to corporate world to come and invest in the Northeast. And as for Mizoram, we have a very potential sports policy, and we have already declared and granted industry status to sports. And Mizoram is one of the best states in India for investment in sports. We do welcome each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Saikyad, quickly in one line, how do you...
One more point, please.
Yeah.
You see, I forgot to mention one very valid point for all of us. You see, if you see the boxing, I mean, the Tokyo boxing, Tokyo Olympics, more than a good number of medals were won by professional boxers. But in case of India, no professional boxer is allowed by the state boxing association or federation in the boxing discipline. So India should have a very big heart, and let us allow all the boxers, whether they are amateur or whether they are professionals, to represent India. Let the best boxer represent India in the international competition, especially Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, and Olympics also. Because Boxing Federation of India has repeatedly made circular, allowing even the professional boxers to represent the state, to represent India, to represent any organization in the national and international competitions. But what is wrong with the state level association, or I don't know, national level, I mean federation level, that no professional boxer is allowed to represent our India? That is a big setback for the players also, because as for Mizoram, we have a good number of professional boxers. In fact, boxing, these boxers enjoy professional boxing because, and we have world champion also in professional boxing. But if they are not allowed to represent in Mizoram, or if they are not allowed to represent India, how you see, we will lose a number of medals, number of championship. So in order to, you see, fly higher in boxing, I think all the talents, all the boxers, irrespective of amateur or professional, let them be allowed to contest and to participate in the selection trial and all. If they are good, let us select and send them for Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, and other international competitions also.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Saika, we're running out of time. Just 30 seconds, you
Yes.
please sum up.
So far as cricket is concerned, BCCI will take care of development of cricket in all the states of the Northeast. But for the other sports where we can excel, like football, archery, boxing, weightlifting, where Northeastern players are doing extremely well, athletics. So the concerned authorities, SAI or maybe the associations relating to those sports, they must have to develop international standard academies in our states so that the talents which are available, they can prosper and excel in their respective fields. We can hope more goals in the future time. Thank you.
Mr. Abu Mehta.
Yeah, I agree with my fellow panelists. Don't want to repeat what they say, but we need to focus on the Northeast, infrastructure, human resource. Also, we need the federations to play a greater role. As far as athletics is concerned, we are giving great emphasis to the Northeast. We're bringing national, international level competitions to the Northeast. We're tapping talent. We're giving education and training. My president is here. Athletics is doing that, and I wish the other associations also doing that. Cricket is doing a fantastic job, and we need Government of India, corporate sector, and the federation to give emphasis to Northeast. And I'm telling you, as I said earlier, Northeast will make India shine.
With this, we come to the end of the session, and I thank all our panelists for their informative details. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Wonderful to have you with us. I'm sure we can go on and on about the potential and the realization of it in the Northeast. Thank you so much, Mr. Sarangi, the Senior Assistant Editor of the Hindu Sports. Can we just have you all together for a quick photo opportunity, please? And may I also request Mr. Sarangi to please present a token of appreciation on behalf of the Hindu. First up to Mr. Abu Mehta, who's the advisor to the Chief Minister Nagaland. Lovely to have you with us. Mr. Robert Romavia Royte, Minister of State, Sports and Youth Services. Mizoram spoke with a lot of passion. Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Sarita Devi, Boxing World Championship medalist, spoke about things beyond sport, about the issues that the Northeast does face. Thank you so much for your passionate speech, ma'am. Thanks very much to Mr. Devjit Sekia, who's the Joint Secretary of the BCCI. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. I'm sure we had the delight of the company of Ms. Mirabai Chanu as well. Thank you so much for Mirabai Chanu for having joined us virtually. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, through the course of the day, we've spoken to a lot of stakeholders and understood the way forward. But amidst the many good things that we have seen in the recent past, it's the spirit of community, encouragement, and participation in sport from the youth of this country that's been phenomenal, to say the least. And I think if there is one common thread through the course of the entire day, it is the support that the sporting community and sport in general has received from the Government of India. And it is indeed my pleasure to have in our midst, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anurag Thakur, who's the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Sport and Youth Affairs. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Loves his cricket, loves his sport overall. Wonderful to have you with us. And may I now request Mr. Ayon Sen Gupta, the editor of Sportstar, to please formally welcome the Union Minister for Information, Broadcasting and Sports and Youth Affairs.
I think we have had a very, very long day, and I'm going to keep my speech as short as possible. Thank you, Mr. Anurag Singh Thakur, for being here. All of us are very, very excited to hear about your and your government's plan for sports in the country. There's the Asian Games coming and then the Olympics, and we have a lot of expectations from our Indian athletes who are doing so well. I mean, even yesterday, 2 of our boxers won gold medals at the Women's Boxing Championship. We actually won 4 medals at the Women's Boxing Championship, which is a best ever tally for India at the championship. And India was also the best team at this year's championship. I wouldn't take any more of your time and would request the Honorable Minister to come and give his speech.
Namaskar. I know we have a lot of friends from Chennai. Vanakkam. Editor, Sportstar, Shri Ayon Sen Gupta ji. Senior journalist, Shri Vijay Lokpalli ji. Sporting administrators, distinguished athletes, officials, and the office bearers from the National Sports Federations. My dear friends, Namaskar, I'm delighted to be present here to deliver the keynote address at the National Sports Conclave being organized by the Sportstar. Just 2 days ago, we had organized a Chintan Shiva within the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and I had remarked that sports is the only section, apart from politics, which I get 3 pages in most of the newspaper of the country. So that is the kind of importance sports gets as far as the newspapers are concerned. But here we have a magazine that began as a print-only multi-sport weekly back in 1978, and it has evolved itself to still be the India's premium sporting magazine. I still remember my playing days when I used to buy every week Sportstar. And the major attraction for me during that time was the middle page, which has a glossy poster kind of a paper, which I used to take out and put on my cupboard, sometimes outside, inside. So I think that was a big attraction for me for many years. So we meet here today with just 16 months to go for the next Olympics to be held in Paris. And I want to convey my appreciation to the Sportstar for organizing such conclaves at the national level as well as at the regional level, which no other magazine does. Thank you so much for that. The impact and the might of sports in a country like ours cannot and should not be underestimated, and it is time now that we start punching at our weight and claim a place in sporting world that we ideally should have had. So when I talk about punching, I have to talk about women and the women athletes. We have seen the punches in the last few days at the national capital. And I would like to congratulate from this forum to our 4 gold medalists, Nikhat, Zareen, Lavlina, Neetu Gangas, and Sweti Bora. एक नहीं, वैसे तो भारत में 3 देवियों की ही बात चलती थी. इन चारों हमारे बॉक्सर्स ने देश के लिए नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए हैं. मैं इन सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. So these 4 boxers dominated their respective weight categories from the beginning of the championship and became world champions, making the country proud yet again. I still remember when last year Nikhat won and became the world champion. I could see on the ground a lot of young girls used to come when I used to travel and meet a lot of young athletes during the Sansad Khel Mahakumbh in various parts of the country. They used to come and say, sir, हमें boxing खेलना है. तो ये कहाँ से आया? MC मैरी कॉम से रुका नहीं. MC मैरी कॉम बनी 6 बार की वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. लवलीना ने टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में जीता देश के लिए मेडल. तो वहीं पर निखत ज़रीन ने IBF वुमेन वर्ल्ड बॉक्सिंग चैंपियनशिप में मेडल जीता. तो एक के बाद जब दूसरा स्टार आता है और स्पोर्ट्स स्टार में भी वो कवर पेज पर आती है तो देश भर के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक इंस्पिरेशन के रूप में एक प्रेरणा उनके लिए बनती है. तो मुझे लगता है हमारी ये जो वुमेन एथलीट्स है, दे बिकम अ सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन फॉर many यंग upcoming athletes who want to take up boxing as their sport. So our women athletes are consistently making the nation proud across sports, across events, across age groups. And I would like to mention here an event we launched few weeks back on 10th of March, Khelo India 10 Kadam. This initiative is majorly focused on women, as 8th of March was the Women's Day, but that date was holy, so we could not launch it on 8th, but we launched it on 10th to celebrate that. And I'm pleased to say here that we organized this across 50 cities in the country, and more than 15,000 women participated in this event. In total, 10 sports from Kho-Kho, swimming, athletics, wushu, archery, fencing, judo, weightlifting, hockey, and yogasana. I would also like to point out here that this initiative is not a one-off initiative. Since the past 18 months, we have launched Khelo India Leagues for women across multiple sports, and we have seen tremendous success till now. Previously, the athletes did not get a chance to participate in competitions, but we organized leagues and tournaments in various sports, including hockey, weightlifting, cycling, kho-kho, judo, and wushu. I was just taking the feedback from the Joint Secretary BCCI and was congratulating him for taking the initiative to start the Women Premium League. So I think the WPL was extremely successful, and this has opened the gates for many other such organizations who might be thinking whether to start a league for women or not. Yes, there is a lot of takers for the women athletes in this country, and I think you should look forward to have your own leagues in various disciplines. I often get to ask these questions in the parliament and otherwise about how does Indian government support the top athletes and the grassroots athletes and the facilities we provide to the associations and to the athletes. So I'm glad to have Prime Minister Modi, who's a sports lover and a sports promoter. And since the launch of the Khelo India scheme in the year 2017, we have developed a 3-tier pyramid structure for coaching, training of athletes in the country. At the bottom of the pyramid, will be the Khelo India athletes and athletes training at the various schemes and centers run by the Sports Authority of India, whether it is National Center of Excellence or the site training centers or the extension centers, akhadas, etc. We have close to 7,998 athletes training in about 34 disciplines at our centers. And we also provide support to 3,000 athletes in Khelo India to the Khelo India athletes in various Khelo India accredited academies. So these athletes are scouted and chosen by the Talent Identification and Development Committee. We also look at tournaments like Khelo India Youth Games, Khelo India University Games, to look at and the Khelo India other events, also the national games to pick upcoming players, athletes. I would like to say here, हम केवल इनको चुनते ही नहीं हैं, खिलाड़ियों को चुनने के साथ साथ उनको निखारने का, तराशने का काम भी करते हैं। प्रति खिलाड़ी पर लगभग 6,28,000 रुपया खर्चा आता है, जिसमें से 5 लाख उनकी बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग सब पे खर्च होता है और लगभग 1,20,000 रुपया उनको जेब खर्च के रूप में दिया जाता है। और यही नहीं, इसके अलावा जो हमारा टॉप्स का डेवलपमेंट ग्रुप है, जहाँ पे लगभग 165 खिलाड़ियों को चुना जाता है और इन सब के बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग के अलावा इनको लगभग 3 लाख रुपया साल का, 25,000 रुपया महीना भी जेब खर्च देने का काम किया जाता है। एलीट ग्रुप जो है टॉप्स का है, उसमें बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग तो देश में और दुनिया भर में सब करने का काम करते ही हैं। 6 लाख रुपया उनको जेब खर्च यहाँ पर भी देने का काम किया जाता है। So it never happened in the past, but we are taking care of their boarding, lodging, training to each and everything. Apart than that, also the out-of-pocket allowance has been provided by the Government of India. I think our players do not worry about these kind of aspects now, where the Government of India is taking care of their boarding, lodging to the other aspects and also providing the out-of-pocket allowance. But there are still many areas we need to look at, which may come later on that, as far as the role of the state governments and the state associations are concerned. Primarily, the sports is a state subject. States has to play a very important role. As far as the selection is concerned, National Sports Federation and the state association has to play a very important role. Because from outside, which I could see when the questions comes in the parliament or otherwise, the common man has this perception that it is the government who has to select the players. No, we don't have to. It is the federation who does that. So the major role is with the federations, and we have seen some changes in the federations also, where there is a mix of players and administrators who are taking control of the associations and promoting them. I also engage with various sports federations. Adilji is here, others are also sitting here. We also take feedback from them, what are their challenges. And in the beginning of this month of March, I held a high-level committee meeting to review the preparation for the 2024 Olympic Games. Adilji was there that day, and other athletes were also there from the Indian Olympic Association. And I was pleased to hear that all the stakeholders are aware of their responsibilities and respective roles, and that all of us are aligned to provide our elite athletes all the support they need. We are trying to give our best, train them, give them exposure, let them participate in the various events in India and abroad. For each scheme or decision taken by the central government, one of the top things that the Prime Minister Modi focuses on is ease of living for citizens and for sports person. In this case, I have to highlight a couple of things what we did in the last few months. So when I was an athlete in my school or college days, and thereafter as an administrator, I firsthand saw the issues faced by the athletes. The issues might look minuscule in nature, but they bog down the athletes and distract them from their training. When you have to spend a lot of time running from one office to another, chasing for your funds or other demands. So when I took over as a minister, I got the charge of this ministry in July 2021. One of the first decisions I took was to build a portal wherein in the past, present and budding athletes can benefit with the use of technology. We created a portal wherein no athlete needs to physically come to the ministry, and they will be able to apply for their pension, apply for their scholarship, apply for cash awards on one website. अब आपको कहीं भागने की ज़रूरत नहीं, केवल आपको वेबसाइट पर पोर्टल पर जाकर लॉगिन करना है, स्कैन करके अपना रिक्वेस्ट वहाँ पर डालना है, सर्टिफिकेट डालना है और आपके खाते में पैसा डीबीटी से ट्रांसफ़र हो जाता है. ये हमने आप सबके लिए आसान कर दिया है. And we have also changed the system of application of sporting awards to fully online this year, and these changes led to the ease of living for the sports persons. The digitalization of these schemes is ensuring faster disposal of the applications, less interference by the stakeholders, proper record keeping, and is avoiding duplicity. All these schemes are now DBT compliant, and are unnecessary verification through Federation SAI has been done away with. So even my office knows that they have to approve the application within a set time frame. So under the able leadership of visionary Shri Narendra Modi ji, we are aiming to become a sporting powerhouse and to give a fillip to the overall ecosystem. The Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports have also seen a manifold increase in its budget outlay over the years. From a mere 466 crores in the year 2004 and 2005, we have come up to 3,397.32 crores in the financial year 2023-2024. So कहने का भाव ये है कि 2004-2005 से 466 करोड़ से बढ़कर 3,397 करोड़ रुपया भारत सरकार का युवा विभाग और खेलों का बजट हो गया है. मैंने पहले भी कहा कि खेल एक राज्य का विषय है और राज्यों की भी इसमें बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. तो जो भारत सरकार करती है उसके अलावा राज्यों के भी अलग अलग राज्यों ने अपने बजट्स को प्राथमिकता खेलों में भी देने की शुरुआत की है. We are revamping the sporting ecosystem in the country, and there is a new push to build modern sporting infrastructure across the nation. We have sanctioned more than 3,000 crore rupees in the past 5 years for 280 plus infrastructure projects in 36 states, wherein we are building multi-purpose sports complexes, indoor halls, synthetic athletic tracks, hockey astroturfs, mini stadiums, etc. We are also building modern world-class sports complexes in the Narayanpura in Ahmedabad, Sigra in Varanasi, which will prove to be a hub for the future Olympic medalist. Not only that, we are also building 1,000 Khelo India centers across the nation, wherein we will focus on the talent identification at the grassroots level. And a retired coach or a player who have played for many years, they can be employed at these centers to provide basic training. Close to 800 centers are already sanctioned, and we plan to open all the 1,000 centers before 15th August 2023. So these 1,000 Khelo India centers will be sanctioned and functional before the 15th August 2023. We are successfully hosting the G20 presidency right now, and I'm sure that we will be fully equipped to host the future Olympics in India sometime soon, and we'll be hopeful to bid that. We are keen to host the Olympics in India. We'll make sure that we'll have a successful bid. So one more visible change that is being seen right now is the multiple international sporting events coming to India. As you know, we have hosted the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad in India. Not only hosted, but very successfully hosted. We also had the first ever torch relay in the Chess Olympiad, and the FIDE International President has announced that maybe in future Chess Olympiad is hosted by some other country, but the torch relay will start from India only. क्योंकि भारत से ही चेस की शुरुआत हुई थी, और भारत से अगर चेस की शुरुआत हुई है, जन्म भारत से हुआ है, तो टॉर्च रिले हर वर्ष यहीं पर होगा, यहीं से शुरुआत होगी. And we tried to take the torch relay to the 75 cities across India to create awareness about chess. Not only that, we have hosted the FIFA Under-17 Women World Cup in 3 cities, from the state of Odisha to Goa to Maharashtra, and we hosted it successfully. And yesterday only we have completed the IBA Women World Boxing Championship. होस्ट करना तो अलग बात है, होस्ट करने का आनंद अलग है कि आप दुनिया भर के खिलाड़ियों को यहाँ बुला रहे हो, लेकिन होस्ट करके अपने 4 बॉक्सर्स वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन जाएं, इससे सुखद पल कुछ और नहीं हो सकता. और ये यहीं पे हुआ है, इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ. The 3rd edition of the WADA Athlete Biological Passport Symposium was organized last year in Delhi, where over 200 participants from 56 nations, including WADA officials, experts from different anti-doping organizations participated. Not only that, we have also passed the NADA bill in the parliament. Well, we are trying our level best to do well in that area as well. When it comes to the domestic level events, we cannot look past the Khelo India Games, whether it is the Khelo India Youth Games, University Games, or Winter Games. Even this year, if you look at Gulmarg, we had record participation. Earlier it used to be 6 games. This year we had 11 games, record participation of more than 1,500 athletes. In the national games also, it was the 36 national games, 36 events for 36 days. It was a well organized by the Gujarat. In a 3-month span, they did it. And in the Khelo India Youth Games also, Sengupta ji, last year in Panchkula when we hosted it, 12 national records were broken and 11 were broken by the girl child, so women athletes. This year 25 national records are broken, 21 are broken by the women athletes. So that is the achievement. So I think in every sector we have seen women are doing extremely well. So I think we have a lot of scope here in the Khelo India Games, and it has been a phenomenal success in identifying talent and promoting athletes, fast-tracking them in respective sports. One area which I wanted to mention here, Prime Minister started the Khel Mahakumbh when he was the Chief Minister in Gujarat. I started as a Member of Parliament, Sansad Khel Mahakumbh. And in my parliamentary constituency, more than 70,000 youth participate in that Khel Mahakumbh in 6-7 sports. Now, Honorable Prime Minister took the initiative, told the MPs from our party to start this initiative. I'm glad to say here, lot of MPs are hosting the Sansad Khel Mahakumbh, Sansad Khel Pratispadha in their areas. And I've seen there's a buzz in their constituencies where a lot of youngsters come and participate. So we are going to pick some talented players from there as well who have come across as very, rich talent from at that level. I think if every MP, each and every MP, each and every MLA and the Panchayat Pradhan start doing one or the other event related to the sports in their areas as elected representative, I think we can create the right environment for the sports in the country. पंचायत के प्रधान को कहाँ करना है? अपनी पंचायत में करना है. परिवारों के बीच में भी हो सकता है, महिलाओं का अलग हो सकता है, कोई बहुत खर्चा करने की आवश्यकता नहीं। विधायक को केवल अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र में करना है, 50 पंचायत मुश्किल से आती हैं, बहुत खर्चा होने वाला नहीं है। खिलाड़ियों को हर बार कैश प्राइज या बड़े इनाम नहीं चाहिए, उनको कई बार तो इवेंट चाहिए अपनी प्रतिभा को दिखाने का, अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को दिखाने का। और अगर जमीनी स्तर से लेकर राष्ट्रीय स्तर तक अगर हम ये कर पाएंगे तो मैं कह सकता हूं जैसे फिल्मों में हुआ है, रीजनल से इंटरनेशनल होते समय नहीं लगता। जो आरआरआर ने रीजनल से नेशनल से इंटरनेशनल हो गई, एलिफेंट विस्परर्स एक स्मॉल डॉक्यूमेंट्री से ऑस्कर अवार्ड विजेता हो गई, तो ऐसे ही एक पंचायत में खेलता हुआ खिलाड़ी जब उभरता हुआ अपने एमपी के स्तर पे आकर खेलेगा और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आकर खेलेगा, तो वहीं से हमारे भविष्य के ओलंपियंस भी निकलेंगे। ज़रूरत है हमें धरातल पर उस चिंगारी को सुलगाने की, वहाँ पर और आग लगाने की। और आग लगाने की मतलब देयर शुड बी फायर इन द बेली टू प्ले वेल एंड डू वेल। निस्तुला जी, क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स की पत्रकार बोलेंगे आग लगाने की बात, मैं आग लगाने की बात, भाई खिलाड़ियों में आग दूसरे जज्बा होता है कि उनको कहीं ना कहीं उनमें वो भाव पैदा करने की आपको खेलना है, देश के लिए आगे बढ़ना है। तो मुझे लगता है ऐसे बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट्स अगर हमारे होंगे तो एक इकोसिस्टम हमारे यहाँ पे खड़ा हो सकता है। फिट इंडिया मिशन की मैं बात करूं तो फिट इंडिया मिशन को लेकर फिटनेस का डोज आधा घंटा रोज, एक वाक्य है लेकिन बहुत बड़ा संदेश छिपा है कि 24 घंटे में क्या आधा घंटा हम अपने लिए निकाल सकते हैं शारीरिक तौर पर, मानसिक तौर पर स्वस्थ रहने के लिए, आगे बढ़ने के लिए। 9 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों ने पिछले साल उसमें भाग लिया। इस साल भी हम करेंगे फिट इंडिया क्विज में 34,000 से ज़्यादा विद्यार्थियों ने उसमें भाग लिया। 3 करोड़ से ज़्यादा के कैश प्राइज हमने उसमें देने का काम किया। फिट इंडिया प्लॉग रन किया, फिट इंडिया मोटर बाइक एक्सपीडिशंस हमने किए, स्कूल क्विज किए, फिट इंडिया क्विज किया, टीवी पर इसको दिखाने का काम किया। स्टार टीवी ने उसमें एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई। और 21 जून को योगा दिवस, आज पूरी दुनिया उसको मना रही है, ये अपने आप में बड़ी बात है। श्री अन्न मिलेट्स की प्रमोशन के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उसकी शुरुआत की, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला जी ने उसको बजट में कहा। सेन गुप्ता जी, हमने इसको अपने खिलाड़ियों के लिए जो डाइट प्लान है, NIS पटियाला से लेके देश भर में हमारे जितने नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हैं, सब ने हमने मिलेट को अपने डाइट प्लान में अडॉप्ट किया है। इसकी न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू जो है उसको जानकारी आगे बढ़ाते हुए भी, और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप जैसे स्पोर्ट्स मैगजीन्स भी अगर इसके बारे में बताएंगे तो देश के लोगों को, जहां खिलाड़ियों को लाभ मिलेगा वहीं पे छोटे किसान को भी इसका लाभ मिलेगा। As everyone know that sitting here, I mean, you might have discussed during the day and you might be aware that whenever any athlete wins in any competition here in India or abroad, it is never an individual feat. There is a federation who is working behind it. There is a coach, supporting staff, fellow players, family working behind them. So if we want to see India as a sporting powerhouse in the years to come, it cannot solely happen through the efforts of the central government or few proactive sports associations or federations. We have to work as a team, from corporate houses, NGOs, sports federations, state governments to the national government. पांचों को इकट्ठे आना पड़ेगा, ये पांचों की ताकत को बनाना पड़ेगा. And I've seen many federations have started doing well. They have brought in more transparency and accountability into the system. We have also tried to ensure the National Sports Code is implemented in all those federations. We have seen many PSUs and the private organizations coming forward in helping our athletes. So it can't be just left to one stakeholder to take up the major chunk of the responsibility. If we want to go ahead and become a superpower in sports, we need to, concentrate on certain changes which is required at the federation level, at the state governments level. And we have to bring those changes in the sporting ecosystem. It may take some more time, but we are trying hard to bring in those changes. We need to professionally run the sporting federations that solely put forth the interest of athletes and go about their work in a transparent manner. I'll be more than happy to provide some funds in their ACTC, in their annual calendar, to run their federations in a more professional manner, to hire more professionals. The board can take the decisions and could be implemented through the CEOs or the GM operations or other such professionals to be appointed by the respected federations. In the last few months, we have seen many federations have adhered their constitution with the National Sports Development Code 2021. In certain games, we are facing challenges like equestrian and such games where we don't have enough infrastructure at the grassroots level. But they are also making some changes to broaden the base and work at the grassroots level. So every stakeholder has an individual role to play, but there also needs to be a team approach so that there is no duplication. If an elite athlete has a requirement, then the central government through SAI or the Mission Olympic Cell, the respective sporting federation and the NGO they are associated with can come together and work together. But I'd like to say here, instead of chasing glory for one's own organization, we must put forth the interest of the country and the athlete first and foremost. If the athlete wins, all the stakeholders win automatically. We see at times when an athlete wins, many run to take the credit for that. I think that should not happen. I have also appealed to the corporates of this country to contribute towards the National Sports Development Fund, through which we provide financial assistance to the development of infrastructure and also run the top scheme. Here we see the public sector enterprises have come forward and contributed towards this side. But we don't see the same kind of response from the private organizations or such multinational companies who they have not come forward in the big way. One more important stakeholder which I left out deliberately but plays a very, very crucial role in the sporting landscape is the media. They amplify the achievement of the athletes to the entire world, and they have also pointed out some misgivings and lacuna. Publications like Sportstar have a very important role to play in a cricket where every sport except cricket has struggled to achieve mainstream following. Change often comes slow, but I'm so happy today to see that our elite non-cricketing athletes have become role models too. Children across the country emulate Neeraj Chopra, P.V. Sindhu, Mirabai Chanu, M.C. Mary Kom, P.R. Srijesh, Savita Punia, Rani Rampal, Mirabai Chanu, and many others. I mean, like I can go on taking names one after another. They have become household names today, and it is a testament to their excellence, but the media is equally to thank for. We need to bring out these stories in the mainstream. Every single athlete sitting here will have a life story that will inspire thousands of children. That is why we also begin a special program known as Meet the Champion, wherein an Olympians visit a school in any city across the country and spend a day with the school children among them. These athletes have seen so much of struggle and have overcome all challenges to be here where they are today. Our aim and goal is to remove the challenges for coming generations of sports persons, the athletes who are currently participating in the Khelo India Games, for example. And as I conclude my address here, I would just like to remind everyone that we are less than 6 months away from the Asian Games and about 16 months away from the Paris Olympic Games. The entire country, starting with Prime Minister Modi to the youngest of the school children, must see a wave of sport of our athletes, for our athletes in these competitions, just as we did at Tokyo, Birmingham. And I would like to thank Sportstar once again for inviting me to this conclave and asking me to share my thoughts on the Indian sporting landscape. Let me once again thank Mr. Sen Gupta, Vijay Lokpalli and others for taking this initiative, going to the regional areas, taking feedback from the state governments, NGOs, private sector, athletes, federations from that regions also. And I think you might have compiled all that, and we can sit over a cup of tea someday to discuss the way forward for the Indian sports, so that all the feedback you have gathered may help us to make the policies for the future also. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Honorable Union Minister, if you can... Honorable Minister, if you can please come forward, please. May I request Mr. Ayan Sen Gupta, who's the editor of Sportstar, and Mr. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu Group, to specially thank Mr. Anurag Thakur for speaking with tremendous amount of poise and clarity. The Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Sport and Youth Affairs, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for so many things that he has spoken about. And to be very, very honest, sir, I've had the privilege and opportunity of being a part of Khelo India in the capacity of a commentator, and I think I can say with tremendous amount of confidence that the confidence that it instills in the youth is amazing, because it has technically bridged the gap enormously from where they start to where they finish. I mean, a classic example is a couple of Kabaddi players that have graduated so effortlessly into the senior levels of Kabaddi. Thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful initiative, sir. Thank you once again, Mr. Anurag Thakur, who is the Union Minister for Information, Broadcasting, Sport and Youth Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be starting the next session in a few minutes from now. May I kindly request you to take your seats? We should be starting the next session in a few minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the Union Minister has given us a lot of food for thought, but may I kindly request you all to settle down, please, so that we can start the next session. Thank you. Uttara, may I kindly request you to take your seat? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe I can wait for a couple of minutes for people to just come in. Or probably I can wait for more than just a couple of minutes. Maybe it's better off that I give a short little break and then we start in about 5 minutes' time. It looks better that way. Sorry, compulsion of what we are and where we are at the moment. Thank you. We'll take a quick break for 5 minutes and we'll be back here. Thank you. Thanks. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to take your seats, please. We are approaching the grand finale here. Right, and the final session of this evening probably takes the cake in more ways than one. We'll just get to that in just a moment. But the subject of this discussion is eyeing the Paris podium. That's the subject that we are about to discuss. What I'm talking about when I'm saying we, on behalf of all of us, it's going to be Jonathan Selvaraj. A big round of applause, the assistant editor of Sportstar, who's going to be the moderator of this event. Plenty of questions in our minds. I'm sure no pressure on you to ask all of those. Thank you so much, Jonathan Selvaraj, for taking the responsibility on our behalf. Right? Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Pramod Bhagat, the Paralympics gold medalist. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Please come forward. May I request Ms. Anju Modgil, who's the Commonwealth Games silver medalist in shooting. Thank you so much. And a lady who's inspired a generation to take to hockey. It's Rani Rampal, the Commonwealth gold medalist, Games medalist. Thank you so much. And talking of champions, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the world champion in Nikhat Zareen. Fantastic, great to see you. And last, may I kindly request Murli Sri Shankar to please come forward, the Commonwealth silver medalist in long jump. There's a particular reason that I've reserved to invite Murli Sri Shankar towards the very end. Happy birthday, young man. 24. Is there a cake that I saw somewhere? Yeah. Why not? We have this habit of spoiling the champions, isn't it? Cake is normally not in your... No, that's fine. That's up to you. I mean, you can even say, okay, thank you so much for the cake, but I can't have it. You can say that. You're at complete liberty. You are the superstar, not us. You're at complete liberty to do that. Yeah. There are plenty of us who can eat it, so that's fine. Is there a table that... Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Hindu group for having organized this. Lovely gesture. Happy birthday once again to Murli Sri Shankar. I mean, there's more reasons to cut this cake, isn't it? I mean, you've got Nikhat Zareen, you've got Murli Sri Shankar, you've got all the champions here. Fantastic reason, fantastic opportunity to cut a cake. Ayan, if you want to just come up. Suresh, if you want to come up. Mr. Navneet, if you're around, can't see you here. You just guys want to come up, be a part of the celebration here. Now, Jonathan was looking at the larger piece of cake, actually. Fair enough, actually. We are on the other side, so yeah, we can always look at the larger piece of the cake. But it's all yours, Jonathan. It's all yours. Over to you.
First of all, I want to thank all of you guys for showing up, speaking about your journey to the Olympics. Some of you guys have made the journey before. Some of you guys are going to be making it for the first time. Hopefully, you'll be making it for the first time. I want to start off with Nikhat. Nikhat, you're now two-time world champion.
you're Commonwealth champion, you're going to the Asian Games. What's next for you? What are your big targets?
So basically, my this year first target was World Championship, to defend my title in this World Championship, and I'm successfully defended my title, and I'm happy to win this World Championship gold medal. But now my focus will be on Asian Games, where I'll be qualifying for Paris, which is my ultimate dream, to win gold medal for my country at Paris Olympics. So firstly, I'll focus on getting qualified for Paris, then I'll think about winning medal.
I'll go to Rani. Rani, first of all, congratulations. आपके नाम पे एक stadium, एक turf name हुआ आपके नाम पे. So I don't think many of us, I mean, certainly not me, but I don't think in this panel anyone has a stadium named after, or a turf named after them. Rani, आपके जो टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स के बाद वो काफ़ी expectations raise हो गए थे इंडियन women's hockey में. From 12th place 2016 में, 4th place टोक्यो में ऑस्ट्रेलिया को हराया था. इसके बाद expectations कैसे raise हो जाती हैं? आपने कैसे देखा कि expectations कैसे raise हो गई?
First of all, thank you so much जो आपने स्टेडियम की बात की. I think this will inspire a lot of girls, women's, to take up sport. And yes, 2016 हमारा एक फर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस था. वुमेंस हॉकी टीम ने फर्स्ट टाइम ओलंपिक्स में क्वालिफाई किया था. किसी के पास भी कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था ओलंपिक्स का, क्योंकि वो एक अनदर लेवल का प्रेशर होता है, उसको कैसे हैंडल करना है. बट हमने 12th में से 12th फिनिश किया, एंड इट वाज नॉट रियली गुड ओलंपिक्स फॉर वुमेंस हॉकी, बट बहुत सारा लर्निंग था. मुझे लगता है कि जो वुमेंस हॉकी का टर्निंग पॉइंट था वो 2016 रियो ओलंपिक्स ही था, जहाँ से हमने इतना कुछ सीखा कि कैसे प्रेशर गेम्स खेली जाती हैं, या इतने बड़े इवेंट्स में कैसे आप काम डाउन रह के स्टिल जस्ट फोकस ऑन योर टास्क. देन उसके बाद 2017 से वुमेंस हॉकी में काफ़ी चेंज आना शुरू हुआ. एंड टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स अल्टीमेटली यस हमने 4th फिनिश किया, बट वी वर सो क्लोज एंड सो फार मेडल के. सो इट वाज मिक्स मेमोरीज, मिक्स फीलिंग्स कि हम मेडल जीत सकते थे बट नहीं जीता. तो वहाँ पे भी एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा कि अगेन जो सेमीफाइनल गेम्स होती हैं या फिर मेडल मैचेस होते हैं, उनमें और हम कैसे अच्छे से परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, जो भी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं उसके अकॉर्डिंगली. बट एक्सपेक्टेशन की बात करें तो डेफिनेटली जब हम कुछ भी अच्छा करते हैं तो एक्सपेक्टेशन सबकी बढ़ती हैं, खुद की भी हमारी अपने आप से बढ़ती हैं कि हमने एक टूर्नामेंट में मेडल जीता है, नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में हमें उससे कुछ अच्छा करना है. एंड डेफिनेटली कंट्री की भी एक्सपेक्टेशन बढ़ती हैं. एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन से इफ़ आई एम ऑनेस्ट प्रेशर आता है, हर एथलीट पे आता है, एंड आई थिंक वो नॉर्मल है, होना भी चाहिए. देन यू स्टार्ट फीलिंग कि आपको उसके लिए प्रिपेयर करना है, एंड यू आर when you feel that in the tournament, you also feel like you are ready, to fight. अगर वो nervousness नहीं होगी, then it's like कि आपको थोड़ा doubt है कि आप ready हो कि नहीं हो ready उस चीज़ के लिए. So yes, expectation हमेशा high रहती है, and I think Paris Olympics में और भी ज़्यादा उम्मीदें रहेंगी क्योंकि हमने 4th finish किया. तो everyone is कि अभी तो शायद women hockey का medal आएगा, and I think we are working hard for that कि हम लास्ट टाइम से अच्छा करें उसके लिए. बट अगेन जैसे निखित ने बोला, हमारा भी क्वालिफाई जो है वो एशियन गेम्स से होता है ओलंपिक्स के लिए, तो हमारा फुली फोकस जो है वो एशियन गेम्स के ऊपर है कि पहले हम क्वालिफाई करें, देन ओलंपिक्स के लिए सोचें.
Anjum, shooting has always been a sport where Indians have always, done well throughout the year. Last 2 Olympics, you have done very well in the World Championships also. 2018 World Championships, you were silver medalist. You've competed in the Olympics as well. What would you say is the challenge that happens at the Olympics which is different to, everything else which happens? Because World Championships also is a rare event. It happens once every couple of years. What is the different challenge of the Olympics?
So I feel like the World Championship really matters to a specific sport. But अगर हम इंडिया का स्पोर्टिंग लव देखें, so उनके लिए मेनली ओलंपिक्स, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स एंड एशियन गेम्स, जिसमें ज़्यादा कैश प्राइज मिलता है, ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिलती है, ज़्यादा लोग टीवी देखते हैं. इन 3 कॉम्पिटिशन्स को लेके वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप मेरे लिए शूटिंग की 4 साल में एक बार है, तो मेरे लिए वो मेडल बहुत ज़्यादा मायने रखता है. सेम वे आई थिंक हर एक गेम की जो वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप है, इट्स लाइक यू बिकम अ वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन ओनली इन वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप. इन ओलंपिक्स यू आर एन ओलंपिक चैम्पियन बट नॉट अ लाइक वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन. तो ओलंपिक्स में आई थिंक हमारा इस बार ये था कि क्योंकि पूरे साल काफ़ी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस रही थी सब शूटर्स की, तो एक्सपेक्टेशंस काफ़ी हाई थे हमारी खुद से और पूरे इंडिया की. सो उससे कहीं ना कहीं जैसे रानी मैम ने कहा कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रेशर भी होता है, बट एट द सेम टाइम देयर इज़ सो मच गोइंग ऑन एट एवरी लेवल, ग्रास रूट मतलब टीम्स के अंदर, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से, गवर्नमेंट से. There are a lot of controversies that happen. There is a lot of positive things that happen. बहुत support मिलती है and कई चीज़ें इतनी new होती है हमारे लिए जो पहले नहीं मिली होती. But then again, once you like make it to the Olympics, suddenly there's so much importance and everything given. Sometimes you know it hampers our training schedule and everything. So I feel कि जब हर एक चीज़ को उतनी value मिले, हर competition को, और अगर आप एथलीट को इतनी इज्जत दे रहे हो जब वो जीत रहा है, तो उतनी ही इज्जत रखो जब वो नहीं जीत रहा है. क्योंकि हम मेहनत तो उतनी कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, किसी दिन मेडल आया किसी दिन नहीं आया. एंड आई मीन जिनसे आई थिंक निखत ने जिनको हराया है उन्होंने भी उतनी मेहनत करी है. जस्ट लाइक शी बिकेम द वर्ल्ड चैम्पियन, दैट्स हर हार्ड वर्क दैट पेड ऑफ. बट आई एम श्योर दैट द अदर गर्ल वाज आल्सो लाइक द बेस्ट ऑफ हर गेम ऑन दैट डे. So I think that respect that athlete needs when they are not performing well is something that will, you know, motivate the other people and also motivate us to achieve on the next competition. So that is something that I've experienced, and that's what happened in Olympics.
Thanks, Anju. प्रमोद भाई, आप गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हैं लास्ट पैरा ओलंपिक्स में. What is the challenge जो माने पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को इतना प्रमोशन नहीं मिल रहा है, धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है. व्हाट डू यू फील इज द चैलेंज टू यू नो गोइंग इनटू दिस पैरा ओलंपिक साइकिल फॉर यू?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं शुक्रिया करना चाहूँगा स्पोर्ट्स स्टार को कि उन्होंने एज ए पैरा कम्युनिटी की तरफ से मुझे पेरिस के बिहाफ में कुछ बोलने के लिए यहाँ इनवाइट किया है. क्योंकि ऑलरेडी देखा जाए तो मैं लास्ट ओलंपिक का गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हूँ, और डेफिनेटली जब आप एक चीज़ अचीव कर लेते हैं तो सबकी जो होप होती है थोड़ा बढ़ जाती है कि नहीं, डेफिनेटली जो नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक है उसमें डेफिनेटली कुछ पैरा टीम कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करेगी. और डेफिनेटली लास्ट ओलंपिक का जो रेशियो था वो 19 मेडल हम पैरा ओलंपिक में आए थे, जिसमें इंक्लूडिंग 5 गोल्ड थे. तो एक हिस्ट्री, एक पहला हिस्ट्री बना पैरालंपिक का कि इतने मेडल्स आए अपने इंडिया के लिए. और जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ बेस्ट सपोर्ट था, गवर्नमेंट का अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला. और पर्सनली जो पीएम सर का जो पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट था स्पोर्ट्स के प्रति, उनका बहुत लगाव था. उन्होंने जाते वक्त भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ मतलब सेंड अप किया, उसके बाद आने के बाद उन्होंने पर्सनली मीट किया. तो ये सब हम जब ओलंपिक की जब टीम जा रही था हम वो देख के हम मोटिवेट हो रहे थे. और उसके बाद जब हमको जब ये मौका मिला तो हमने उसका बेस्ट यूटिलाइज़ किया, और बखूबी उसका रिजल्ट सबके सामने था. तो मैं यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि 20 के बाद जैसे आपने कहा कि धीरे धीरे मीडिया और सारी दुनिया की नज़रें हम पे आ रही है, तो अगर मैं जिस वक्त मैंने शुरू किया था उस वक्त सिचुएशन बहुत डिफरेंट थी, क्योंकि तब हमें कोई पहचानता नहीं था. आई थिंक आप सब भी नहीं पहचानते. को 5 साल पीछे जाते हैं तो हमको कोई पहचानने वाला नहीं है कि प्रमोद भगत कौन था, कि अवनी लेखरा कौन है, सुमित अंटिल कौन है, ये सब किसी को पता नहीं था. बट जैसे जैसे समय गुजरते गए, और जैसे अभी इन्होंने कहा कि हार्ड वर्क, हमने भी बहुत हार्ड वर्क किया और अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट किया दुनिया के सामने कि पैरा एथलीट भी है जो कि आगे कुछ कर रहे हैं और देश के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं, जिसका रिजल्ट आपको इस नेक्स्ट आने वाले ओलंपिक में भी दिखेगा. क्योंकि डेफिनेटली हमने 19 मेडल लिया है और हमारी होप बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है. हमारी होप भी बड़ी है और दुनिया की होप भी हमसे बड़ी है कि डेफिनेटली अभी इस बार पैरा ओलंपिक में क्या होगा. डेफिनेटली ओलंपिक में बहुत ह्यूज, इस बार ओलंपिक में बहुत कुछ चेंजेस देखने को मिलेगा, बहुत सारे मेडल्स आएंगे. और डेफिनेटली हम पैरा एथलीट भी हमने भी अपना माइंड सेटअप किया है कि जो दुनिया से हमें सपोर्ट मिला है, जज्बात मिले हैं और प्यार मिला है, डेफिनेटली उसका हम उसको रिटर्न बैक करेंगे और डेफिनेटली जो 19 है उसका हम डबल करने की कोशिश करेंगे और इसी तरह आगे बढ़ने की। और डेफिनेटली मेरा भी यही होप है कि मैं अपने टाइटल को फिर से रिटर्न बैक करूं और फिर से गोल्ड लाऊं, देश के लिए कुछ करूं। तो यही मेरा होप है कि मैं आगे बढ़ूं और नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक में भी पेरिस में जाके वही जो टोक्यो में किया उसको फिर से रिटर्न अपने आप को वहीं खड़ा देखूं, वहीं देखूं। और आप सब फिर से आई थिंक मेरे लिए फिर से लिखना स्टार्ट करिए और बोलना स्टार्ट करिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Pramod bhai. Murli, for you, Sri Shankar, for you. Take us through your experience at the last Olympics. You know how you prepared for that. What changed? What did you realize in the preparation for that Olympics, which you want to utilize in the preparation towards this Olympics? Was there things that you learned? Were there things you would have done differently?
Actually, Tokyo was my first Olympic experience. And especially for a 21, 22-year-old athlete, competing at a big stage like the Olympics, the world's biggest sporting spectacle, where the whole world is watching you, and competing against the best in the world was like a scary experience, to be honest. But of course, I was in a condition to be in the finals, but my body and my mind was not in supportive. I had physical issues with respect to COVID, and I was not 100% to deliver my best. But the kind of experience I gathered from competing there at the Olympic Games, and especially being able to witness history when Neeraj Bhaiya won the gold medal in the javelin throw, was an amazing experience for me. And what more amazing was that we were in the same apartment, myself, Neeraj Bhaiya, Ishant sir, and Dr. Klaus, and the kind of conversations we had prior to Neeraj Bhaiya winning the gold medal, and the kind of support he gave me after my performance at the Tokyo Olympics, which was not up to the mark. The kind of support I received from Srijay Shetty and Neeraj Bhaiya and Dr. Klaus and everyone who were there with me was simply awesome. And the experience at Tokyo will always be something which will be in my heart forever, because I got to interact with a lot of athletes from different sports. I got to meet Novak Djokovic, who I consider as my idol, and a lot of athletes from all sports across different disciplines from India. I could meet a lot of athletes from swimming, shooting, boxers, whom I always seen in social media platform, but I never got a chance to meet with them, to know about their stories, to know about their journeys. We meet at cafeterias, and of course athletes from different countries, and to know about their preparation, how they prepare themselves for the Olympic Games, how COVID has affected their preparations, how they have overcome all the challenges, especially a country like Italy, where COVID was like in a very bad situation, and they managed to win 4 medals in athletics, and they managed to win gold medal in 100 meters and 400 relays, which is quite incredible for a European country. In an event which was dominated by American and Jamaican superpowers, they were able to overcome that challenge and win gold medal. And I believe that that will be Italy's one of the greatest feat ever made by Italy in athletics. So I got to interact with a few Italian athletes, how they were able to take up their preparations and how they were able to overcome the challenges by COVID. And overall experience, it was like really good. So what Srijay Shetty, who I consider my idol, told me was that you have to soak in every moment you spend in the athletes village, you spend here in the stadium, and use that moment, use that experience for your best at the 2024 Olympic Games, where you will be aiming a shot for a medal. So that's what I always see. 2020 was a good experience. I'll take all the experience, good or bad, whatever, and make the best out of it for the 2024 Olympic Games.
Thanks, Sri Shankar. That's a great answer. Nikhat, I want to go to you, as in you're not competed in the Olympics yet. In fact, you only have one multi-game event ka experience. But you also are a fan of, manifestation. Like, आप काफी वो notes बनाते हैं. You talk to yourself. Have you spoken to other people about what the journey is like? Have you any idea that you're going to it for the first time? Like this is the first year where you know that this is what you're preparing for. Have you discussed with anyone? Have you got any advice? Do you know what you're in for? कि क्या होगा अभी यहाँ पे?
Literally, I don't have any idea of how the Olympic is, because if I get qualified for Paris, it will be my first experience. But I mean, the kind of stories they are sharing about the Olympics, now it's giving me sort of nervousness. but I am mentally very strong enough to tackle all the challenges which comes on my way, and but I will aim only on one goal, that is to win Olympic medal for my country. I don't want to focus more on negativity rather than I can focus more on positive things which will make me do well at Olympics. So yes, but I don't know after Paris Olympics I will be continuing boxing or not, but I want to give everything for the Paris because I don't want any regrets after Paris, because I am like working really hard to win that medal in Paris. So that is why I'm saying that my ultimate dream is to win Paris Olympic gold medal. So yeah, I want to give everything for that.
I want to add to this because you may not have gone to the Olympics, but you're working with coaches and support staff who have made this journey, as in they've made this journey with other athletes. What have they told you about this? Or what you must be preparing with something in mind. What does it take, do you think?
My friend Lovelina, who has won bronze medal at Tokyo Olympics, so since then her life has changed differently. Like since she won that bronze medal, her life has changed, her performance came down and she was very upset. I know every day she used to cry, even in the Commonwealth Games also when she lost her bout. She was very upset, she was crying and she was like even thinking to quit boxing. Then I had a conversation with her. I said, see, these things will make you strong. I remember like when I was giving her bhashan, because I was also going through same thing in 2019, mid 2019 and 2020. It was a very learning year for me. Like after 2020, like I didn't only come physically strong, but also mentally strong, because I always believe कि जब इंसान लाइफ में ठोकर खाता है ना, जब वो कमबैक करता है, तो बाद में उसको कोई चीज़ रोक नहीं सकती. So मुझे पता है जब when my time was like I was going through a bad phase in 2020, no one was there, and for God's sake, lockdown was there. I couldn't even go to gym and mind divert करने के लिए gym भी नहीं जा सकती थी और vacation पे भी नहीं जा सकती थी. Everything was because of the lockdown. तो सब कुछ बंद था, तो घर पे पड़े पड़े भी like a kind of frustration सा हो रहा था. But because of my nephews and niece, I used to spend my whole day with them. तो दिन कब गुजर जाता था पता ही नहीं चलता था. तो that is how I love spending time with the kids. और बहुत मैंने वहाँ से मैंने visualization, manifestation पे बहुत काम किया मैंने. Meditation करती थी मैं. Then वहाँ से मैंने ये जो ritual है manifestation का, वो मैंने start किया. Whenever I go to any competition, I started this since Stranja. Actually, स्ट्रांजा में मैं गई थी जिस दिन हम लोग होटल में पहुंचे. मेरे पास वो कलर के नोट्स होते हैं और मैं स्केचेस भी कैरी करती हूँ अपने साथ. तो मैं उसको ड्रॉ करती हूँ, ड्रॉ करके पेंट करती हूँ. देन आई कीप इट बिसाइड माय बेड. सो बिफोर गोइंग टू स्लीप आई वॉच दैट, एंड व्हेन आई वेक अप, द फर्स्ट थिंग व्हेन आई वेक अप आई वॉच दैट. तो आप जितना आप उस चीज़ पे आप फोकस करते हो, बोलते हैं ना, वो एनर्जी भी अट्रैक्ट करती है. व्हाट यू थिंक यू बिकम. सो आई ट्राई टू थिंक पॉजिटिवली कि मैं चैम्पियन बन रही हूँ। जब मेरा स्ट्रैंजा का ड्रॉ आया था, आई सॉ कि इतना टफ ड्रॉ था। आई वॉज फेसिंग टोक्यो ओलंपिक सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट। तो अब लाइक लास्ट टाइम मैं उसके साथ हारी भी हूँ 5-0 से यूनानिमसली। तो मैंने बस एक ही चीज़ सोचा था कि मैंने कोई होप्स ही नहीं रखा था कि मैं जीतूंगी उसके साथ। बट आई रिमेम्बर जब मैंने सोचा कि निखत हार जीत तो होगी, ठीक है, अपना 100% एटलीस्ट वहाँ पे जाके 100% देते हैं। तो मैं बाउट के लिए रेडी हो गई, मैं ऐसे बैठी हूँ एंड आई डोंट नो मैं किस जोन में थी, मुझे भी नहीं पता था। बट जैसे भट्ट सर मेरे सामने आके खड़े हुए और उन्होंने मेरे आंखों में आंख डाल के मेरे शोल्डर्स पर हाथ रख के बोला, कार्टून रेडी है बेटा, मुक के नहीं रुकने चाहिए तेरे, ऐसे बोला। और जिस खुंदस से उन्होंने बोला, मेरे अंदर जो शेर सो रहा था ना, वो जग गया, ऐसे कहूँगी मैं। और बस रिंग में जाते ही मैंने फर्स्ट राउंड मैंने अपना बेस्ट दिया और कॉर्नर में आने के बाद रेस्ट में स्कोर दिखाया जाता है। तो मैंने आते ही सर से पूछा, सर स्कोर क्या है? सर ने बोला 3-2। तो मुझे लगा शायद 3 जजेस ने उसको जिताया, 2 ने मुझे जिताया। फिर मैंने फिर से पूछा, सर 3 किसका है? तो सर ने बोला 3 अपना है। आई वाज लाइक, अरे वाह, मैं फर्स्ट राउंड जीत चुकी हूँ, मैं सेकेंड राउंड भी जीतूंगी तो मैं बाउट जीत सकती हूँ। फिर मैंने सोचा सेकेंड राउंड अपना 100% देना है। सेकेंड राउंड में गई मैंने मतलब अटैक किया, क्लिंचिंग हो रहा था। फिर रेफरी ने उसको वार्निंग दे दी। मैं अरे यार वार्निंग दे दी, अब तो लाइक ये राउंड मैं जीत सकती हूँ। फिर 10 सेकेंड बाद फिर मुझे वार्निंग में, मैंने कहा अरे यार मुझे वार्निंग मिल गया, अब तो और जान लगानी पड़ेगी, कुछ टाइम रह गया। फिर मैं अपना फिर और बेस्ट दिया मैंने। फिर जैसे सेकेंड राउंड खत्म हुआ, कॉर्नर पे आई, मैंने फिर से पूछा सर स्कोर क्या है? सर ने बोला 4-1। मैंने कहा अरे यार, मुझे लगा कि मैं ये राउंड हार गई, अरे यार मैं गया होगा। फिर मैंने फिर से पूछा सर 4 किसका है? सर मैंने बोला सर ने बोला 4 अपना है, 1 उसका है। मैं अरे अब तो जीतूंगी मैं ये बाउट, अब थर्ड राउंड रह गया, अब जान बचा के क्या करूंगी मैं? तो मैंने बोला ठीक है सर, अब तो मैं लास्ट राउंड है, अब तो मैं अपना पूरी जान लगा के आ जाऊंगी। लास्ट राउंड में गई, अब जितनी जान मेरे अंदर बची थी मैंने लगा दी। और जब अनाउंसमेंट के टाइम पे मेरा हाथ उठाया था, आई वॉज लिटरली क्राइंग। मैं रिंग से उतरते रो रही थी। सर ने बोला बेटा आंसू नहीं निकलने चाहिए तेरे, अभी नहीं रोना, अभी नहीं रोना, कल चैंपियन बनेगी ना तब रोना, ये कल के लिए बचा के रखना आंसू। तो देन नेक्स्ट फाइनल डे मैं गोल्ड मेडल जीत ली और आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी। वहाँ से मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बहुत लाइक अलग ही लेवल पे गया था। फिर उसके बाद मैं आते ही मैंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की ट्रायल दी, फिर एक दिन रेस्ट मिला, फिर एशियन गेम्स की ट्रायल दी, बैक टू बैक लाइक 7 डेज में मैंने 5 बाउट लड़ी और आई गॉट सेलेक्टेड फॉर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एंड एशियन गेम्स। एंड देन फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की तैयारी हमने इस्तांबुल में की, जाके वहाँ पे डिफरेंट कंट्री बॉक्सर्स के साथ हमने वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग की एंड दैट हैज़ हेल्प मी टू डू वेल एट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप। और वहाँ पे मैंने सारे एक्सपीरियंस बॉक्सर्स को हराया और मैंने वहाँ पे अपने कंट्री के लिए फर्स्ट गोल्ड मेडल जीता। आफ्टर लाइक मैरी कॉम के बाद जो दूसरा बॉक्सर है जिन्होंने आउट ऑफ इंडिया जिन्होंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में गोल्ड जीता, दैट वाज मी। तो आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी टू विन दैट गोल्ड मेडल एंड बिकेम 5th इंडियन वुमेन टू विन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गोल्ड। तो मैंने अपनी जगह बनाई एलीट लेवल में। फिर उसके बाद देन लाइक पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट लेके ही चली। वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी मैंने अपने वॉल पे मैंने वो स्टिकर लगा रखा था, चैंपियन और गोल्ड वाला मेडल का लिखा था मैंने, और वही फॉलो किया मैंने। फिर कॉमनवेल्थ में भी गई, वहाँ पे वही रिचुअल मैंने किया। तो तब से लाइक मैं इस चीज़ में बिलीव करती हूँ कि जितना पॉजिटिव सोचोगे, जितना चीज़ें पॉजिटिव करोगे, वो चीज़ें आप अट्रैक्ट करते हो। तो मैं कोशिश इतना यही करती हूँ कि जितना मैं कंपटीशन से पहले पॉजिटिव रहूँ, पॉजिटिव चीज़ों पे फोकस करूँ, तो वो चीज़ें आप अट्रैक्ट करोगे और वो आप हासिल करोगे लाइफ में।
Thanks, Nikhat. I think I'm done over here. But I want Rani से पूछना था. Rani, your team reached 4th in the Olympics. You know कितना hard work किया है उसके लिए. What does that hard work look like? जैसे बाहर से हम देखते हैं, हम तो बस वो मैच के टाइम देखते हैं. 99% जो वर्क होता है वो मैच के पहले होता है. जो ट्रेनिंग, जो 4 साल ट्रेनिंग की थी या फिर 8 साल एक्चुअली जो विमेंस टीम ने की थी. आप थोड़ा बता सकते हैं उस प्रोसेस के बारे में, क्योंकि वो प्रोसेस कोई जानता नहीं है, कोई ध्यान में नहीं रखता. जो मीडिया भी है वो माने यूजुअली एंड में ही आते हैं. तो वो प्रोसेस के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, वो प्रोसेस कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है.
एक्चुअली मैंने अपनी जर्नी जो है ना वो 2008 ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई से शुरू की थी. इट वाज अ बिग टूर्नामेंट ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई करना, एंड दैट टाइम तो आई ऑलवेज थिंक कि शायद हॉकी तो ओलंपिक्स में है ही नहीं, बिकॉज आई वाज सो यंग एंड मुझे लगता था हॉकी शायद वुमेन हॉकी ओलंपिक्स में है नहीं. बट देन व्हेन आई सी माई ऑल द सीनियर प्लेयर्स जिनका ऑलमोस्ट करियर का एंड था, दे ऑल वर क्राइंग व्हेन वी लॉस्ट इन 2008 ओलंपिक क्वालिफायर इन रशिया. सो एंड आई वाज लाइक कि बिकॉज उनका एक अल्टीमेट ड्रीम था, वो बहुत सालों से 10-10 साल से उस चीज़ के लिए काम कर रहे थे कि हमें ओलंपिक्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है, ओलंपिक्स में जाना है. एंड देन जब वो रो रहे थे ना, देन दे ऑल आर लाइक कि मुझे ऐसा लगा कि पता नहीं क्यों रो रहे हैं ना, हम नेक्स्ट बार भी खेल ही सकते हैं. बिकॉज आई जस्ट स्टार्टेड, मतलब एक यंग प्लेयर के लिए तो नेक्स्ट है, बट नाउ आई नो कि नेक्स्ट कभी नहीं आता. आप जितना मर्जी सोच ले कि नेक्स्ट टाइम करेंगे करके. सो वन ऑफ देम देयर वाज अ प्लेयर सुमन बाला, उसने मुझे बोला उस टाइम पे ना यूएसए की टीम ऐसे हमारे सामने से जा रही थी, एंड उस टाइम उन्होंने क्वालिफाई किया ओलंपिक गेम्स के लिए, एंड दे वर रियली बिग एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग गर्ल्स. तो मुझे बोलते कि एक दिन तुझे इनके जैसा बनना है करके ना. एंड आई वाज लाइक कि पता नहीं उन्होंने किस वे में बोला कि इनके जैसा बनना, मतलब एज अ बॉडी वाइज इनके जैसा बनना है या फिर इंडिया को एक दिन क्वालिफाई कराना है ओलंपिक्स के लिए ना. सो लेकिन वो मेरे बात दिमाग में थी कि उन्होंने मुझे कुछ ऐसा बोला है तो कुछ करना है. देन अगेन 4 साल के बाद 2012 ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई इंडिया में हुआ, वी गेन लॉस्ट, हमने क्वालिफाई नहीं किया उस ओलंपिक्स के लिए ना. एंड देन तो आई फील लाइक कि अब तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है खेलने का, कि करियर ख़त्म ही है. जब जिस चीज़ के लिए काम कर रहे हैं वो हो ही नहीं रहा. जैसे निकित ने बोला ना कि आप जब हारते हो ना, सबसे बैड टाइम या आप किसी इंजरी से निकल रहे हो, बैड फेस आता है ना, यू ऑलवेज फील लाइक अलोन, कि आप अकेले हो. कि कोई सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा, अब पता नहीं नेक्स्ट क्या होगा करके. 2016 ओलंपिक्स में हमने फर्स्ट टाइम क्वालिफाई किया, देन ओलंपिक्स में हमने 12th फिनिश किया. वो एक बहुत बड़ा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस था. लेकिन टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स टोटली डिफरेंट, इसलिए डिफरेंट बिकॉज 2020 में ओलंपिक गेम्स होना था, उसके लिए फुल तैयारी चल रही थी. देन कोविड आ गया सडनली ना, क्योंकि 4 साल एक एथलीट के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम होता है. अगर उसको डेली वो सेम माइंडसेट, सेम फिजिकल अपना 100% एवरी सिंगल सेशन में डालना है, तो इट्स रियली अ लॉट. मतलब 4 साल ना बहुत टाइम होता है. वैसे लगता है कि 4 साल कम है, लेकिन एवरी सिंगल सेशन वो माइंडसेट फिजिकली, मेंटली, इमोशनली करना. तो कोविड के टाइम पे स्पेशली हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा बिगेस्ट चैलेंज क्या था कि हम टीम स्पोर्ट खेलते हैं. सबके लिए डिफ़िकल्ट था कोविड का टाइम, क्योंकि प्लेयर्स ट्रेन नहीं कर पा रहे थे जैसे करना चाहते हैं, जिम नहीं जा पा रहे, ग्राउंड्स पे नहीं जा पा रहे. बट हमारा क्या है ना कि हम रूम में भी कितना भी कर लें अकेले, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली हमें अपने टीममेट्स के साथ ही खेलना है. हमें खेलने के लिए कोई साथ में चाहिए. हम रूम में सिर्फ फिटनेस कर सकते हैं कि जितना भी स्पेस में हम थोड़ा बहुत कर सकते हैं, जो बॉडी वेट्स के साथ कर सकते हैं. एंड ऊपर से टोक्यो का सबको पता है कि वेदर कंडीशंस क्या था. उस कंडीशन में क्योंकि हमारी फिजिकली फिटनेस बहुत ज़्यादा चाहिए उस कंडीशन में खेलने के लिए, क्योंकि बॉडी बहुत जल्दी ड्रेन आउट हो जाती है. एंड देन टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स पोस्टपोन हो गया. उसके बाद लगा कि अब 1 साल और है काम करने के लिए ना. एंड हमने बेंगलोर में जो ट्रेनिंग की, हम लोग मोस्टली जो डे का हॉटेस्ट टाइम होता था, आई थिंक 10:30 से लेके 1 o'clock तक हम उसमें ट्रेनिंग करते थे, ताकि हम मैक्सिमम जो टेम्परेचर है उसमें ट्रेनिंग कर पाएँ, जो हमें टोक्यो में हेल्प करे. एंड ऊपर से जैकेट्स डाल के, क्योंकि हम स्पेशली टीम स्पोर्ट खेल रहे हैं, तो वो हमें ऐसा था कि हमें जितना ज़्यादा साथ में ट्रेनिंग कर सकते हैं उतना अच्छा, क्योंकि हमारी गेम भी बहुत टेक्निकल है, कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें होते हैं. बाहर से दिखने में तो आई नो सिर्फ यही लगता है कि हाँ गोल स्कोर करना है और गोल बचाना है, डेट्स ऑल. बट इतना ईजी है नहीं. उसके लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, बहुत सारा स्ट्रक्चर होता है. कि हमें कैसे अटैक करना है, कैसे डिफेंड करना है, क्या स्कोर लाइन चल रही है, कितना टाइम चल रहा है, उसको हमें कितने टाइम बचा हुआ है, उसको कैसे हमें टाइम को बचाना है, या उसमें हम 1-0 से लीड कर रहे हैं तो कैसे वो लीड को हमें कंटिन्यू करना है, 1-0 से लूज़ कर रहे हैं तो कैसे हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अटैक करके, ताकि हम अपना डिफेंस जो है हमें थोड़ा देखना पड़ता है. सो बहुत सारी टेक्निकल टैक्टिकल चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन आई थिंक उस चीज़ ने बहुत हेल्प भी की टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में. एवरीवन वाज अमेज्ड कि इतनी फिटनेस आई कहाँ से सबके ना. और हमारे तो मैचेस भी मोस्टली सारे मैचेस 11 बजे होते थे टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स के टाइम पे. तो इतनी गर्मी, और मतलब ऐसा लगता था कि पता नहीं मतलब सब खेल भी पाएंगे कि नहीं खेल पाएंगे इतनी गर्मी में. लेकिन या सबने, इवन वर्ल्ड हॉकी में हमने एक मैसेज दिया कि हम सब टीम के साथ compete कर सकते हैं अभी, किसी भी लेवल पे compete कर सकते हैं. यस, हारना जीतना गेम का पार्ट होता है, बट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली कि हम compete तो करें, जो पहले कभी हमें आता नहीं था अंदर से ना, कि हम स्पेशली यूरोपियन टीम के साथ फिजिकली भी compete कर सकते हैं. बट अभी वो चेंज आया है कि हम फिजिकली, मेंटली उनसे compete कर सकते हैं. जब हम ग्राउंड में खड़े होते हैं, वी डोंट लुक एट देम कि यार इनकी किट कितनी अच्छी है, इनके शूज़ कितने अच्छे हैं, लाइक हाउ आई यूज्ड टू सी व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग हॉकी. बट अभी नाउ वी ऑल्सो सी कि हम भी उनकी तरह फिट हैं, वी आर ऑल्सो स्ट्रॉन्ग, और हम लास्ट मिनट तक फाइट कर सकते हैं. सो दिस इज़ अ बिग लर्निंग वी लर्न फ्रॉम टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स की एंड सेकंड तक हमें फाइट करना है. बिकॉज ओलंपिक गेम्स या कोई भी बड़ा इवेंट होगा, कोई भी एथलीट इतना इजीली आपको कोई जीतने नहीं देता, तो आप भी क्यों किसी को इतना इजीली जीतने दोगे ना कि आप ले लो मतलब ग्राउंड में ना आके. सो आई थिंक दैट इज़ बिग लर्निंग कि एंड तक फाइट करना चाहिए एंड गिव अप नहीं करना चाहिए. सो या टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स इज़ अ वेरी डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंस.
I wanted to add to that. जैसे आपने आई थिंक लाइफ का सबसे हार्ड वर्क किया होगा वो 4 साल 5 साल टोक्यो से पहले. आपको पता है वो कितना हार्ड वर्क किया है. अब आपको लगता होगा उससे ज़्यादा भी करना है. तो हाउ डिफिकल्ट इज़ दैट?
डेफिनेटली जब तक आप कोई काम नहीं करते हो तो आपको लगता है कि शायद आप वो नहीं कर सकते. बट जब से हमने कोविड कंडीशंस में काम किया है ना, सबने किया है किसी ना किसी फील्ड में ना, सो आई एम श्योर सबको अभी ऐसा लगता होगा ना कि हम लाइफ में इससे भी डिफिकल्ट कंडीशन में काम कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज लाइफ वॉज ऑलमोस्ट स्टॉप्ड फॉर एवरीवन. जो हमने कभी सोचा नहीं था लाइफ में ना कि लाइफ बिल्कुल रुक जाएगी, एक तरह से ना लाइफ रुक चुकी थी. एंड सबने एडजस्ट भी किया हर तरह से. सो अभी ऐसा लगता है कि हमने उस कंडीशंस में जो काम किया ना, उसने हमें मेंटली बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाया है. एंड हमारी जो थिंकिंग लेवल है ना, विजन है ना, वो डिफरेंट कर दिया कि चीज़ों को देखना कैसे है. नॉर्मली वी ऑलवेज एज अ ह्यूमन बींग्स वी ऑलवेज कंप्लेंट अबाउट एवरीथिंग कि ऐसा नहीं है, वैसा नहीं है, ये नहीं हो रहा, वैसे नहीं हो रहा. वी ऑलवेज फील लाइक कि सब कुछ हमारे अकॉर्डिंगली होना चाहिए. बट कोविड ने सबको सिखा दिया कि सब कुछ हमारे अकॉर्डिंगली नहीं होगा, और जो सामने है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमें चलना पड़ेगा, कैसे एडजस्ट करना है. सो आई थिंक या अभी लगता है कि हम उससे ज़्यादा और काम कर सकते हैं, और करना भी पड़ेगा. क्योंकि अगर आपने किसी जगह पे 4th फिनिश किया है और आपको अगर पोडियम फिनिश करना है, तो डेफिनेटली जैसे ऑलरेडी स्टार्टिंग में अंजू मैम ने बोला कि दोनों एथलीट सेम मेहनत करके आते हैं, सेम ड्रीम लेके आते हैं, लेकिन जो हारता है वो भी उतना ही काम करता है. बट जो स्मॉल डिफरेंस है ना जीतने वाले में, वही होता है कि उसका टेक्निक अच्छा हो सकता है, उसका डे अच्छा हो सकता है, या उसने मे भी थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा मेहनत की होगी, बट एफर्ट दोनों सेम करते हैं.
Anjum, the difference between your sport and the other sports is that you compete a lot more. There's more competitions. You compete more regularly than most of the other athletes over here. Does that make it more challenging because you have to peak at the right time, but you're also having to peak at multiple stages throughout the year for different tournaments, for trials? How challenging is that process? And you're go through the same process this year as well. So how would you apply what you have learned towards whatever you're going to face now?
I think अगर हम compare करें बाकी games के साथ, shooting का off season बहुत ही minimum होता है और ना के बराबर. So हम usually हर महीने या तो आप international खेल रहे होते हो या आपका डोमेस्टिक कोई ट्रायल्स हो रहे होते हैं. सो बट अभी वही टोक्यो का जो एक्सपीरियंस था, जो मैंने जैसे कोटा मैंने 3 साल पहले ले लिया था ओलंपिक से, तो वो 3 साल तक अपने आप को मेंटेन रखना रैंकिंग में ताकि आप टीम में आओ, ओलंपिक्स जाओ. सो वो आपको काफ़ी कुछ सिखा देता है कि जब डिप आ रहा है तो आपको कैसे वापस आना है. अगर कोई कॉम्पिटिशन्स अच्छे नहीं हुए हैं सो आप अपने माइंड के साथ खेलते हो कि आपको वापस से हर चीज़ पे काम करके टीम में आना है, ऑब्वियसली ओलंपिक्स जाना है. सो आई थिंक जो हमारा इतने मैचेस होते हैं कहीं ना कहीं वो हमें ये भी सिखाते हैं कि जब आप किसी कॉम्पिटिशन में, तो वो जो कॉम्पिटिशन्स हम बहुत सारे खेलते हैं वो ये भी सिखाता है कि जब आप 2-3 कॉम्पिटिशन्स में आपने फाइनल्स में नहीं आए हो या आपका थोड़े से पॉइंट से रह रहा है तो आप अपनी मिस्टेक से सीखते हो. आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं हम, क्योंकि ये ही सीज़न ऐसे ही रहता है शूटिंग का, पूरे साल में बहुत सारे कॉम्पिटिशन, तो उससे और शूटिंग का कॉम्पिटिशन इंडिया में इतना ज़्यादा बढ़ चुका है कि हम ऐसा भी नहीं कर सकते कि मैं 2-3 महीने के लिए छोड़ दूँ तो मैं टीम से ही बाहर हो जाऊँगी. So for me right now, like my aim is to again win that quota for Paris and then be there at the podium in Paris. So उसके लिए मुझे अभी से हर competition में अपना lead बना के रखनी है, कोटा जीतना है. तो जो अभी हम इसको अपने फ़ायदे में कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, जो हम हर महीने compete करते हैं, कि मैं जो भी अगर एक mistake हुई है उससे कैसे अपने आप को और better करूँ. और ऑब्वियसली जो हमारा कोविड का और जो ओलंपिक्स का एक्सपीरियंस था उसने काफ़ी सिखाया है कि अगर आपके पास लंबा ब्रेक है तो आपको कैसे मेंटेन रखना है, और अगर आपके बैक टू बैक मैचेस है तब आपको अपने आप को कैसे रिकवर करना है और अपना बेस्ट देना है. सो सेम वे जैसे हमारा ये वाला साल है, जो सेकेंड हाफ है उसमें हम ओलंपिक के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगे. हमारी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप है, एशियन चैम्पियनशिप है, एशियन गेम्स हैं. सो क्योंकि शूटिंग बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेंटल स्पोर्ट है, आई वुड से फिज़िकली भी हमें फिट रहना होता है, अपना बॉडी प्रोपोर्शन सेम रखने होते हैं, एटलीस्ट फॉर राइफल शूटर्स. बट एट द सेम टाइम इतना प्रिसीजन स्पोर्ट है शूटिंग कि आपकी हल्की सी भी पल्स बढ़ी फाइनल्स के टाइम पे तो आपका वो शॉट लिटरली जितना पेन का निब होता है उतना हमारा 10 होता है जो हमें मारना है. एंड राइफल को पकड़ के जब हमें 50 मीटर्स पे उतने पे मारना है. सो मतलब आई होप कि ना ऐसा होता शूटिंग में कि मैं और जान लगा दूं कि वो 10 जाए, बट हमें उतनी ही शांति रखनी होती है. अंदर से जितना मर्जी गुस्सा आए, अंदर से जितनी मर्जी खुशी हो, पता चल रहा है कि कितना अच्छा जा रहा है, खुशी में हार्ट बीट बढ़ जाती है, हमें वो एकदम शांत रखनी है. और जब गुस्सा आ रहा है कि अरे हवा चल रही है या बारिश हो रही है, उसमें भी आपको 10 मारना है, आपको टारगेट क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा है. सो वो सारे चैलेंजेस एक्चुअली शूटिंग के दिखते नहीं है बाहर. वो बहुत ही इजी गेम लगती है, हम खड़े आराम से, कई आउटडोर हैं कोई इंडोर हैं. आई एम श्योर, आई मीन इन सब की गेम्स बहुत चैलेंजिंग है, बट हमारी मेंटली ऐसा है कि हमें इतना कंट्रोल रखना होता है माइंड पे कि आप अपने इमोशंस दिखा ही नहीं सकते हो. आपको पता है कि आपकी पल्स अभी बढ़ रही है. आपका शूटिंग का सबसे सही पार्ट मुझे ये लगता है, जो मुझे लाइफ में सिखाया शूटिंग ने, अपनी माइंड और बॉडी पे कंट्रोल. ऐसी सिचुएशन में कि मुझे पता है अभी जब मैं वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 बनी थी पिछले साल, तो वो टोक्यो की जो जर्नी थी वो एक लो फेज था आफ्टर टोक्यो. सो जिन्होंने मेडल जीता था उनके लिए भी लो फेज था, जिन्होंने नहीं जीता था, और जो इतना सब फेज था शूटिंग के लिए भी. तो उसके बाद कैसे अपने आप को वापस लेके आना उस माइंडसेट से कि हाँ ये हुआ है बट अभी वो पास्ट है. अब जैसे निखत ने कहा कि हाँ नेगेटिव चीज़ें थी उस टाइम पे भी, बट अब उस नेगेटिविटी से ये सीखा कि नेगेटिव तो अभी भी रहेंगे, क्योंकि लोग आपके साथ तब हैं जब आप अच्छे रहोगे, कई लोग आपके साथ हैं जब आप अच्छा नहीं भी करोगे. तो जो पॉजिटिव चीज़ें हैं उनको पकड़ के मेहनत करते रहो, तो आपको जो चाहिए वो मिल सकता है और मिलेगा भी. तो वही जो पावर है ना माइंड को कंट्रोल करने की, जिससे हम मैनिफेस्ट करके भी और ट्रेनिंग करके, आई थिंक बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग चीज़ है. तो शूटिंग ने मुझे ये सिखाई है कि लाइफ के जो चैलेंजेस हैं, आप जब शांति से उनको समझ के उन पे काम करोगे तो किसी भी सिचुएशन में आप उस पर होल्ड कर सकते हो. सो ऐसी ही शूटिंग के जो भी हमारे कैलेंडर रहता है या सिचुएशंस रहती हैं जब हम लो हैं या हाई, वो हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ सिखाते हैं.
I just want to add, आप जैसे आप जब आप शूटिंग कर रहे हैं, as in साल में, even within the year काफ़ी high points और low points रहते होंगे training cycle में. Now do you have a better understanding कि ठीक है, low point I can't force myself at this point, I can be a little relaxed right now, or it doesn't work like that? How exactly does it work in shooting?
I mean, as an experienced athlete, हमें पता है कि अभी कैसा परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा है या अभी हमें किस चीज़ पे ध्यान देना है. बट एट द सेम टाइम कई बार इतना कंपटीशन होता है हमारी, लाइक लिटरली 0.1 इज़ द डिफरेंस यू कैन मेक इट टू द टीम एंड नॉट मेक इट टू द टीम. सो अगर मुझे पता है कि मुझे अभी पीक नहीं करना है, बट एट द सेम टाइम मुझे इतने रीजनेबल परफॉर्मेंस रखना है कि मैं टीम में रहूँ, लाइक फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप्स, बिकॉज आई वांट टू विन द कोटा देयर. सो बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है कि आप अपने आप को कितने अच्छे से समझते हो उसमें, कि आपको पता है कि आपको इस टाइम पे इतना हाई स्कोर या एकदम पीक करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है क्योंकि वो मुझे साल के एंड में चाहिए. बट एट द सेम टाइम आई हैव टू बी एट दिस लेवल कि आई हैव दैट कॉन्फिडेंस विद इन मी कि हाँ मुझे पता है कि जब पीक करना है तो तब हो जाएगा. सो आई थिंक बिकॉज आई टोल्ड यू दैट इट्स ऑल अबाउट द मेंटल स्पोर्ट एंड बीइंग फिजिकली फिट थ्रू आउट द ईयर. That teaches us, how to have that balance of, when to take it low, when to take it high. So it's just about practice, and I've been in this sport from 15 years. It took me 14 years to be world number 1, and I'm sure this experience of so many years will help me in my preparation for next year.
प्रमोद भाई, सिमिलर क्वेश्चन आपके लिए भी. जैसे आपके जो गेम्स आएंगे वो भी माने 4 साल बाद आ रहे हैं. ये इस दौरान आपकी ट्रेनिंग कैसे रहती है, आप मोटिवेशन कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं? जैसे आप ऑलरेडी आप गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हैं, तो माने फिर आप सेकेंड बारी बन सकते हैं, बट गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट ऑलरेडी हैं, तो मोटिवेशन कैसे बनी रहती है इस दौरान?
देखो, पहले बात मैं गांव से बिलोंग करता हूं, और गांव में हर एक स्टेप चैलेंजिंग होता है, और उस पर आप अगर फिजिकली डिफरेंट एबल हो तो उस पर और चैलेंज बढ़ जाते हैं. और हमारे जो पहले जो स्टेप स्टार्ट होते हैं वो हर एक स्टेप कुछ ना कुछ बताते हैं. जैसे निखित ने कहा, बाकी सब एथलीट ने कहा कि हमें एक एक चीज़ का लर्निंग होता है, हम हर एक चीज़ से सीखते हैं. तो हम बचपन से ही एक एक चीज़ सीखते आते हैं, और जितना भी जैसे सबने कहा, और मुझे भी लगता है कि अगर स्पोर्ट्स में जाए तो 90% स्पोर्ट्स माइंड खेलता है, 10% बॉडी खेलता है. ये मेरा मानना है, क्योंकि आप अगर जो थॉट देते हो, जैसे कोविड में डॉक्टर सब बोलते थे कि आप पॉजिटिव थॉट दो, आप कोविड से बच जाओगे, ये नहीं होगा. मैक्सिमम जो डेथ रेट आया है वो डर के मारे हुए हैं कोविड से. तो हम जैसे सोचते हैं उस हिसाब से हमारा चीज़ सब होता है. जैसे निखित ने भी कहा कि मैं एक ड्रॉ कर रही थी और उससे मुझे पॉजिटिव एनर्जी आते थे, जस्ट बिकॉज वो सारे चीज़ माइंड में है. जैसे इन्होंने अपना हार्ट ब्रीथिंग कंट्रोल किया, ये किया, माइंड से कंट्रोल किया. सेम रानीपाल मैम ने भी यही कहा कि हमने उस माहौल को, उस टेम्परेचर को कंट्रोल किया, हमने जगह लेके ट्रेनिंग किया, कोविड का प्रेशर को हैंडल किया. तो सारे चीज़ माइंड से हो रहे हैं. तो ये चीज़ हमको बचपन से ही झेलना पड़ता है, एक तरह से देखा जाए. अब नहीं है, बट जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया तब वो सिचुएशन बहुत थे. आई थिंक मैं 88 का बॉर्न हूँ, तो उस वक्त यही चलते थे. सोसाइटी में भी बहुत सारे इग्नोरेंस रहते थे, स्पेशली ये सब चीज़ को लेके. तो वहाँ से हमको ओवरकम होना होता था पहले से ही, तो हम उस चीज़ पे ओवरकम होते थे. फिर उसके बाद स्पोर्ट्स चुनना, क्योंकि उसके बाद स्पोर्ट्स में देना, क्योंकि एक टाइम था कि मेरे पापा भी ये बोलते थे कि बेटा पढ़ोगे तो जॉब वॉब करोगे, गवर्नमेंट जॉब करोगे और कहीं अच्छे से लाइफ सेटल करोगे. और ये भी मेरा भी मानना यही था. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं भी थोड़ा देर छोड़ो यार पहले, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स में कुछ था ही नहीं. ओनली जब हम तब तक क्रिकेट देखते थे, वैसे मैं सचिन तेंदुलकर जी का सर का फ्रेंड बोल रहा हूँ, फैन हूँ. और मेरा भी मानना यही था कि कुछ है नहीं स्पोर्ट्स में, चलो फोकस ऑन स्टडी. और मैं स्टडी में फोकस करता था, पर फिर भी होता है कि आप अगर एक चीज़ से लगाव रखे हो स्पोर्ट्स पे, तो उस पर आपको माइंड आपका डाइवर्ट होते रहता है. तो मैंने फिर उस पर भी ध्यान दिया. धीरे धीरे मैंने सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ये सब में खेलना स्टार्ट किया. तब मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले कि नहीं तुम खेलो, और जो नॉर्मल एथलीट उनके साथ में खेलता था, तो उनके साथ खेलते समय उनको जब मैं जब बीट करता तो मुझे और पॉजिटिव, जैसे निखित ने कहा कि पॉजिटिव एनर्जी मिलते हैं, तो उसी तरह मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस आता था, अरे कोई नहीं ये है, इसको नेक्स्ट टाइम हो। तो उस वक्त मैं जब आई थिंक 2009-2010 की बात है, उस वक्त मेरा नाम मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत था कि प्रमोद भगत है जो बैडमिंटन खेलता है, और मतलब उसको हराना थोड़ा बहुत मुश्किल है, ज़्यादा नहीं थोड़ा बहुत मुश्किल है। तो इस बात था, तो इसमें मुझे फील होता था कि नहीं। और उसके बाद हम जब स्टार्ट के खेल में, जैसे उसके बाद मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आना स्टार्ट हुआ। एक बार आई थिंक 14 या 15 ईयर का होऊंगा, मैं एक बॉस्टन पे एक टूर्नामेंट, आउटडोर टूर्नामेंट हो रहा था, हमारे फ्रेंड्स खेलने गए थे, वहाँ हमने बहुत अच्छा खेला था, सेमीफाइनल में जाके मैं हार गया, तो पब्लिक का बहुत सपोर्ट मिला और वो बॉस्टन था। तो एक बार मैं और मेरे पापा ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, तो कंडक्टर आया, बोला टिकट, तो पापा ने पैसा दिया। तो उस वक्त कंडक्टर देखा, रे तुम प्रमोद भगत हो? तो बोला हाँ। अरे तुम ही खेल रहे थे ना? बोला हाँ। तब नहीं टिकट की पैसे नहीं चाहिए। तो वो पापा ने दिया, नहीं आपका लड़का अच्छा खेलता है। तब उस दिन से पेरेंट्स का भी सपोर्ट ज़्यादा आया कि नहीं मेरा बेटा स्पोर्ट्स में कुछ कर सकता है। और मेरा भी थॉट आया, मेरा सीना चौड़ा हो गया था क्योंकि अपने पेरेंट्स के सामने कोई आपको, अगर उस वक्त छोटा बच्चा था, आई थिंक 14 ईयर 15 ईयर, अगर पेरेंट्स के सामने कोई आपको बोलता है कि अच्छा खेलते हो, तो मतलब पहले मैंने अपने पापा को देखा, ऐसे क्या यार, ऐसे देखा, बोला मैं खेलता हूँ। तो मतलब मेरे पापा थोड़ा फ्रेंडली टाइप में थे मेरे साथ, तो मैंने इसी तरह में बोला। फिर घर पे गए तो उन्होंने बोला अरे वाह तू खेलता है, मुझे पता ही नहीं था। तो बोला आप देखने आओ कभी। तो ऐसा था। तो ये चीज़ें स्टेप बाय स्टेप हमारे लाइफ में घटते जाती है। और उसके बाद मैंने आई थिंक एक टूर्नामेंट, यूनिवर्सिटी टूर्नामेंट हुआ, तो मैं वहाँ पर विनर था। मुझे 4000 हमारा कैश प्राइज था, तो हम डबल्स में विनर थे। तो 2-2 हज़ार हमें मिला, पार्टनर हमने डिवाइड किया था। और ट्रॉफी, बड़ा सा ट्रॉफी था, लेके आया था मैं। तो पापा ऐसे बाहर बैठे हुए थे। और जनरली होता है क्योंकि फ्रेंडली, अगर बाप बेटे अगर फ्रेंड है तो आप कुछ भी बोल सकते हो पापा को जाके। मैं निकाला 2,000 रुपये, लो मेरे पहली कमाई। तो पापा ने ऐसे देखा मुझे, बोला, कुछ बोला नहीं, ठीक है जा, ये बोला। तो मतलब उस वक्त अप्रिशिएट नहीं था पापा का, बड़ा आके फिर बाद में बोले अरे वाह तो जीता। ये उस दिन से उन्होंने मुझे फ्री कर दिया कि कुछ खेलना है। उसके बाद उन्होंने कभी मुझे ऐसा नहीं बोला कि बेटा पढ़, नौकरी करना है, गवर्नमेंट जॉब करना है, ऐसा कोई थॉट नहीं दिया। और उस वक्त से मैंने स्टार्ट किया खेलना, आगे बढ़ता गया। और डेफिनेटली जब मैं पैरालंपिक का एक दिन, हर कोई अपना पहला रात बताता है, जब आप पैरालंपिक एक दिन रात में रहो और थॉट दो, तो मेरा भी थॉट ऐसे चल रहा था, सबका जैसे चलता है कोई बड़े इवेंट से पहले, एक रात पहले, कि क्या करना है, कल खेलने जाना है। मेरे पास बहुत थॉट थे कि नहीं ऐसे खेलना है, उसका स्ट्रेटजी ऐसा है, मेरा स्ट्रेटजी ये रहना चाहिए, वो ऐसे करेंगे, वैसे करेंगे। फिर थॉट में एक चीज़ है कि नहीं, क्योंकि जब हम कुछ सोच के जाते हैं और वहाँ पर वो चीज़ अगर फेल हो जाती है तब हम ब्लॉक हो जाते हैं। तो मेरा थॉट यही था कि चलो छोड़ो यार, ऑन कोर्ट जो होगा वो देखेंगे। और मैं बेसिकली जो मेरे बचपन से अब तक के जो जर्नी थे उसमें सारे चीज़ में मेरे को मोटिवेशन भी मिलता गया है। तो मेरे लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं थी। बट हाँ, ओलंपिक का प्रेशर था। और बट मैं कॉन्फिडेंट था कि डेफिनेटली मैं ही जीतूंगा, क्योंकि मैंने जो वेटिंग किया था ओलंपिक के लिए, क्योंकि जैसे 2012 में मैं प्रिपेयर था ओलंपिक के लिए, बट हमारा पैरा बैडमिंटन इंक्लूड नहीं हुआ ओलंपिक में। उसके बाद 2016 में सबने कहा कि टीम पैरा बैडमिंटन इंक्लूड होगी, पर 16 में भी नहीं हुआ। जब 2020 आया तब इंक्लूड किया गया। तब सेम थॉट मैम ने, रानी मैम ने जो कहा कि एक साल कोविड आ गया, तो उस पर मैं भी बहुत डिप्रेस था कि क्योंकि मेरा 2019 बहुत अच्छा गया था। मैं आई थिंक मोर देन 21 गोल्ड मेडल मेरे हाथों में थे, मेरे अचीवमेंट में थे। तो मेरा थॉट था कि डेफिनेटली ये होगा। बट एक साल होने के बाद मैं थोड़ा सा डिमोराइज हुआ कि क्या करें इसमें। फिर मैंने फिर बोला छोड़ो यार, शायद किस्मत मुझे कुछ अच्छी चीज़ करने के लिए मौका दे रही है। डेफिनेटली ये मौका मुझे गंवाना नहीं है, ये मौका से मैं आगे निकल के अपने आप को प्रूव करूँगा। अपने आप जो मैंने 20 साल का जर्नी जो मैंने ओलंपिक के लिए वेट किया था, उसको डेफिनेटली ये करूँगा। और यही कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ गया। मैं हर वक्त, मेरा थॉट यही था, मैंने एक सेकंड थॉट कभी नहीं लिया कि मुझे मतलब हारना है। मैं थॉट में यही था कि मैं जीतूंगा। और दुनिया जीतने वाले को याद करती है, हारने वाले को कभी याद नहीं करती, वो चाहे सिल्वर मेडल ही हो ना क्यों। तो ये थॉट पे मैं था। जब मैं कोर्ट पे उतरा तो मेरा थॉट वही था कि मुझे जीतना है और कुछ करना नहीं है। जब मैं पहला गेम खेला तो मैंने अपने आप को फुल 100% दिया। तो जब मिल गया, फिर जब सेकंड सेट आया तो उसमें टोटली डिफरेंट थे। 12-4 से मैं डाउन था। 21 पॉइंट का गेम होता है, 12-4 से डाउन था। तो मेरा थॉट यही आया कि नहीं, मुझे सेकंड ही निकालना है, क्योंकि थर्ड में कुछ भी हो सकता है और ये ओलंपिक है, यहाँ कभी रिस्क लेना नहीं चाहिए। और यही था। और सेम थॉट मैंने अपने माइंड को डाइवर्ट किया कि नहीं, मुझे उसको खेलने देना नहीं, अपने आप को सेव करके रखना है। और धीरे 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 मैं चढ़ता गया। 12 से 15 ऑल हुआ, 15 ऑल के बाद मैं 21-17 से जीत गया। तो मेरा मानना यही है कि आप जितना भी हार्डवर्क करते हो मैटर नहीं करता। जब आप कोर्ट में उतरते हो, अगर माइंड को अगर 100% यूटिलाइज नहीं कर सकते हो, तो मेरा मानना यही है कि आप कोई भी, ऐसा नहीं है कि स्पोर्ट्स हो, आप कभी भी फिल्म में भी देखो, जब कोई हीरो क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन में आता है तो उसको कोई मोटिवेशन मिलता है, वो जो काम नहीं करना चाहिए वो कर जाता है। ऐसे है। हमने एक्चुअली हम फिल्म का मैं थोड़ा बहुत देखता हूँ, जैसे हीरो मार खा रहा है, हीरोइन गाना गा देती है तो हीरो उठ के फिर उसको मार के चले जाते हैं। तो यही है। और ये ट्रूथ है एक्चुअली। मैं ये सबको फेक समझता था कि ये क्या फिल्म में चल रही है, बट जनरली ये चीज़ होता है कि जब आपको अगर आप कभी हारते हैं तो कोई चीज़ आपको मोटिवेट करता है तो डेफिनेटली आप उसको कुछ कर जाते हो। मेरे साथ बहुत बार ऐसे सिचुएशन हुए हैं। एक ऐसी नॉर्मल सा है, चाइना के साथ मेरा मैच चल रहा था और मैं 17-8 से डाउन था। उसको 4 पॉइंट लेने थे, मुझे आई थिंक 11 पॉइंट लेने थे। तो ऐसी था। तो उधर से चाइनीज़ सब एंकरेज कर रहे थे, उसमें 2-4 लड़कियां भी थी। तो सबने सपोर्ट किया कि हाँ जीत रहे। तो मुझे थोड़ा हार्ट हुआ, क्योंकि एक्चुअली चाइना के साथ हमारा थोड़ा बहुत टीम के साथ एक बार राइवलरी रहा है। तो मैंने बोला नहीं, यही सेट जीतना है, और मैं 25-27 में जीत गया। तो ये चीज़ होता ही है कि आपको कहीं से एक चिंगारी चाहिए होती है, उसके बाद पूरा आप दुनिया जला दोगे। तो सेम थॉट है हमारे साथ। ये पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है, बहुत बार हो रहा है, और इससे हमने ओवरकम किया है, अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट किया है दुनिया के सामने। और बहुत सारी सिचुएशन ऐसी भी आई थी जहाँ पर रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं मिल रहा था, बट आज ऐसा टाइम है जहाँ पर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, पब्लिक सेक्टर, कमर्शियल सब आज सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और प्रमोट भी कर रहे हैं। और आगे बढ़ के सबका होप यही है कि पैरा ओलंपिक में पैरा एथलीट क्या करेंगे, ये सब का पहला नज़र रहेगा आई थिंक। और डेफिनेटली ओलंपिक का भी गवर्नमेंट का ह्यूज सपोर्ट चल रहा है, बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी हमारे अनुराग ठाकुर सर ने बोल के भी ये सारी चीज़ बता गया है। तो डेफिनेटली, और अगर आप एक बार कुछ कर लेते हो तो दोबारा करने में आपको ज़्यादा कठिनाइयाँ नहीं होती है। हाँ डेफिनेटली ये होता है कि बहुत सारी कठिनाइयाँ आपको फेस करने पड़ता है, बट आपको ये पता होता है कि नहीं मैं ये कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ऑलरेडी किया है। तो डेफिनेटली मेरा आप ड्रीम भी बोल सकते हो, मेरा होप भी बोल सकते हो, मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस भी बोल सकते हो, मेरा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस भी बोल सकते हो कि मैंने पैरालंपिक में गोल्ड लिया है। तो डेफिनेटली पेरिस में जो 2024 में ओलंपिक है उसमें भी मैं गोल्ड लूँगा। ये मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस और होप भी है। और डेफिनेटली इसके लिए आप सबका सपोर्ट चाहिए होगा। आप सब मुझे सपोर्ट करो, एंकरेज करो, क्योंकि बिलीव बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है। आप सब मुझ पे बिलीव करोगे, डेफिनेटली मैं आपके लिए ओलंपिक का गोल्ड लाऊंगा। थैंक यू।
Pramod ji spoke very interestingly on the concept of motivation. So I just want to end this with a question for each one of you. All starting with Shri, you got about 500 days to go about 500 days to go to the Olympics. What drives you in training? Why do you do what you're doing?
What exactly drives me and a lot of Indian athletes are that a medal at Paris is not far away. Because I'll tell you one story that happened at World Championship, because I was sharing my room with Eldos Paul and Jaswin was there, Praveen was there. So when we were talking, when we were discussing about our own performances, so we were discussing on what we lacked there, what were the minute details which were missing. So we were talking like, okay, if we had some certain adjustment in our approach, then the approach would have been much faster and the takeoff would be much easier. Then we would have landed that distance that could have won the medal. And Eldos was also saying the same. Jaswin was also saying the same. Praveen was also like, Machi, if I have done this, then it would have been surely a good jump and I would be in the final. So we ourselves are able to figure out what exactly we were lacking on that particular day, that particular time. We have figured it out, and it's just matter of time, matter of experience for a young athlete like us to put that great show in that stage when it matters. So what motivates us is that we are pretty close to it. We are right now, when it comes to the technical events in long jump and triple jump, the standards of Indian athletes in these events are like very good right now, especially in these 2 years. So yeah, that's the best motivation we could ever have, and also the support system which we are getting from the government side and also from the media, from our supporters, everyone, corporate houses like I'm sponsored by JSW Sports. The kind of support which we are receiving is like tremendous support, and all our needs are taken care of. The only challenge left for us is to stay focused, perform at our best, give our best performance every single day. So that's the main motivation which drives us. People are there to support us. We just need to do our part correctly, take good rest, proper nutrition, good recovery, and good training, and then figure out what we are missing. Because a lot of thing goes in our personal introspection also, because after every competition or after every training, we reflect on our own performances. हम अपने performance के बारे में आप खुद research करते हैं, like, and in fact for all of us, like I ask other athletes like how my performance was in the training, मेरा क्या technical गलतियाँ आपको feel हो रहा है, like all the other, like Eldos also asked me, I asked him. So we kind of discuss about our training, what we are exactly lacking. So the kind of mutual communication takes place between us, not just with our coaches also, but with amongst athletes also. So that makes us feel that, okay, we are in that zone. And when we get to talk with athletes from other countries also, the top athletes, they are recognizing us, they're recognizing Indian athletes, because now we are also among the top athletes. Because if you check the world rankings from the 2022 season, quite a few names, quite a few Indian athletes have come up in the top 5, top 10 list. And the athletes are looking up at the Indian athletes. When I went for the Diamond Leagues, there have been a lot of coaches who asked me, like, you Indian guys have jumped really well this time. So what exactly happened this time? When you have all jumped all have improved so much suddenly. So we talk about the training, we talk about the kind of inputs we are getting. So we are there, we are right there. It's only about a matter of time and proper mental space we have to be in. Like everyone said, mental preparation is also a very key aspect. जितना हम अपने माइंड को ट्रेन करेगा उतना हम बड़ा स्टेज में परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे because at Olympics and such a big stage like Olympics, it's a mental game because we can't know how the weather conditions will be, we can't know how the field goes, how when an athlete suddenly does his personal best in the first round itself, that puts a big pressure on the other athletes. So we shouldn't get intimidated by the performances of the other competitors. So it's more like a mental game. So right now, also we are focusing on to sharpen up the mental training part, to be in that kind of zone and to stay calm and relaxed and focused. Just focus on our own performances and do the best when it matters. So we are all very optimistic. We are all hopeful. And as Pramod Bhaiya said, we all need your support. And if one low performance shouldn't define the capability of an athlete, it shouldn't demoralize an athlete's performance. The support, it's a big process. Building an Olympic champion is a very big process, and especially in an event like athletics, where we didn't have any medals till 2020. We have been very close with PT Usha ma'am's and Anju ma'am's performance, but with Neeraj Bhaiya winning the gold medal and removing that mental block, I'm sure that Paris would be something special for athletics, not just for athletics, but for the Indian sports itself.
I'm going to change the order a little bit. I'm going to ask Anjum to go ahead now. The same question for you. When you're training, why do you do what you're doing? It's a tough thing which you're doing. There's many easier things you could be doing as well. What drives you every day when you're training every day?
Easier चीजें. I think easier चीज़ें क्योंकि सारे कर सकते हैं तो मुश्किल चीज़ें करने में बहुत ही मज़ा आता है. So वो जो खुशी है कि आपने कुछ मुश्किल अचीव किया है, वो जो अंदर से सेटिस्फैक्शन आता है, आपकी वजह से आपके घर वालों के मुंह पे स्माइल आती है, जो लोग नहीं जानते वो खुश होते हैं, ये सब चीज़ें हैं जो हमें मोटिवेट करती हैं. और बहुत सारी अनफुलफिल्ड ड्रीम्स हैं, पुरानी कॉम्पिटिशन्स की, पुराने ओलंपिक्स की, बहुत गलतियां करी हैं पिछले सालों में. सो आई थिंक वो सब चीज़ें हैं जो हमें मोटिवेट करती हैं कि हाँ, पता है कि ये जर्नी कैसी रही है, पता है कि क्या क्या गलती करी है और क्या क्या ठीक हुआ है. तो जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है उसको हम और स्ट्रॉन्ग करें और जो हमारी वीकनेसेस हैं उन पे हम और काम करें ताकि वो वीकनेस नहीं रहे. सो आई थिंक ये छोटी छोटी जो अचीवमेंट्स होती हैं एथलीट की लाइफ में, वो हमें मोटिवेट करता है आगे बढ़ने के लिए. और आई एम श्योर, और सबसे अच्छी चीज़ होती है कि हम एथलीट्स आपस में एक दूसरे को इतने अच्छे से समझ पाते जो शायद जो एथलेटिक्स या स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं है वो नहीं समझ पाते इतना. तो एक दूसरे की छोटी सी कोई इंसिडेंट में उन्होंने अपने आप को कैसे उठाया, या एक ख़राब फेज़ में कैसे एक ने किसी और से बात करके उसको कैसे समझा, ये जो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें ये हमें इतना पुश करती है अपनी लाइफ में और अपनी स्पोर्ट्स में कि हमें बस मन करता है कि हम जितनी हमारी लिमिट्स हैं हम उसको बढ़ाते रहें, लिमिट लेस कर लें अपने आप को और अपने आप पे काम करते रहें. और ऑब्वियसली इंडिया में हम 1 मेडल या 2 मेडल कम नहीं, मतलब हम कितने मेडल जीत सकते हैं. सो हम उस चीज़ पे काम करें.
Vani, same question for you. Every day when you're training, you're coming back from injury, you're doing this for so many years now. Why do you do what you're doing? क्यों करते हैं?
Actually, the same question comes in my mind every morning ना कि why I'm here, like even जहाँ भी हम ट्रेनिंग करते हैं कि why I'm here करके ना. The answer is कि first of all वो sport का passion है खेलने का जो बचपन से है. I love that sport and you know जैसे already बोला कि कुछ unfulfilled dreams होते हैं, you know जो आपके अंदर ना कोई चीज़ रह जाती है, you know you feel like कि कुछ बचा है करने के लिए ना, and every single day आप उसके लिए काम करना चाहते हो. And believe, जब आपके अंदर वो believe रहता है ना कि आप कुछ कर सकते हो, then only you drive yourself. अगर वो believe नहीं है ना तो then वो अंदर से आता भी नहीं है कि हम कुछ करेंगे या कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो believe ही नहीं है ना अंदर. So I think yeah, यही जैसे टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में हमने 4th फिनिश किया ना, that still inside कि कुछ बहुत पास था जो बहुत दूर चला गया, एंड उसको स्टिल यू नो वो इतना पास था मतलब कि अभी उसके लिए सेम अमाउंट ऑफ काम करना पड़ेगा जो हमने लास्ट 4-5 इयर्स में किया था. सो आई थिंक वही चीज़ सुबह उठ के दिमाग में रहती है कि बहुत पास हैं और बहुत पास और जाने के लिए तो डबल अमाउंट है, डबल माइंडसेट से यू नो डिफरेंट माइंडसेट से काम करना पड़ेगा. एंड एक वो जो मेडल सामने दिखता है ना आपको कि ये बचा हुआ है उसको लेना है, तो दैट्स ड्राइव्स.
I want to end this with asking Nikhat exactly the same question. As in, and someone once told me the difference between every other sport and boxing is that in other sports you can miss a target, you can miss a goal. In boxing you get a broken nose. So particularly what you're doing is really hard. So why do you do what you're doing? What motivates you every day to go through sparring, going through training? What do you see in the distance?
Before Nikhat starts, please excuse me. I have to leave now, because I have some urgent work. So thank you so much, everyone, and please keep supporting to every athlete, because every athlete need you guys, and keep writing about them, good or bad, you know, both works for them, you know, because bad encourage them, you know, motivate them to do well, and you know, when you write good, it inspire more people to watch sport, to play sport. And thank you to Sportstar for inviting me here, and it's my honor to sit with all these great athletes here and to listen their stories and sharing my stories. So thank you so much, and now it's all to Nikhat.
So, I mean, see, I come from a middle class family, especially, you know, coming from a minority where, you know, they don't support girls to come out of their houses and pursue sport, and especially sport as a boxing. And I mean, I am lucky that I got this opportunity to become boxer because my father himself was a sports person. So because of him, I'm here today. Through his support, I am who I am. And I will take myself as a lucky daughter, and I'm really grateful and lucky to have such parents who are very, very supportive. So boxing has given me a lot of things, like boxing has given me freedom. You know? Through boxing, I explore world, I meet new people, I make new friends. Boxing has not only taught me to fight inside the ring, but also in life. No? So, जब बॉक्सिंग ने मुझे इतना सब कुछ दिया है, तो मैं बॉक्सिंग को क्या दे रही हूँ? तो मुझे भी इन रिटर्न बॉक्सिंग को कुछ देना है. तो मैं इतनी मेहनत करना चाहती हूँ कि वो एक ओलंपिक मेडल सबकी ज़िंदगी बदल देता है. जैसे नीरज चोपड़ा जब ओलंपिक चैंपियन बना था, तो होल इंडिया सेलिब्रेटेड हिज गोल्ड मेडल. एंड उसके बाद उसकी लाइफ जैसे चेंज हुई है, छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी दे लुक अप टू हिम एज ए नेशनल हीरो. तो कितनों की लाइफ चेंज की है, कितनों ने स्पोर्ट्स ज्वाइन किया है, कितनों ने जैवलिन को कोई जानता भी नहीं था. सिंस नीरज वॉन ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल, अब हर कोई जानता है जैवलिन को बारे में. तो वैसे ही मैं भी जब ओलंपिक मेडल जीतूंगी, मैं भी चाहती हूँ कि मेरे माइनॉरिटी से और लड़कियाँ आगे आए और बॉक्सिंग जैसे स्पोर्ट में ज्वाइन करें और अपने देश का नाम रोशन करें. So that is how it pushed me to do well in boxing, ताकि मैं एक अच्छा रोल मॉडल बन के लोगों को इंस्पायर करूं.
Thank you to, great from every participant over here. I learned so much. I learned new things which will help me, obviously not at Olympic level, but in my day-to-day life as well. I'm sure a lot of us learned a lot of interesting tips on how to go about life as well, and how to see long-term targets. I want to thank all of the guests over here. Thank you for sharing your aspects of your life, aspects of what has happened, aspects of what you're going to do in the future. I really appreciate you taking the time out to reveal so much of about yourself to us. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Jonathan Selvaraj. Much appreciated for your work. Ladies and gentlemen, a standing ovation, please, for these champions who've spoken their heart out. Fantastic stuff, honestly. I know we use a few adjectives very, very loosely, but if I were to pick 3 of those adjectives, I would say innocence. There was an element of innocence in everything that was spoken here. There was a sense of honesty. It was straight from the heart, and there was tremendous amount of humility. The way they spoke about those tough times, about COVID, about how they fought, never, never, ever did I hear them whine about it. There was always that smile that was persistent in every one of those. And normally when a speaker speaks, there are 2 things that you observe on stage. One, when a speaker is speaking, you obviously observe him or her, The other thing that you do normally as an audience is you also observe the others who are around them. And when a speaker was speaking, all those eyes were transfixed on the speaker. That tells you the amount of respect that every one of them had on stage for each other. All are absolute champions in their own right. Thank you so much to every one of you. And lovely Jonathan Selvaraj, wonderful to have moderated this particular session. Right then, may I now kindly request Jonathan Selvaraj on behalf of Sportstar and the Hindu group to present a token of appreciation. First up to Pramod Bhagat, the Paralympics gold medalist. Wonderful to hear you speak. I love the fact that you picked up a few stories from Bollywood to explain the motivational factor. Lovely, sir. Thank you so much. Talk about maintaining your calm, your poise, your heartbeat. Lovely. Great story from the world of shooting. Anju Modgil, of course. From the way Nikhat Zareen described her bout, you could almost see it live all over again. That was the way she told her story, her victory. Lovely. The world champion, Nikhat Zareen, ladies and gentlemen. And last, of course, Murali Sri Shankar. We need to apologize. We made you eat the cake a little bit, but I'm sure you'll train extra hard to get out of those calories. Thank you so much for your company and speaking straight from the heart. Jonathan, please be a part of it, please. May I kindly request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna to please come forward to deliver his vote of thanks. It's been a fascinating, fascinating day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. What a fantastic day it's been. Inspiring, extremely, the amount of knowledge that was shared on this platform was amazing, and it was just an absolutely fantastic day. From 10 in the morning we've been at it. It's now 7 p.m. That's a long time to talk about sports, but I think we have just touched the tip of the iceberg in spite of being here for so many hours. First off, let me thank our Honorable Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur, for coming, taking out his time and addressing all of us. It was a fabulous address. Sandeep Pradhan, DG SAI, and all the other panelists and speakers. A special thank you to all the athletes who took out time to come and attend our seminar, our sponsors, without whom we couldn't have done this. Hero, to begin with, our principal sponsors, thank you for standing by all our conclaves, all the 5 conclaves that we've done this year. Also ONGC, Jain University, Vajiram, Shiv Naresh, and Creek HQ. Our media partner NewsX for covering so diligently, Leela Palace for this lovely venue. RK, where are you? There you are. RK has been absolutely fabulous in his usual panache and style. He always adds that little bit of tadka to every session. Thank you, RK, for always being with us. Man without whom nothing could have happened here. Nothing, and that is Ayon Sengupta. Thank you so much. Fantastically put together, all the 5 conclaves, including this one. Ably assisted by Vijay Lokpalli. Where are you? Vijay, wherever you are, thank you so much for your... And the whole edit team of Sportstar, please take a bow. You've done a fabulous job of putting this together. And from the bottom of my heart, my favorite people, my marketing and events team, Aparajita, Sagar, and Vikram, and all of y'all. And of course, the muscle power behind this whole thing, my sales team, right? All for getting all these sponsors on board. Satish Menden, wherever you are, take a bow. Well done. Thank you so much. Wonderful time, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just the beginning. This round of conclaves will go on, and we will try and do our bit as a media house to try and improve sports infrastructure and the whole sporting ethos in this country. Thank you very much for being there throughout the day. Jai Hind and Shubh Ratri. Thank you.